For the past decade and a half, folks living in Seattle, Washington, Vancouver, British Columbia, and dozens of smaller communities around Puget Sound, the Strait of Georgia, and the Strait of Juan de Fuca have come to know these waters as part of a larger inland waterway, the Salish Sea. The new name came out of a broad recognition that all these waters were part of an inland sea that functioned as a single interconnected ecosystem. The title Salish Sea honors the Coast Salish peoples that have lived around its shores since time immemorial. This new name, and the idea that the sea is a single interconnected ecology, has had a wonderful effect. It's built an identity for these shared waters, creating a sense of community and pride among those living around the shores of the extraordinary Salish Sea. So let's step back for a moment to consider, what is a sea? Much of the planet is covered by oceans, and seas are those parts of the world ocean that are partially surrounded by land. The North Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Red Sea, and Arabian Sea, they're all examples. On the other side of our planet is the vast Pacific Ocean. Perhaps one of the most extraordinary seas on the planet Earth is a small pocket of Pacific Ocean waters tucked into the western shore of North America, the Salish Sea. The sea straddles the international border between the United States and Canada, a boundary also shared by the state of Washington and the province of British Columbia. It stretches from the inlets and islands north of Campbell River, British Columbia, to Olympia, Washington in the south, and westwards to Neah Bay, Washington, where the Salish Sea meets the open Pacific Ocean. The sea has three great arms, and their long-standing names remain: Puget Sound in the south, the Strait of Georgia to the north, and the Strait of Juan de Fuca in the west, connecting the rest to the open Pacific. Together, these three arms make up the Salish Sea. So with that basic geography in hand, let's take a look at what makes the sea such a remarkable place. First of all, the Salish Sea is inseparable from the landscapes that surround it, and without doubt, the mountains that ring it are the sea's most iconic backdrops. The Coast Mountains north of Vancouver, the Cascade Range east of Puget Sound, and to the west, protecting the sea from Pacific storms, both the Olympic Mountains that rise above the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Vancouver Island Ranges. These mountains, the cradle of the Salish Sea, are pushed skywards by the collision of tectonic plates deep beneath our feet. And our stunning volcanoes, the most iconic mountains of all, are a reminder of this gigantic subterranean collision, underway every day, all along the coast of the Pacific Northwest. And here's a really interesting connection. These mountains create another defining feature of the Salish Sea landscapes, a remarkable mixing of both wet and dry climates. Though the Salish Sea is part of the rainforest coast that stretches from Washington State to Alaska, the sea sits behind the wall of Vancouver Island and Olympic Peninsula Mountains that strip moisture from storms off the Pacific, creating a rain shadow that makes for dry summer climates in many areas of the Salish Sea. And local conditions can change abruptly. In a short distance, you can move from a moss-dripping shoreline rainforest to an island so dry that cactus grow there. This great diversity of wet and dry shores supports a remarkable biodiversity of life around the Salish Sea. Truly extraordinary when compared with other coastal areas to the north and south. So far we've been talking about its landscapes, so now let's turn our attention to the waters of the Salish Sea. Vancouver Island and the Olympic Peninsula not only affect climate, but also protect the waters of the Salish Sea from the energy of the open Pacific. While the outer coast is constantly pounded by giant swell and big surf from far-off storms, the protected shores of the Salish Sea host an astonishing diversity of different types of sheltered shores, including quiet mud-bottom bays, river-mouth tidal marshes, and tidal flats filled with extraordinary life. However, these protected waters are only part of the diverse marine habitats of the Salish Sea. There are tidal rapids among the islands that create rich mixing zones overflowing with life. Exposed rocky shores are blanketed with tenacious life that can weather the battering. The deep offshore environments known only to scuba divers harbor secrets such as glass sponge reefs filled with ancient life. While at the shore, tide pools accessible to all reveal a miniature world of extraordinary and bizarre life. Everywhere you turn, there's something different. But here's the amazing thing. In spite of all this diversity, the Salish Sea is a single, interconnected marine ecosystem. The sea is almost completely surrounded by land, separating it from the open Pacific. Twice daily, it's flushed with a great flow of mixed seawater that comes in through the Strait of Juan de Fuca and a lesser flow near Campbell River from around the northern end of Vancouver Island. Blended with the seawater is a flood of fresh water flowing in from the mountains around it. Together, this mixing of tides and rivers connects all the waters together, along with the nutrients from both, to support the marine life of the entire sea, creating an interconnected ecosystem. So let's pause to consider the consequence of rain-coast rivers pouring into the Salish Sea from all sides. The Salish Sea is an estuary, an enclosed part of the ocean where river water mixes with the sea. And the Salish Sea is the largest estuary on the west coast of North America. This flush of fresh water carries vast amounts of nutrients and sediment from the forest out to the sea. Each Salish Sea river has built its own broad delta of sand and mud at the shore, a floodplain with forests, freshwater and saltwater marshes, and tidal flats. And each river mouth creates its own estuary, where fresh and saltwater mix. These river mouth estuaries are often called nurseries of the sea, because numerous animal species rely on estuaries for feeding, nesting, and breeding. Salmon, herring, and oysters, among others, complete at least part of their life cycles in estuaries. The giant Fraser River pours into the Salish Sea near Vancouver, British Columbia, and delivers 80% of all the sea's fresh water. Its extensive marshes and tidal flats, along with those of other Salish Sea rivers, are true ecological jewels of the Salish Sea. Superimposed on the rich geography and ecology of the Salish Sea is us. For thousands of years, abundant marine and shoreline life has attracted humans to make the Salish Sea their home. The Coast Salish peoples have built large, successful communities everywhere around these shores. More recently, we've made some corners of the Salish Sea into urban landscapes. Today, the shores and nearby areas of the Salish Sea are home to 9 million people. principally in the major urban areas of Seattle, Washington, and Vancouver, British Columbia, as well as in a host of smaller cities, towns, and rural areas. This big population is growing fast, and so is industry, ship traffic, shoreline development, and recreational use. The wild parts of the Salish Sea are being squeezed into smaller and smaller spaces by our expanding human footprint. We all need to champion the health of the Salish Sea, reducing our collective impacts on land, sea, and air, managing the pollution from cities, industry, and ships, and protecting the ecological riches of this amazing place. The extraordinary Salish Sea. We who live around its shores are blessed with a great gift, its wild beauty, its rich wild living. So worth getting to know better, so worth caring for, and so worth standing up for.
Bring my mic up, and we got sound there.
Test, test. Is that good?
Yep, we're good. Let me bring. I'm hearing some kind of music. Oh, I guess it's just so much going on out there. All right. We are here at the Salish Sea Assembly in Seattle. It is the 7th of November, and we are looking at some of the impacts and situations that are happening within the Indigenous community across the borders. And we have with us,
Doreen Manuel. I'm Sequatmik Tanaha. I'm a daughter of Grand Chief George Manuel and spiritual leader Marceline Manuel. I'm the auntie to Kanahus, sister to the late Arthur Manuel.
and what brings you here specifically? I mean, it's interesting the family heritage that you come from. I think it's phenomenal that from generation to generation, and you begin to understand. Oh, I get some kind of buzz. How in indigenous communities that leadership was within the context of a family.
Well, it gets passed down without even thinking about it because we talk about it all the time. You know, growing up, we didn't have like light talk. We didn't talk about, I don't know, I think some of the stuff, I don't even know what regular people talk about because we just grew up talking about the water and the rights and Aboriginal title and what that means. And from a very young age, my dad would hand me legal documents that he was working on or that were being imposed on us. And he would tell me to read it and then to tell him what it meant. Like, he already knew what it meant, but he wanted me to start understanding how to read legal documents and how to understand how to read between the lines when the government is trying to impose something on us. Because when you look at like the white paper policy and you just read the language from it, it sounds like it's a good deal. But then when you read the fine print and understand what each of those points means, it's actually a bad thing. And back in 1969, when they introduced the white paper policy, the young people who weren't trained the way my father trained us, they thought it was a good thing, and they were fighting the community because they wanted it to come in. And I actually have some audio tapes of that meeting. And Harold Cardinal was there. My dad was chairing it. And they back in the old day, we talked until everybody understood. Eventually, the older people were able to get through to the young people and help them understand every single point of it. And that's community. That's more powerful than somebody just saying, trust me. And that's what politicians today say. They say, trust me. And then people get into the habit of not reading all of the documents and fully understanding what the ramifications of every move is. Because they might be saying, well, this is going to give us a lot of jobs in the community, but they don't ask all the hard questions like, give who the jobs? And how much are those jobs going to be worth? Like, how much are people going to get paid? And is this going to hurt the environment? People don't ask all of those important questions. Instead, they put their blind faith in the political leaders. We didn't have political leaders. We had leaders. Like George Manuel wasn't a political leader. He was a leader. And leaders don't think about trying to advance economy before the needs of the people. So, you know, funny story is I was interviewing Arthur Manuel on camera one time. I asked him how he trained Kanahus, and he said he didn't train her, that he thought our family had sacrificed enough and given enough of our people to the movement that he actually wanted his children to have the freedom to choose what it is they wanted to do and not be pushed into the movement the way he was and the way all of us were. So then I went and I interviewed Kanahus on camera, and I asked her how she feels her dad was responsible for training her. And she said, well, every night after dinner he would pull out the flip chart paper and he would go over all of the different things that were happening, and he would define Aboriginal title, and he was teaching them and educating them. Same way we were taught and educated. And then so I went back to Arthur and put him on camera again, and I said, so this is what Kanahus said. And he looked at me blankly and blindly, and he just goes, isn't that what all parents do? I kind of laughed, and I said, actually, I don't know. I don't know what average parents do after dinner. I think maybe they watch TV or something, but that's not what we did.
Right.
And then we didn't even think. We don't even think about it. We just talk about it all the time. So my son Esteban has actually just finished a documentary about his grandfather. So I asked him one time, there was this competition going on for funding to make a documentary, and I asked him if he wanted to participate in it. He said he didn't have a documentary story to tell. And I said to him, you know, I find it interesting that you never knew your grandfather, you never met him, and yet words are coming out of your mouth that were my father's words. Like, how did you get to know him? How is it that you know your grandfather's values and protocols and beliefs? Like, how did that transference happen? Because normally it's because you were with them. And I find it really devastating that there are huge populations of Indigenous youth growing up without grandparents because our elders have passed away young, or they were residential school survivors and they are incapable of being the kind of grandparents that were once existed. And I said, I just didn't find all of that fascinating. So he wound up taking that and applying for the funds and winning. And he's been working on a documentary talking about all of those issues. But what he said was he's quite a genius with this kind of technology. And I had all of these audio tapes of my dad's speeches, and I gave them to him one time, and I said, can you digitize these for me? Can you figure it out? And he did. But he said in digitizing them, he listened to them all while he was processing them. And he said that was part of it. He read his book, and he's read a lot of the documents we have around the household. And he's read the book about my father, the Brotherhood to Nationhood. So he's found ways to have a grandfather, even in this day and age.
And to integrate, I can understand, when you're digitizing content, you get the headphones on, you're 100%. It's so much different than watching a video game and all of that, and the family support that is everywhere, and then the situation within the communities that really call for folks to stand up with some kind of understanding, because it seems like a lot of the power of the dominant culture is to make things so confusing that no one can kind of make sense of what it all is. When you talk about white paper policy, for those of us that don't understand completely what that is, maybe you could explain that a little bit more?
So in 1969, the Prime Minister at that time was Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and the Minister of Indian Affairs was Jean Chrétien. And they had a goal, and that was to eliminate anybody with special interests. And they considered Indigenous people to have special interests. They didn't call it Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander rights. They thought we were trying to be special citizens, and they didn't see a place for that in Canada. So they developed this paper, and it had 6 points in it. And if each of those points were carried out, Indigenous people would have ceased to exist within a few years. Because one of the things was they wanted to turn all of the land into fee simple land, which means it could be bought and sold and taxed. And our people would eventually lose the land because they wouldn't be able to pay for the taxes. And they wanted to put all of our resources like social services and housing and all of that into the regular provincial systems. And what would happen over time is the regular provincial systems would have absorbed us so much that we would have become just like everybody else, and then we would no longer have any special rights attached to Aboriginal title and our treaties. And they wanted to, off the top of my head, I can't list off each of the 6 points, but I made a movie called Unceded Chiefs, and it's clearly defined because the entire movie starts out completely and totally about the white paper policy. And it brings it right to present day because they are still trying to enact some of those exact points. They're still doing it to us, but they're doing it in piece by piece. That way they're slipping it underneath the nose of the leadership who aren't savvy enough to understand what all of that means. But one of the people who's really been instrumental in trying to educate the public about it is Russ Daibo. So Russ Daibo is in my movie Unceded Chiefs.
You know, you mentioned reading through the documentation that leadership, the people trust the leadership to make the best decision, informed decisions. But in the U.S., when you look at the way policy is being introduced, sometimes it's 600, 700, 800 pages of information. They have some staff members read it, and then they just say, well, which way should I go? And then the staff people are all influenced by the, what are they called, lobbyists, and how that whole program plays out. So we end up having a rudderless kind of governmental organizations, and now with AI, artificial intelligence, that mandates with a corporate construct that says profits above all else. How how do we see morals and ethics and guidance that comes from traditional indigenous values being actually not only ignored, but how do we get something like that implemented into a vision strategy to move forward?
Well, anything has to come from the community. Back in my dad's day, when all of those thick documents came out, he had what he called foot soldiers. It was just his little nickname for them. They called themselves manualistas. Yeah. But he would break down the document with them and help them fully understand it. And then he would send them out to the communities and they would educate the people. And we didn't have the internet and all of these things. And even if we had them today, my father wouldn't use them. He totally understood you have to be face to face with the people to help them understand. Even when the First Nations Governance Act came out, that was around 2003. And it was kind of a replica of the white paper policy, just written differently. And I went to some rallies in Vancouver, and there was like only 30 people in attendance. And if you're going to have a rally that small, don't have it, because it sends the wrong message to the public. And so what I did is I went house to house. We have these buildings all over Vancouver. They're called Native Housing Society buildings, and they're apartment buildings that are all Indigenous. And it has like a low income rating on it, so the rent is affordable. And there's probably, I don't know, a couple hundred units in each building. I went door to door through about 30 of those buildings, stopping at every door, educating. I was the foot soldier about that First Nations Governance Act. And I had about, the beginning of that rally was around 800 people. And that's how I got them out there. So I tested my father's theory personally, even in more modern days, because that's not that long ago, it was 20 years ago. And I fully believe it would work again today if I wanted to hold a rally and I wanted a lot of people there. I and a group of people would have to go door to door and explain the issues, because once the people are educated, they will come out. They will fight for their rights. They just don't know. The leadership of today leave them in the dark and just want to apply that trust ideology so that they can blindly sell off our rights and our rights to clean water, our rights to protecting our territories and the Aboriginal rights that came along with our title, like our hunting and fishing rights.
Well, that leads us into how we began the discussion this morning. You were talking about specific issues related to Aboriginal rights or treaty rights, or how the U.S. or the Canadian government doesn't have a policy you can explain it better.
We don't have a policy for a Sacred Lands Protection Act. We don't have one in Canada. They don't have one in Australia either. They do have one here in the United States, and they have one in New Zealand. Now, I've talked to different people who've worked with it here in the States, and some of them say it doesn't really have any teeth, that you have to really be a certain kind of a leader to get anything out of it. And there have been certain leaders who've been able to people that work with the Seventh Generation Fund who've been able to find ways to enact it in their areas to protect particular sacred sites. So I went to New Zealand and I was asking them about their act, and what they did was quite revolutionary in the world. They were able to assign personage to a waterway. Now, they knew this at the time that it happened, that there was a flaw in that. But they took the deal anyways, because it's a first step in their opinion. Now, the flaw is when you assign single personage, that waterway has a one person value. All that mining company would have to do is say we have 100,000 person value, because that's how many jobs are going to be affected. In my thinking, we have to put 100,000 or whatever number value of personage on that waterway, assigned based on how many people rely on it for clean water to drink or water for whatever purpose, but usually that's the purpose for drinking. Because once you assign that size of personage to a waterway, then a mining company can't come along and say we trump it. We are bigger. We're a bigger population, therefore we should be awarded first those rights to that water. So in Canada, we don't have any kind of an act at all. And even though they came up with that Truth and Reconciliation document that has all of these points that Canada should work on to reconcile with Indigenous people from all of these issues, and the Canadian government has bought right into it. There's something like 85 points in that document. Not one of them refers to the environment. It's all about health and wellness. It's got really good points in it. And the government is addressing those points one at a time, and it's bringing some decent value to our people. But I went through it piece by piece, and I was amazed. I called my brother Arthur, and I was just like, am I reading this right? I mean, the late Murray Sinclair, who just passed away, was the person, he was a good person, who was the person in charge of the development of that. And I said, how is it possible that a group of super educated Indigenous people worked on this and never listed one single point in here about our environment? That puts the government off the hook. So we don't have any way, like when a mining company opens up, we go there to fight it because they're trying to get at our headwaters. We're the ones who get arrested because they go to the courts and they get an injunction to keep us out of there. We go and we break the injunction anyways, we get arrested. It's a cycle. It's a constant cycle. Kanahus and Mayuk, my cousins, my nieces, have gone to prison. Not just jail, but actual prison for protecting our territories. So many of our people have gone to jail over the generations, trying to protect our waterways and our rights. And we don't have a leg to stand on. But if we had a sacred protection, and I wouldn't call it a Sacred Lands Protection Act, I would call it something more to do with our Aboriginal title, the Aboriginal Title Protection Act or something like that. Because the government then would try to make us prove the sacred value when they don't understand what sacred is to us. So it's better if we attach it to some legal phrase that they understand, which is Aboriginal title.
I have a quick question because of this personage, rights of nature, because what I'm hearing from some of folks is that that's also a two-edged sword because it puts you into, like in the U.S., under state legislative modalities or laws, that rather than having Aboriginal title or Aboriginal rights, that the personhood thing, actually boxes you in a little bit into the limits of your own in Aboriginal right thing. So at any rate, that's one of the issues that we're hearing about, because there is a big push for rights of nature, and how does that actually squeeze things into having more legislative issues?
Not quite sure I totally understand the question, but what I think I hear you saying, and what I would say to anybody saying that maybe we should expand beyond the title of Aboriginal title and rights, expand beyond what that might mean. I don't think there is a place to expand beyond it, because Aboriginal title as rights is completely and totally linked to first ownership of the land. Now, we don't really own the land, but first rights of ownership. And we were here first. So the Aboriginal, there isn't anything above Aboriginal title. Right. And Aboriginal title sets us on the same playing field as the federal government. And so it needs to be a government-to-government negotiation. We're not going to ever get rid of that federal government. So let's negotiate with them and make an honest, fair deal today based on our level of understanding and education. Because those treaties that were made a long time ago, there was an inequality of understanding of the government we were negotiating within. because we had our own government, they had their government, they didn't respect our government, they didn't want to know anything about our government, they didn't even acknowledge that we had a government or a government system or true leaders. So it was a lopsided agreement, and when you read the actual text of it today, you really have to interpret what each of those things mean, what the ox and cart means and all of those sort of stuff in today's terms. What would it mean? So there's a lot of gray area for negotiation, but there is no greater level of I guess connection to the land. Connection to the land might be better than ownership to the land as far as our culture goes, but there is no greater connection to the land than Aboriginal title. Environmentalists try to say we should expand and change or alter, but they are on different footing than us. They're on a smaller footing than us. We have the greater footing, so why would we change?
Well, and so you bring back the dynamic between, well, the only way I can refer to it is the two-row wampum kind of concepts, where you have two very different cultures or cosmologies, and how do they have respectful interaction with each other when they are so 180 degrees, rights versus responsibilities, exploitation versus health and perpetuating integrated life. I mean, that all my relations is really different than stock market quota prices scenario. So how is it that, like in the U.S., we have indigenous communities that are having to negotiate with the federal government? That seems that there should be an international body that recognizes that the U.S. government doesn't have anything over the traditional indigenous peoples, but yet international law seems to be at an all-time low and disrespected in all kinds of fronts.
Yeah, there should be. I agree with you. I mean, if we can't trust the federal government to negotiate honestly and truly, then we should have a mediator of some sort, and it makes sense that it be an internationally recognized legal body that might mediate between the two groups. But you're right. I mean, the governments just don't really respect any of the international groups.
Well, I was, coming up and spending some time with Arthur and his work within the constructs of the United Nations and the Permanent Forum. One of the things that really got me was, how is it that traditional indigenous peoples around the planet are the only folks that don't have a vote in decision making within the context of the United Nations? They have the Permanent Forum, which is an advisory. They can make suggestions, but there's no ability to veto or empower specific ways of being that would promote a truly environmental coexistence.
Yeah, that's what the World Council of Indigenous Peoples was meant to be when my father founded it. So back in the mid-70s, he traveled the world and met Indigenous people and saw they were dealing with the same issues that we were dealing with in Canada. And so he was the first Indigenous person of the world to unite the Indigenous people of the world. And he went to England. At the time, there was a lord, and I can't, off the top of my head, I can't remember what his name was, but my dad writes about him in one of his journals. And he went there to talk to the dude because that guy was the only one in the world organizing international Indigenous conferences. But what he was doing, he was organizing them to meet, and he was pulling the people together who were more the sellouts, the people who would sell out the communities, and so that he could say to the world, look, at the Indigenous people are along. They agree, but it was the wrong people. Right. So my dad was meeting with all the right people in the communities and hearing their true stories of the communities. So he knew that he had to get that guy on side with him. So he went and met with him, and the guy said, I'll give you 10 minutes. Dad wound up being there for 2 hours because, when you got into a debate with my father, he didn't let you go. And so at the end of it, the guy said, okay, he says, I'm not going to help you. not giving you any money. I'm not going to support you in any way. But I'll promise you this, I won't stand in your way. And he said, and I'll also promise you this, you're too stupid. You're a stupid Indian. You're too stupid to do what I do. I'm a lord. I have all this access to resources. You have nothing. And Dad didn't, Dad could have got mad and attacked him on that and been insulted and got defensive, but my father was too smart of a debater. He just said, okay, that's good for me. Just don't stand in my way and I'll take it. Because my dad already had the funding. He already had a channel to the funding. He already had the promises. He already knew where he was going to hold it. He already had all the leadership. He had everything in line. He just needed to have that guy out of his way. And so then Dad held the first international conference at Port Alberni, British Columbia, Canada, and brought in world leaders from everywhere. And that was what that organization was supposed to be. And my father was also the first person who spearheaded the UNDRIP document. And all of that was supposed to go together. So he hired the first lawyer to make the first draft of the UNDRIP document. And that beautifully has existed all of this time to come into reality. And that's wonderful. But unfortunately, the people who took over the World Council after him, went through all these different leadership changes. Each leadership eroded it until it disappeared. So I would think somebody would have to start it back up again or start something else up in its place to be that entity, to eventually be that entity. And of course it would have to grow and it would take time and you'd have to nurture it. And everybody on board would have to know what its purpose is. There's a way. It would take leadership.
Well, I really am impressed by the word environment. To surround, and mente, the mind, to surround the mind. It's not just the physical scenarios that are in world that we live in, but the mental perspective that actually animates and brings life and vitality to the physical world. And it seems that in that respect, how do we begin to incorporate a traditional Indigenous cosmology?
I don't know what you mean by...
Well, when a capitalist or a Usean, a U.S. citizen that use up 40% of the resources, their happiness is relegated to their shopping experience or the football games or some kind of sports or kind of sex, whatever, the externalized. Whereas for me, the pinyon trees, I was just thinking of being with Mary and Carrie Dan out in the Shoshone land and the joy of just harvesting the pinyons, or up at Blue River with the berries, the blueberries, and what kind of experience that is when you're truly integrated with the world that surrounds you. It just seems like there's a real two different worlds.
Well, stuff like this gathering is, like back in the day in the 70s when I got involved, I was a teenager and I joined the American Indian Movement, Red Power, whatever, we became our own organizations. We formed the Indian Child Caravan and we fought to end the 60s scoop. And then we rolled in and became the Concerned Aboriginal Women's Movement, and we fought for better housing and services for families. And then we rolled into and became the Constitution Express. So we fought when the Canadian Constitution was being introduced to Canada without acknowledgement of Indigenous people. That would have been another time when we would have ceased to exist practically overnight if we had not been incorporated into named in the Constitution. So we launched a huge lobby, and we went all the way to England, and we lobbied all of those countries, not just England. We lobbied them all. Our advance team went over, and my son was on that advance team, and fought for the inclusion and forced Britain to tell Canada that they wouldn't agree with the Constitution unless they entered a clause to dealing with Indigenous people, and that's how we got Section 35. So we had a lot more movements happening back then and a lot more people searching for their identity. So we need more gatherings like this gathering, and we need more people experiencing all those things you mentioned, experiencing the land, getting out into the land. Right now, there's so many of our young people that are just involved in video games and electronics, and they're not getting out onto the land. There's not enough of our people that are in the film industry because media really affects and dictates identity to our young people these days. I was talking to Elenisa Bomsman, who is one of our very premier documentarians in Canada, and she was pointed at a television set, and she said, we got to get in that box because our young people are forming their identity from watching that box. So we need to give them something to watch and learn from. And I work in the film industry. I'm very well known in Canada as an advocate for equity and inclusion. And I work with NBC and Warner Media, Disney. I work with all the different unions. I manage a huge film center. And I developed over 13 years a Indigenous film program. And some of my students are actually here from that program. And I oversee a lot of different funds to help Indigenous people make films. Films like Unceded Chiefs need to be made that educate the young people. Some of the filmmakers are here filming this event, and they'll be probably doing some interviews of people. All of that stuff has to get online and access to our young people so it would influence them to get out onto the land and to get back in touch with nature so that they would understand what we're fighting for. They would pick up and join the fight. Because really, we're fighting to protect all of that for our future generations. In just the same way that our elders fought to protect it for us. There wouldn't even be Aboriginal title and rights in Canada had it not been for people like my father all across Canada. You know, there were so many more leaders like my father back in when I was a kid. And that's why I called my film Unceded Chiefs. I was talking about those chiefs. Those chiefs were really powerful. Most of them, actually none of them got paid. A chief's position was not a paid position back in the 60s, 70s. It didn't turn into a somewhat paid position. You got your expenses paid until after that for a while. Then more recently in the last, I think, 20 years, they actually get a paycheck for being a chief. So then you got a whole bunch of people vying for that position that are not qualified for that position. Back when you didn't get paid, only the actual leaders wanted that position because there was nothing in it for them, really.
Well, I love that idea. I think if all our politicians, even across the board, had to step up just for the will and needs of the people and not their own personal economic growth. Once again, we're speaking with
Doreen Manuel.
And your the company or the organization that you're working with to promote youth and other Indigenous members to get involved in the film industry, or understanding the narrative or the power of narrative control. What's the name of your organization and the website?
Of the BOSA Center, BOSA, B-O-S-A, Center for Film and Animation, and it's at Capilano University in North Vancouver, BC, Canada. And I also founded a multi-million-dollar fund called the Indigenous Digital Accelerator that helps Indigenous businesses expand the digital components of their businesses. And the film program I was talking about is the Indigenous Digital Filmmaking Program at Capilano University. And Indigenous people from the United States who want to come to Canada and take that course, our university honors the Jay Treaty, so they will only be charged domestic rate insurance. They will not insurance, tuition. They will be charged domestic rate tuition, not international rates. We negotiated that.
Once again, the name of the school.
Capilano University.
How would you spell that?
Capilano. Named after Chief Capilano.
Right. Well, I think that's really fascinating, and I really hope there's some young folks out there listening right now that may want to get involved in media and looking at the native way of life and integrating back into responsibilities rather than rights, and how do we actually move forward?
Yeah, with the Indigenous Film Program, it's a 2-year diploma program, and it ladders into a degree program. I built it like that. I also built it with decolonizing methodology, so it's the majority of the teachers are Indigenous, and we teach Indigenous culture. So the whole idea of it is that for the first 2 years of their film education, they learn all the technology and all the storytelling aspects of live action scripts and documentary. And they also, it's a like a nest in a way, because their teachers fully understand Indigenous story. They're able to cultivate their story and their voice, because that's really important. You have to have a voice, and a lot of the students that come in, they might have a voice, but they haven't been able to use it yet because they've been so oppressed in public school. We encourage them to use it. We help them come out of themselves and really get strong with their voice. When my brother was still with us, I had him come into the class every year and teach history. So he would give up, time out of his busy schedule. He always came to my class and taught the students about what was going on out there in the world. And that's the decolonizing part of it. And then if they want to continue on, then they get to ladder to the 3rd year of the bachelor's degree program, which is a mixed program. It's all nations of people. People come from all over the world to take that program. And then they get to finish out and get their degree before they leave.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate not only the information, but also the work that you're doing, because as I sit here, and I really do hope that we do get a young... I see the media workers as the warriors of today, because information is power, and understanding the narrative gives you a depth of understanding of the historical context of what it is and where we are and how do we move forward. So thank you so much for that work as well.
Say I'm pleased to be here, and I'm really glad that you're here. And I don't know exactly where we're going tonight, so if I say anything that you don't agree with, that's just what it is. We just don't agree. But I'll start with some poems, and then we'll see.
Here I am, choking on my words again. This pain is such an old familiar puzzling friend. I try to comprehend, put the pieces back together, but I fall short. But I've been here before and always get it sorted. Been walking through horrid, morbid doors, feeling the shortage, but I know I'm always supported. Don't get it distorted. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go. We all talk a lot of words, but do we mean what we speak? Do you mean what you say? Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. Ha 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 ha. I'm tired of playing around when there's a lot in me. I'm tired of playing around when there's a lot in me. I'm tired of playing around when there's a lot in me. I'm tired of playing around when there's a lot in me. On the brink of another war, but it's more than we bargained for. Not just another war, another show. There's a war on our own internal reality. And if we're not careful, we might become the enemy. It's time to pick the lock and find the master key. It's time to walk the talk and not just take another selfie. self and nothing but your soul self. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. My
In the reality of many realities, how we see what we see affects the quality of our reality. We are children of earth and sky. DNA, descendant, now ancestor. Human being, physical spirit. Bone, flesh, blood as spirit. Metal, mineral, water as spirit. We are in time and space, but we're from beyond time and space. The past is part of the present. The future is part of the present. Life and being are interwoven. We are the DNA of Earth, Moon, planets, stars. We are related to the universal. Creator created creation. Spirit and intelligence with clarity. Being and human as power. We are a part of the generations of evolution. We are a part of the memories. These memories carry knowledge. These memories carry our identity. Beneath race, gender, class, age. Beneath citizen, business, state, religion. We are human being. And these memories are trying to remind us, human beings, it is time to rise up. Remember who we are.
You realize there's a lot of horses riding around today. And that's what we need to do is, we need to get it more going like that. Back then, all you see was horses riding around all day. So, he's an older guy that believes in the culture a lot. So. Before we go, I'll sing one more song. Oh, gosh,
Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean for us and us? As my body touches you and my soul entwines a view of an ocean and a sea of love. Down into the depths of time and all eternity, down into the depths of all the things I find reminding me, your voice is calling me, haunting me like ghosts at sea. Will you be the one, my ocean and divine? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean? Where's the moments I once knew inside my heart? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean for us and us? I stand pointed by the views you want to stay, the silhouette of lovers as they fade into decay, playing with the thoughts as tortured we were once true lovers. But now I don't see the ocean very clear. Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean? Where's the moments I once knew inside my heart? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean for us and us? Come and dive into my sea. Come and dive into my sea. Come and dive into my ocean and remember the call and remember the cry of time. Where's the ocean? Where's the moments I once knew inside my heart? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean for me? When you covered me with kisses, oh, it meant so very much. Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean? The ocean's here. The ocean's here. The ocean's here.
Whatever happened to Manuel? The evening news they did not tell. He and George got on so well. Whatever happened to Manuel? Manuel Noriega. Does he know something that we ought to? Saw them chatting on the sofa. Whatever happened to Manuel? Everybody knows He said he had George by the wavos, so George sent out a search. They found him hiding in a church. Whatever happened to Manuel and the Medellin cartel? They blew Panama to hell. Whatever happened to Manuel? Manuel Noriega used to live down in Panama. But the last thing I saw, George came and took him away. Yeah, they really made a mess of that place. And was it all just to save George's face? How many innocent lives in a common grave down in Panama? Manuel Noriega, does he know something that we oughta? Saw them chatting on the sofa. Whatever happened to Manuel? Whatever happened to Manuel? Whatever happened to Manuel?
Dr. Bob, we hear a lot about high fructose corn syrup. How bad is it? It's in, I think, a lot of things that people wouldn't even think would be traditionally sweet, but it's kind of everywhere, and it's quite bad.
And I really think, and it's a great question, because I think there's so much confusion with high fructose corn syrup, and even the people that are producing it, which is the corn manufacturers in the United States or wherever in the world, they're trying to make it be like it's like sugar, but it really is not. The very first thing is coming from genetically engineered corn. So it is possible you could have chronic allergies from applesauce. Come on, Dr. Bob. Go to your grocery store and test me on this. They will sweeten applesauce with high fructose corn syrup. So a child could get done eating, have some applesauce, and then be hungry. So, well, what does that have to do with high fructose corn syrup? Well, there's a hormone in the body called leptin, L-E-P-T-I-N. Leptin tells you you're full. High fructose corn syrup pushes down leptin in your body. In other words, you could go to a fast food restaurant and they use high fructose corn syrup to sweeten whatever they're sweetening, including bread and sometimes their milkshakes. Finish eating, and 20 minutes later be hungry, and you're thinking, brain, hello, I just ate, do you hear me, I just ate. And the brain's saying, I'm confused, I know you ate, your stomach is over 35 inches big, I don't know what's going on, but you're hungry. Well, you're hungry because your brain's been tricked. And the food manufacturers have figured that out. High fructose corn syrup, it passes the normal physiology, bypasses the pancreas, puts a lot of stress on the liver itself. It's sourced from genetically engineered corn. They have everybody falsely believing that it's healthy for them, that it's not going to hurt them. What it's doing is causing an obesity epidemic. And it's usually the sweetener that's in sodas. And the biggest epidemic that we're dealing with today in America with obesity is that we're drinking all these beverages that have calories in them. And it's epidemic, the massive amount. So I would be concerned, if nothing else, because it's coming from genetically engineered sources. And even if it wasn't that, which it is, it's going to cause challenges. Maltodextrin is another corn that you have to be aware of. They use that oftentimes.
This is Radio Eco Shock with Alex Smith.
Science discovers wonders in the universe, but sometimes horrors here on Earth. About 251 million years ago, up to 90% of living things in the ocean died off. We call it the Great Dying, and global warming did it. On our current course of business as usual, new science shows mass die-off in the seas could happen again. The new paper published April 28th is titled Avoiding Ocean Mass Extinction from Climate Warming. The young lead author is Justin L. Penn. He began his research as part of a team at the University of Washington with co-author Curtis Deutsch. Justin is now an associate research scholar at Princeton. From Los Angeles at the moment, Justin Penn, welcome to Radio EcoShock.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you here. Now look, in 2021, humans set another record high for greenhouse gas emissions, and some economies are sizzling. Scientists on this program project that business as usual fossil fuel burning could make the planet 5 degrees or more hotter, and that's in centigrade, by the year 2100. According to your research, would that be enough to trigger a mass die-off of life in the world's oceans?
So our work has found that by 2100, in the scenario of 5 degrees of global climate change, that itself is not enough to cause a mass extinction, but it would place the oceans on a path that would, if warming continued, eventually lead to extinction. So we found that by the year 2300, if greenhouse gas emissions continue on their current accelerating trajectory, that would be enough. But it would take warming of something like 10 degrees, so warming that extends beyond the end of the century.
Well, let's get back to that so-called Great Dying. Could you take some time to tell us what happened then, please, Justin?
Yeah, for sure. So there have been 5 mass extinctions in Earth's history, and the one with the largest magnitude was during the end Permian, like you said, roughly 250 million years ago. We've known for a long time that this extinction
A lot of current up-to-date information on the scientific impacts of global climate chaos. Yeah, radio eco shock. And right now, we are going to move the camera a little bit here. I should turn it this way to see if I can back it off just a little bit. All right, and mic is up, the mic is there. And then I just need to do one more thing and start a new file here. Oop. Come on. New. Why does it keep doing that? I want new. Come on. I gotta keep moving the cursor straight across. Audio file, all right. And maybe I could get you to write down your name, and large as you can, so I can read it. And you can tell me what it is too.
It's D.T. Cochran.
All right, and I'll say okay. Record. D.T. Cochran. And I kind of overheard some of your conversation while we were coming across on the transport from the hotel thing this morning. Maybe you can introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role in the world.
My name is D.T. Cochran, and I'm an economist and a researcher. I study corporate power, and I try to understand corporations the way they understand themselves and the way that the rich and powerful owners of those corporations understand them. Because if we are in a class war, if we are in an ecological war, then it's important to understand our enemies' understanding of their place in the war and how they view the resistance to their efforts at endless, rapacious accumulation. So I think of myself a little bit as a translator of their language, which is the language of finance, to those who don't speak that language, but I think need to understand what that language says, because it can be incredibly powerful.
Well, two things come to mind really quick. One is this religious 3% growth mantra and how that translate exponentially through time. In my lifetime, the population of the planet has increased 3 times, and the resource to validate the U.S. citizen kind of lifestyle and the impacts on, what do they say, it'll take 10 Earths to provide the resources. That's one issue. The other is Wall Street and how the economic people that are running the economy are looking at sort of the carrot to the small person's buy into Wall Street kind of financing, while they are extracting huge profits, the 1% or whatever. And then how is it that there is, the third question that comes to mind is, there doesn't, with artificial intelligence, we recognize that the mandate of a corporation is profit at all cost. And where is the moral ethic component to say that, maybe less is better? And is there any of that even consideration within the economic framework? And we are here, this is Govinda with earthcycles.net and Indigenous Environmental Network at the Salish Sea Assembly here at Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center. We're speaking with D.T. Cochran, an economist who's going to translate capitalism.
So economics at its base is really about who gets what and why. It's about the distribution of the Earth's resources. And for most of its history, it has not really concerned itself with the limits to the growth of our systems of production. It really wasn't until the late 60s that we started to realize, our resource use is pushing up against some very real material limits that need to be considered. There isn't really any such thing as a global economics, thinking about the globe as an entire entity, as an interlinked economy. And I point out that when you're talking about the material aspects of the economy, there's really no such thing as growth. All there is endless qualitative transformation, because the materials of the earth are more or less fixed. We're not getting any more of them. So the growth we're experiencing is, in economics terms, what's called a nominal growth. It's a growth in the value of all of the stuff that gets brought into our economic systems. So it's a growth of what is actually being monetized. So in some ways, it's an endless assessment by people of all of that stuff. And if we're seeing growth, it's kind of saying the new mix, the new qualitative mix of things, we prefer that to the old qualitative mix of things. But the participation in that assessment is rooted in or determined by how wealthy an individual is. So wealthier individuals get more say. They get more say over how we're going to turn resources from one thing into some other thing. If there was more of a democratic say, if different groups of people got to decide in different ways what sort of transformations we want to see and what would we value more than what currently is, then everything would be quite different. My ultimate commitment is really to economic democracy. Democracy can be a bit of a weasel word that gets applied to all manner of things, but I just think of it as equal participation.
Well, wouldn't that be more like socialism? Socialist would be a lot more egalitarian. If we looked at why I say that, democracy is basically mob rule. The largest group gets to decide what's going on, where, with the socialist or an indigenous kind of modality, cosmology, so to speak. It's the benefit of the whole that is predominant, not the single group that may run a particular democratic mechanism.
Well, so democracy is a catch-all term. How it gets applied in practice can take all sorts of different forms. And we've long recognized that there's this risk of mob rule, and so we come up with ways to try to counteract that. We've fought for many times over history. I come from a settler society, so I know the settler history and the struggles for greater political democracy that didn't extend themselves into the economic domain. And I think where the current struggle is now is either a rollback of political democracy or an expansion into economic democracy. That's really the fight that we're in the middle of.
Let's say that again. The fight that we're in now is a transition from
either we're going to roll back political democracy, we're going to have more explicit rule by elites, or we're going to expand democracy into the economic domain. And instead of saying, well, economies should be governed by markets and then corporations are the mechanism by which markets will express themselves, no, we're going to accept that, as imperfect as it is, democratic political systems, the motivating principles of that, hold for our economic systems. We deserve to have democracy within our economic systems as well. Now, what does that look like? Things get complicated.
Right. Well, and the complication, I see two issues straight off. Part of the United Nations COP, the last few COPs have sort of looked at labor as one of the mechanisms or segues into reevaluating resource utilization for products or things that we need. Because if labor was in charge of what was being built and consumed, they would have more of a grassroots sense of what the people need, rather than having it dictated by an advertising company where we have 50,000 different kinds of laundry soap and whatever it is that's out there. So that's one issue. And then the other thing is the monetization of nature. How is it that the capitalists have been able to say that we own the air, we own the water, we own the land, we own the trees, we own the resources, underneath the ground? You may own your house, but we own what's underneath it, so your house is irrelevant. There's a lot of confusing kind of issues going on there.
Yeah, so the late, great post-Keynesian thinker, oh my God, I'm totally blanking on her name at the moment. Joan Robinson came to me, Joan Robinson. She said, the only thing worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited at all. Meaning, being unemployed can be one of the worst things that happens to a person, because your experience is basically the system telling you you have nothing of value to offer to us. So as terrible as it is to be exploited, if you're desperate to participate and you're told, no thank you, that's a massive blow. And it's connected to all kinds of other harms that people experience. High rates of unemployment are associated with higher rates of domestic violence, higher rates of suicide, higher rates of addiction. I take Joan Robinson's observation a step further and say the only thing worse than being priced by capitalism is not being priced at all. And yes, there are serious philosophical and practical problems with attaching a price to our water, to our land, to our air. That said, if we don't price them and we're still in a capitalist system, then they're basically treated as being without any value at all. And that's one of the things I'm here to talk about, because Arthur Manuel was an underappreciated, extremely insightful economic thinker who was trying to engage with the processes of monetization, financial systems that he saw putting a value on the land that his family had been on since time immemorial. And he saw that there were ways to intervene in their evaluation of that land that would be beneficial to his people. That's not just about selling off the land. We'll take the money and we'll give up our rights. There were other ways of intervening, in particular by increasing the risks associated with resource extraction projects on those lands. So the value of a resource extraction project is based on how much income, how much profit do we think this will produce for us in the future. But when you're looking out into the future, there's uncertainty. So you need to account for that uncertainty. There are risks that might come to bear. Maybe the resource you're going to extract, suddenly the demand for it will completely go away. And now all of that profit you thought you were going to make, you're not going to make. Well, Arthur understood that one of the risks is the jurisdiction of his people, of the Secwepemc, that they actually have the legal rights to that land, and their assertion of those rights.
We're going to hold on for 1 second, let this announcement go through, and then we're going to come right back to it because it's going to take them a while to get things set up. Well, maybe that was it. Okay, so the assertion of the rights, this is really interesting because I think this really gets to the sort of foundational difference in cosmology when you have a comprehensive inclusion of, you know, the happiness quotient or whatever. So go on with that.
Yeah, so really the language of finance is the dominant language of settler societies. And like it or not, Indigenous societies have relationships with that settler society. And knowing the language that they're speaking is extremely valuable. And Art recognized that and wanted to think about how knowing their language could inform the tactics that were being used towards liberating the land from the occupation of the settler societies. But he also understood that there is a great risk to speaking this financial language. So in his book, Unsettling Canada, he uses the example of the plan by Hydro-Quebec to build a dam that was going to flood a huge amount of land that was the territory of the James Bay Cree, who were adamantly opposed to the building of this dam and were, you know, undertaking the land and water defenses to stop this dam from being built. Art says that at one point, the chief says, you know, we will never let this dam be built. The land is too valuable to us. It would cost $1 billion to get this land. And Art said as soon as that happened, as soon as a dollar amount was attached to the land, even if it was meant to be hyperbole, it was meant to say this is completely ridiculous, this is beyond what, you know, their monetized thinking could value in the land, he attached a number, and now we're negotiating. And that was it. The negotiations happened, and in the end, the James Bay Cree lost that land that they swore that they would never give up. In the process, yes, some money was paid to them. Is that enough to compensate for everything that was lost? Hardly.
Right. I mean, and what comes to mind is just the generations. And I always appreciated Carrie Dan as the land is not for sale. It's just, you are the land, you know, it's sort of like selling your soul. So where do you go from that example into creating a cosmology, so to speak, that is so different from the capitalist thing, and how can those coexist?
So I have a real push and pull with the process of quantifying things, because in many ways it is a simplifying mechanism. It's a way of evaluating trade-offs. If I do some work for you, it's only fair that I get something in return. What should that thing be? Well, one of the powerful aspects of money is that if you pay me in money, I can then go use that money anywhere else in order to get something else. So the trade doesn't have to be immediate between you and me. I've done this labor for you, you've paid me in money, and now I can go and basically get my rewards for my labor using that money at some later time. So I think money and pricing are important, powerful tools, but they never capture the totality of value, and there are definitely things that should never be priced and exchangeable for money. Where exactly those boundaries are, that's again part of what the democratic process has to decide, because as it is now, the capitalists get to decide.
Well, yeah, you bring up, it's like water companies don't sell water, they sell plastic bottles. There's these kind of things, and then what's the impact of the cracking facilities that crack the carbon molecule and make plastic that's destroying the whole ecosystem, and plus your own body with all the. So, if humanity is going to survive, it seems that capitalism has to actually end.
Yeah.
And that, from where I'm sitting, it looks like people would rather see the end of life itself than the end of capitalism and their understanding of their place in the chain of riches and, where they are on the monopoly board.
So I define capital as capital. So within economics, capital is presented as two things simultaneously. It's a financial object and it's a productive asset. And then we're told there's some relationship between this financial object and the productive object. I reject that completely. Capital is strictly an ownership claim. It's a financial object that gives someone an ownership claim over productive capacity. But the value of that ownership claim cannot be reduced to that productive object. So a capitalist system is a system that centers this mechanism of ownership, which means it centers the owners. And they are a relatively small, powerful group who control a wildly disproportionate amount of our assets. Yeah, and then that translates into all sorts of harms in every other part of our society. Many of our problems with democracy are because of the excess of influence of this wealthy cohort.
Yeah, we're going to be getting ready for the. Don't go away yet. It always takes them a little bit longer than you think to get together, and I'd like you to make a quick conclusion, and hopefully we'll have time within this or when you do your presentation. Are you supposed to be up there?
I'm not sure if I'm part of. I think I might be part of this one.
Okay,
so.
then go.
Okay.
So once again, introduce yourself.
D.T. Cochran.
And where can people find more of your work?
If you search for my name, you'll find things that I've written, a wide range of things. I did a research report with Indigenous networks on economies and trade.
All right. They're calling.
Yeah.
All right, folks. We are about, let's see here, get our camera dialed in. And we want to thank D.T. Cochran for, opening up that whole concept of dialing in economy. So I'm going to jump, folks, because I want to make sure we get these people using a microphone.
OCM, this strategy OCM. We're gonna open this house up with We Sing Strong from Port Gamble, Joe Price.
defining ourselves, and we find these spaces that kind of separate us from a system that's put us in a box. And so it was interesting because while I am working as a professor, they have me teach Indigenous people sexuality and gender. And there's an interesting thing that the whole time I was teaching this course the first semester, I was reading all these theories and I was discussing all these different theories that were written. And then it was interesting because one day it kind of came to me pretty simply in terms of how those things are perceived. And when we dictate upon our people, for our people historically, we didn't gender our children. And that didn't happen until they started sending in missionaries into our place, and they started genderizing our children into boy, girl, whatever it may be. And my one of my children, Jonathan, he likes to dance. Sometimes he likes to dance and sometimes he likes to sing. And when we're singing certain songs, it's what people would offer to that. Where they're targeted is extreme power and should be recognized as such. It's to be recognized as such by anybody who can support, to understand what kind of levels of support should be done just to be in the presence of that. People talk about the presence of greatness. People talk about the presence of, like, we utilize these terms because even when we talk about the presence of power, we don't say the same form of power that we used to understand. We didn't understand power. We don't understand we don't speak towards power the same way that we understood power once. We speak towards power of wielding political positions of power, not the power in a thunderstorm, not the power to transform the world like the wind can do. So we don't understand that fully. We're trying to understand that again. So I just wanted to mention that, and I wanted to start off with thank you to Uba for leading that dance. So I'm not nervous anymore, and I'd like to allow everyone else. My hands go up to you, Uba. Very much so. So for me to assist here in any capacity is both important, and I'm grateful, and I hope that I can justify my space up here. And so I'm going to allow everyone to just introduce themselves because I don't want to do any injustice to like introduce and butcher anything of the work that anyone has been doing, is doing, and will continue to do. So I think we'll start from this side and then go across, if that's okay.
Anin, bonjour, Nagonsekwe, Indigenous cause, Webshishian, Dodam, Barawadami, Ojibwe Anishinaabe Kwe and Dao, Chimnising and Donjaba. My name is Tori Kress. I come from the Great Lakes region. I live on an island called Chimnising. It's been since renamed to Christian Island because of a slaughter of Jesuits on that island is why it's called that. I came here from Chimnising, which is an island in Georgian Bay, just to come talk with everybody and share, historically what's happened to my community since the mid-1700s. So I'll just leave it there and pass it on to my colleague and friend here.
Masicho, Sizi, Jean Lumker is a Fort McKay, it's a Treaty 8 territory. Marcy Desi, Sabaho, Ain Laja, Tuba Yastio, Niba Yastio, Siniat is the Masi. I would just say that I'm grateful that I've been welcome here to speak on water and my land. Thank you.
We have our relative Will George show up, so we're gonna. Once you take your seat right here, I'm just gonna moderate on the side, but I'll have you. You can go to the washroom first. Hey. Well, so I'll yeah, absolutely.
I forgot the most important thing. I'm of Denisoslini First Nation. Denitsekwe Masi.
White Kukwaitab. Hello, everybody. My name is Kanahus Bethke Emmanuel, and I'm from the Secwepemc and the Tanaka Nations. I'm connected to everyone here through something that's very toxic. It's a dirty pipeline that's really coming from our relatives' territory, the Dene-Sudlene territories. She's directly impacted by the so-called Alberta tar sands, and I'm along this pipeline route that's like our territory is along this pipeline route. It cuts through 518 kilometers of our territory. This pipeline is 1,152 kilometers long, coming from Edmonton, Alberta, so-called Edmonton, Alberta, all the way to Tsleil-Waututh territory, which is Will George's territory, who just arrived and will be on this panel. And this pipeline, we made it a fight amongst our family to stand up against this pipeline, which is really going through hundreds of rivers and creeks, salmon-bearing rivers and streams as it goes through Secwepemc. We never signed treaties. We're still fighting for our land. We say our land is unceded, unsurrendered. And we're not just activists, we're revolutionaries, and we're radical and militant, and we want to keep it that way. We don't want to get soft in our older years. We want to continue to stand up strong in the face of the government of Canada and the Crown. We continue to be criminalized for this. My twin sister is facing 1 year jail time for actually getting assaulted by Trans Mountain Pipeline workers. And we'll be talking about it more, but I'm just so happy to be here in this Coast Salish Territories and just being able to see the water right from here, what we're fighting for. So thank you.
Thank you. My name is D.T. Cochran. I'm an economist and researcher. I have long done research on corporate power and trying to understand corporations as they understand themselves and the way that their wealthy elite owners understand them, because understanding their worldview, the way that they make sense of the world via money, is important for confronting, resisting, challenging, and transforming the systems that they dominate. And I have come here via the learning and the relationship that I first developed with Kanahus's father, Arthur Manuel, who is an underappreciated economic thinker. He was well ahead of his time and frankly understood capitalist economics better than the vast majority of economists, and understood that knowing the language of finance was important for informing resistance efforts, because those resistance efforts would be translated by that language as the powerful entities on the other side made their decisions about what future actions to take, whether that was to continue with resource development projects that were illegitimately occurring on lands that they had no right to be accessing, or if they would decide to instead withdraw. And the ways those decisions would be made can be affected by actions taken, including but beyond actual physical land defenses. So it's part of amplifying those land defenses to make them as effective as possible.
Well, thank you. I guess I'm right on time. Thank you. Yeah, right on. Good to see everybody. Glad to be here. My name's William George from Tsleil-Waututh Nation up there in Canada. It's an honor to be here. Thank you to the relatives of the territory. I'm sure we'll get to meet here soon, but hands are up to you and to my dear sisterhood, Kanehoos, for always organizing, bringing the people together. Brotherhood, Ant, for being there, being that warrior, having that knowledge. So, so up in Canada, there with the Trans Mountain that we've been fighting. I've done a number of years of blockading and protesting, and a little bit of history. Our grandparents used to work together, so we come from that strong bond line of those warriors, and it's amazing how it's still embedded in our DNA to continue being brought together, spirit bringing us together to do what's important for our lands and our waters. Looking out there, that's our spiritual highways right there. That's what fed our people. So having that strong heart, strong mind to do this, and a little bit of history of what I've done there in Canada. We erected a watch house right outside one of their tank farms. It's still there. It's been there 7 years now. And we stopped construction for a number of times. And before the Canadian government bought the Trans Mountain Pipeline, it was a Texas-based oil company. And within 6 months, we had them back down. We put our message in the hands of the investors and showed them what a poor investment it was. So that dark history of Canada continuing, for them choosing to push those, all the construction through our territories, showing that separation of our nation, some that signed those mutual benefit agreements, forcing our hands to sign those paperworks again. That's some of the work our grandparents did, back in the 50s and stuff. They would go to Ottawa, they would go and show them the documents. We know how you're lying to us. That dark history of how they treat us Indigenous people. So it's a high honor to continue being that modern day warrior for us, for our people. I went to prison 3 times last year for blockading, for protesting and stopping construction. So that was an honor as well to be part of the history of us freedom fighters being locked up. I've done a lot of bad things in my life. I lived a rough life as a young kid, never went to prison. The first time I did something, they sent me to prison. So it's a little bit of history there of the work I've done with mainly Kanehoos. And so again, thank you. Raise my hands to you for having that strength. I'm watching you as you travel around and bringing us Indigenous people together. And it's such important work you do. So really thanking you for those efforts. And when I did all that blockading, all that protesting, we did a lot for 6 years, man. We were out there every week. We're shutting down the ports. We were shutting down a lot of construction. We continue to do that work, but I switched to documentary filmmaking, and it's taken me to places like Paris, France, one of the largest theaters in the world. It's taken me to Berlin, London, and I was in a documentary before, but I directed and produced one just last year. It took me 2 years, and explains some of the struggles that us freedom fighters go through, and trying to separate that confusion of what it looks like for us. Not even fighting the Canadian government, fighting globalists. We have struggles with our own people, our own leadership at times, because they're at the tables, they're negotiating. But we all have our gifts, when we come together at places like this and have that space and take that space, we have our gifts, we bring our gifts together, and we're stronger together. So it's an honor to be here, and thanks for putting me to work right away. Yeah, right on time. Hey, that's pretty cool. You know, and some of these things, the experience, you know, you're guided when we do this work. We're guided. So thank you so much.
So the way that we work, and we're going to continue working this, is that it's kind of free-flowing, fluid a little bit, but what that means is that we kind of been deciding how to run the various panels each day. Obviously, we're a little bit behind time today, but we're not really worried about that kind of timeline, except for when they decide to kick us out later on tonight. But the way it decided to go, we kind of we're gonna put people on according to specific situations, but we also run into the struggle of living in the Western world where people have work, have to pick up kids from school, those type of things as well. But the beautiful thing is we also have people who are super open because of the work that they do to be able to step up at any time and speak to the work and discuss with. The way we wanted to run this, and we want to run this, is as people are talking, if you have something that, as long as everyone's okay with it, if you have something that you feel like discussing in that moment, that it strikes you and you don't want to forget it, please take the opportunity to speak at that point and discuss with anybody up here. It also helps for a really solid dialogue as opposed to feeling like you're talking continuously. But if everyone's open, it would be good if you feel like, oh, someone said something really important, it could probably help a person even, like, you know, spark a memory or whatever it may be to bring up the information. As we go along, we thought it was important to discuss where is the root. We understand that you know, all that shit flows downstream, so we end up being affected by, and where's the space that it starts. And so we have to understand, because of that, collectively as Indigenous people, we have to learn how can we support each other. And that's extremely important for us right here, is to see what's going on upstream at the top of the mountain, so to speak, with this pipeline, where everything is going, where the greed is starting to be able to destroy Indigenous communities. And we can't pretend that isn't happening. We can't just act like those things aren't occurring. We do have to obviously find the important spaces, like our home territories are obviously very important and dear to our hearts, but also to have the awareness of where this begins, what we can do to help even from afar in our own home communities, what we can do to support. And that's the reason we wanted to start off with this one today, is to see what that looks like and kind of go down the pipeline path and see, okay, here's what it looks like, here's how it's affecting people, here's how it's going to affect people in the future as well. Because where it starts, it's kind of the process of colonization. We haven't experienced the process of colonization here as much as other people have. It's been like 170 years in terms of like full-fledged colonization. But as you're looking in other places, it's a little bit longer. So you see and you experience different things in those spaces. You see like what it might look like and what it might come to. However, also the important aspect here is to understand the ones that are putting their lives, their livelihood, their freedom on the line. And that's the reason people call them freedom fighters, right? Not just because of the fact they're fighting to be able to work towards freedom, but also because they put their freedom on the line. They put everything on the line. Later on, we'll be showing Will George's documentary film he was talking about later on this evening. Hopefully everyone's around for that. And we expect a lot more people tomorrow, but we're not worried about who's not here. We're worried about who is here. And that's the thing, is that we share and we support as we're here. We have people here who are offering their art, their tattoos, their information, their medicine, all of these different things. And so I was told that it doesn't really, there's no concern about who's not here, it's concern about who is here, who's taking in the information. And so because of that, the information you take in, as these people give their words life, their lives, and they're sharing that with you, the information, it's important that we take that in and we share it with other people as well. So in terms of how we begin, I think probably starting over on the side and with the communities up further north, we'll start over here, just kind of discuss, and Kanahus can lead from up here as well too, and talk about how.
I just would like to just share about the Alberta tar sands and what we would like to, continue to open up our eyes and our heart to hear our relatives that are the most impacted. And before this pipeline was built, this Trans Mountain pipeline, there was an original old 1950s pipeline that was built, the first #1 Trans Mountain pipeline, which was owned by the Texas company, like Will said, and it was Kinder Morgan, and it was Canada, the government of Canada, that said they were going to de-risk this pipeline by purchasing it, and they were going to find the big investors to continue to invest in this pipeline. And I think the dollar value now of how much they put into it was, it's like 35 billion, but they purchased it for 4 point something. And so they really are, put a lot of money into it to make big oil a business coming from our relatives' land. And when I went to go meet somebody, a medicine person, and he was saying, where is all of this coming from? And I was like, oh, it's coming here. And I was showing him. And when I asked my relatives in the north, okay, who's the main person up there? They kept on saying Suncor, and how that infected their people. And so, I want to just say in their words for our collective prayer for them as they continue to fight and resist it, but also everything that they want and the solutions that they need for their people as well, because only we know how we're going to, help our people and help our land. So I want to thank them for coming so far away to come and share their story.
Glad I feel honored today to be here. At the same time, just emotional that for my homeland territory. I didn't want to do this, but it's a healing for me. I am one of those so-called survivors from the residential school system in Alberta. That's how it all started, and that started because they wanted our land. They wanted to take our resources, take the Indian out of me. Coming in here to this building and looking at the signs here gave me identity, and this is my path. 1969, exactly the year there, was the year I was taken to residential school right off the land from Lake Athabasca. I come from a river that flows from the Sacred Mountains into our territory, the Treaty 8 territory. The Athabasca River flowed right by my homeland territory where my grandpa raised his family and generations following. I'm a descendant of Treaty 8 ancestry, signatory to the Treaty 8. Grew up by the river until I was 6 and taken away incarcerated until I was 12 at a residential school called Holy Angels in Fort Chipewyan, Alberta. So I just want to give you a little picture of where I come from. I come from the bush, boreal forest, the heart of all the resources, the land that cleans the air for everyone, where all the medicines are. My land has been uprooted, dug up, shoveled away, hauled away, put into piles for it to sit there for 40 years or so, and now they call them overburden piles. That's a term from the oil sands terms. There's a lot of them out there. The other term is that so-called tailings ponds. They're not ponds. You could see them from Google Earth. They're massive, massive lakes, and we live right in the middle of them. We're totally surrounded by these tailings. Those are all the after effects of after digging up the tar sands and processing it and everything. They're left with all this chemicals that they didn't know what to do with, so they put them in a hole and fill it with water and try the dilution to dilute it. And they say these tailing ponds are going to remain there for 40 years, but really, actually, the land is not going to be so-called reclaimed for the next hundreds of years. So we're left with all these tailing ponds around us. All our traditional territories of medicine, berries, and so forth are uprooted. We have to travel farther away. We're a tiny little community of about 800. Denisof, Neo, Cree, Métis, 3 tribes, three nations in one little pocket of land. When they first came in and talked about clearing the land and telling us that we would never see any physical signs of activity, but you sure the hell can hear it. Looking, my back river, my back door, my backyard, the river goes right by it. I wake up to it every morning and every night I go to bed, it's there. It looks beautiful, but looks are deceiving. Because we can't drink water from there anymore, whereas we used to drink water from there. We used to haul water, and we used to dip our cup into the river and drink. That was a thing of the past in the 60s. So I was born into this destruction. And just being there present, you know, it's in your face every day. We have to drive 60 kilometers to go get our fresh foods. It's not readily available right on our tiny little reserve. Some say they call us the richest little reserve in Alberta, but I don't feel rich. Our traditional foods are impacted. It's harder to go out hunting because all you do is run into gates, private property, no trespassing, no hunting, and so forth. Our trails have been uprooted. Our connecting trail to our reserve lands just to the west, where we call Moose Lake. And that was an area that we fought for. It felt like we were fighting for our last piece of land. And essentially it is. It's a fly-in only, and it's hard to get to. Even going there, you're driving alongside the road, there's big heavy haulers right there. All it is a chain link fence is separating you, sometimes not even, just a dike. And then you have all these other incidents, whatever you want to call them, you know, thousands of birds dead in the tailings pond. All kinds of things happen. Even their little wastewater so-called pond that they have there, and they had blue herons there. There's all kinds of other impacts that are not really talked about or kept secret, and that's the thing about secrets as well. You know, there was a spill that they kept quiet for 9 months. Like 9 months is a long time. That's 9 months is how long you carry a baby. That's one life. And water is life. And that's a government for you. Thinking everything was okay, business as usual. Meanwhile, they're poisoning us and not letting us know. Who's going to be accountable for that? They get away with all these environmental trespassing and so forth. These are our lands. We have to honor our treaties. I honor my great-great-grandfather for that, for that's why I'm here today. Every chance I get, I speak out. Because people have to know. The water is the one that connects us, and we have to bring those messages through waterways. That's how our people did it long ago. We're all connected through water, and there's so many effects that from the tar sands, I can go on and on. Even our MMIW, my niece went missing. Be 12 years. She just arrived from BC and arrived in Edmonton. She wasn't even there 3 months. She's gone, and we still haven't found her. There's a lot of violence against our women. And it's all because we stand up for Mother Earth, and Masi de say for listening to me. I can speak later, but I think I'll give my friends a chance here to speak, and thank you.
Miigwech, Jean, Masi Chow. I know how difficult it is for you. I know how difficult it is because I've been there, and Jean has brought me to bear witness to what's going on in her territory. I come from, like I said, the Great Lakes region, where our communities entered into agreements beginning in 1763 with the Royal Proclamation to allow loyalists into our territories. And that was like the beginning of the treaty-making process in the settler state of Canada, what's so-called Canada now. And for 200 years, they made different treaties with my ancestors. And 200 years of non-treaty, those treaty agreements weren't fulfilled. And then they amalgamated all our treaties 200 years later in 1923 and called it the Williams Treaty. And our territory was vast. It was vast and so full of, life. Recently, my community was returned our pre-Confederation harvesting rights, but there's nowhere left to harvest. There's nothing left. The old growth forest is gone. I see folks in the little towns nearby my res, like, save the old growth forest. Like, it's 150 years old. That's not an old growth forest. That's a new forest. All those relatives, all those ancient relatives are gone. All that ancient knowledge that they carried with them, that left with logging. With the so-called province that I live in, Ontario, has been logged out, and it's a monocrop of logging that happens now with chemicals from in the sky to kill off the berries and everything else that's growing. So forever changed is the landscape where I'm from. My ancestors who had sturgeon camps, the sturgeon, the fish, that was a huge part of our economy. All those camps are gone. So settlers can have waterfront property that they continue to alter every day. I live on the water, and every day we see settlers moving in, cottaging, and their second homes, and altering the shorelines. Nothing ever changes and nothing ever happens. They've altered the shoreline so much, there's no sturgeon there anymore. The sturgeon that my people relied on used to be so plentiful. We had stories that you could walk across them, when they were spawning, and that's gone. That's non-existent. Sport fishing, they pull up ancient ancestors and throw them back, but we don't have that type of fish, where our teachings came from, the bones of that ancient ancestor. That's gone. So, when coming to Jean's territory, when I met Jean and she invited me to come bear witness, because I was working for an organization that she was the co-chair of the board of directors with. And while I was communicating other people's words and regurgitating their experiences from the comfort of my home in so-called Ontario, I was just regurgitating things I wasn't experiencing, and I headed to Alberta, and I packed up my car and packed up my everything and said, I need to know, because I'm not genuine. I'm a communicator, and I'm not being genuine in communicating the reality of really what's happening in the tar sands. And that's how I met Jean, and she's like, come to my house. I went and jumped on the land and set up a camp, and she said, what are you doing? No. And you should come to my house. There's a community celebration. And I was there for 3-4 weeks, which was supposed to be a weekend. And Jean brought me everywhere. And I was absolutely, the shock from the moment you pass Fort McMurray and you come and you see your first tailing pond, you smell it before you see it. You taste it before you see it. And you come up this Highway 63, and it's just the sheen. You can see the chemicals that you've already been smelling for so long, and that doesn't go away. You drive to Jean's, you can still smell that. You can see like a red dot in the sky because of the smoke from the forest fires, because the delta that she speaks of, her homeland, is drying up. You're taking out that bitumen. That's all part of the ecosystem. And while they see it as, an opportunity to build so-called Canada's economy, it's going to change the delta forever. The landscapes where I'm from have been changed forever. You can't put back what you've taken out. You can't restore once you've taken one of those elements out. They all work together. I'm Anishinaabe Kwe, and we were taught, that we don't dig deep into the ground, that those elements are there and they're doing their work, and we do our work above the ground. And I think one of the most important things, and I think something that your father has taught me, that everything we have has always been a gift from the land. Everything above the land is from the land. And while we change it and alter it into these different formats, there's a price to pay for that, and we're seeing it now. We're in those times now. I come from survivors, but I want to make a future for my descendants to be thrivers. I don't want to just, survive the ongoing genocide in so-called Canada. I want to thrive and pass on what I can. I want to accumulate what I can. And even though I can't migrate around my territory the way I want to, I'm still gonna try, and I'm still gonna go get the knowledge that was denied of me so I can pass it on to my grandson, pass it on to my children, because that's what, that's what's important to us is the land, the knowledge, the connection, and community, and that's what we have here. The communities that we want to see is what we're doing here now. The collective we're building that maybe we're not seeing back home in our reservations, it is happening. And we don't need to live on these little postage stamps called Indian reservations to build that collective and that community, and to be the nature that stands up and fights back. That's what we're doing now. So I just want to say Chimigwech to everybody. I appreciate your time, and I'm going to pass it along to my friends down here.
Geez, yeah, there's a lot tied into these Indigenous issues, with oil and big oil. So first of all, on behalf of my wife, again, just talking to you, it puts a lump in our throat. I forget where these struggles come from, because the pipeline ends right in front of my waters, right there in front of my home. So I'd like to thank you for having that strength to make your way down here, having that strength to speak about it and share about it, and sharing those holy tears that you shared with us. So I thank you for being that person. Can I have a hug? Yeah? Right on. Jeez. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, so, hearing the similarities, essentially, you know, when you talk about your sturgeons and the settlers and the cottages being made, you know, when we look at old photographs of the beautiful BC coast when the settlers did come here, and they have their white dresses on, their white hats, and they're in their fucking canoes, taking our canoes from us. It was a holiday. This was paradise for them to come rape and kill our people. So these are harsh discussions, and it's hard, you know, but we have a tough role to be ancestors for the ones that are to come, you know, to continue having that strength for our little ones that are running around here in little diapers and toys. We have to be that example for them. And, you know, saying that, well, you know, it's pretty amazing, again, just walking in here immediately, being sat down beside you, you know where it starts and where the pipeline ends. So it's an honor to sit here with you and share these stories. And it was a few years ago, these tankers that go right in front of my house, and you know, they want to increase tanker traffic by 700%. And right around here, there's really tricky navigational turns. When throughout history, we know human error happens, mechanical failure happens. You know, with bitumen, not a lot of people around us, none of these people in grocery stores or anybody, you know, they call it a national interest for the Canadian government. And we know throughout history, they're no good at operating businesses at all. It's all crooked. It's all. So it was a few years ago, I hung off the bridge, and there's Second Narrows Bridge where the tankers go through, and a group of us were repelled. And for 23 years, I cleaned windows on high-rises. So it wasn't much. We hung for 2 days. We stopped an oil tanker from leaving. And, you know, so there's, yeah, having that strength and you know, being guided to do these things. So I want to let you know I'm going to do everything I can to stop from down this way, and I'd love to make my way up to your territory. I've never been there, and you know, to hear the destruction and the freaking chemicals and the haze of it and the smell and the taste. You can't drink your own water, so I'm sure I can make my way up there and bring some medicines for you up there, and being able to experience that is something. And you know, what I mentioned earlier before, Canada's reminded me, you know, being criminalized, you know, and I represented myself in the court case when they charged me, and because lawyers are restricted what they can say in these rooms. And I went in there with our teachings, our culture. You know, my knuckles were sore from bashing on that table, yelling and screaming at them. But how bizarre is it to listen to they just make up their own damn rules when they're in there. It's really bizarre in these fucking courtrooms. So to be criminalized for having our ceremonies, you know, a lot of our loved ones were arrested with a drum in their hand doing ceremonies, but how we are to be, that connection that we have, and they're being arrested and they do it with a fucking smile on their face, you know. So, but that criminalization part of going in those rooms, being, you know, your freedom taken away from you, it only made me stronger being in there. For real. When they close those damn steel doors, they strip you naked, and you know, they take away your freedom. But it did them no good. It just made me stronger. Thinking of the history of our old warriors being locked up throughout history. But it was only a little bit of my freedom I lost, but to experience that is something that I'll hold dear to my heart, and it's personal to me. But it only makes me stronger, and it keeps me going. But yeah, it's I don't know what much else I can add, but it is an honor to meet you, and I'm proud to be here today. Thank you.
One of the coolest actions too, besides hanging off the bridge, what was pretty impressive, because he was just rappelling right off one of these biggest, highest bridge over the ocean. So, I mean, I was scared just watching him on the news. So, but it was really powerful that he was able to do it, and showing that just a small group of people could take action against big oil. And he's also pulled a res car right in front of the main marine terminal and blockaded with a res car. It just said res car spray painted on the car. And then he grabbed some pigs' heads and put them on stakes hanging out right there in the front. So using our creative, artistic ways to be able to make a statement and he wasn't arrested for that action until like way after, wasn't it? Like, yeah. So he didn't even find out about that he was charged way after it came in the mail. But we believe in direct action to fight against the pipeline and to be creative in our artistic ways. And so me and my family, we start building tiny houses on wheels and using it to resist and assert our jurisdiction, our Secwepemc title and our jurisdiction and territorial authority to our lands by moving these tiny homes out onto the land and exclusively using and occupying our land. And we've been there for 6 years at an area that a major man camp was being built and linked to the numbers of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. This industry has always, increased this MMIW all around man camps, all around, big oil, big gas projects. And so in a way to bring attention to these man camps, that's where we chose to put our first tiny houses. And they're still at the same place today where this man camp has come and gone. It grew to like a 550 person man camp with all these trailers. We were there for so long resisting this pipeline. It was built, and now they moved all those trailers out and left it a deserted area that we would like to convert into a traditional pit house village area where we could still practice our ceremonies and culture at. But one of the things I would like to sort of lead into is the cost that Indigenous resistance has on big business and business as usual, and the risk that we pose to big business, and how do we start to become a part of that equation when insurance companies look at risk, when they look at how much they're going to have to pay to insure their pipeline or insure their tanker or their vehicles, anything to do with their business as usual. And after my father was really leading this economic plan to really disrupt Canada's business as usual, and he started working with economists, and one of them was Troy, and then he passed away really suddenly, and I wanted to maintain friendships with all of my father's colleagues, and one of them being Troy, and trying to really figure out how do we start to attack the way my father said, let's hit them where it hurts, in their pocketbook, in their money, in their wallet. Okay, what does that mean? How can we start doing that? And so we decided to work on a risk assessment, brief, I don't know what we called it, but yeah, Standing Rock of the North. And we went to insurance companies in Europe, and we talked about the risk that we pose, unsettled land issues, that we don't have treaties. And so Troy helped us put together this risk assessment, because we start trying to figure out ways that we are going to attack them. So I went to take this paperwork that we made, and we went over to these insurance companies in Europe, and to Zurich, Switzerland, and to Paris, France, and had meetings with them to discuss how much risk we pose to this pipeline, and that doing business in this pipeline, they're going to have to face off with natives, and we're not going to stop fighting, and we're going to continue to resist. But in this journey, I was trying to learn about insurance, and Troy was my professor, like underground sort of professor because I didn't go to sign up for it. I just, or neither did he. I was just like, teach me everything you can that's going to help me with this fight. And he gave me a book, or you sent me that book. It was Against the Gods, and what I read in the beginning part of it, it was talking about how these insurance companies came to be. Why is insurance companies? Why should we fight insurance companies if we're fighting big oil and pipelines? Why insurance companies? Well, they need insurance to flow the oil. But another thing is they've built the whole economic apparatus by inventing insurance. And that what I saw was at the very beginning when they had slave ships, they were bringing them over to Turtle Island with slaves to work this land, to take the resources and put them on these resources on ships and bring them back. Well, if these companies, one of their ships sunk, they'd go bankrupt because they would lose all of everything they put into it. So they invented this theory of probability to say, okay, what's the risk? And start to figure out how much insurance, premiums they would have to pay in order for a ship to sink and then them not to lose any money. I know I'm not explaining it the way that Troy would explain it, but what I thought was, okay, that's these brilliant white people in Europe that invented insurance, that made business as usual, like this business Western white man economy work. Because without these insurance, every one of them, I believe, would go bankrupt and not continue. So they needed that form, that entity to keep this going that we're fighting against today. And we start targeting these insurance companies, by the push from my father, and he's passed away, and we still start working to keep pressuring these insurance companies. I think, is it 19 or 18 insurance companies that said they will no longer underwrite Trans Mountain Pipeline. That was a lot of big insurance companies, and we're still pressuring them. They can't think that they can continue business as usual, and we're getting smarter. We're bringing our networks, and we're being able to target them in a more strategic way. And so I still want to be able to fight these insurance and figure ways that the tankers out in the Salish Sea can be targeted, because there is certain times, I know Naomi Klein, you might know this story more, but there was a ship in a big oil tanker in the Gulf of Mexico. They couldn't even move it. They couldn't even move that tanker because nobody would insure it. So I know we could put pressure like that. And there's other people around the world that have targeted big ships. There's been even the Somalian pirates, you look at that, look at some of those incidences like there where small people could fight, and challenge the authority and jurisdiction out on the sea. But I want to, pass it, and we're going to weave this connection between the big oil and the money that goes into big oil, and how us as Indigenous people, as small as we may feel sometimes, really do have a big power facing off with big business, because we're the title holders to the land. We're the ones that actually cost them money by blockading. We cost them money by shutting down Canada in big organized campaigns. I'm going to pass it to Troy, and hoping he could help sort of weave together, how does hitting them in the pocketbook really work for our movements?
I will try to do that. So there was a book that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s that was very inspirational to me, called The Corporation. And people may have heard that corporations have the rights of people. They're these artificial people that have the same sorts of rights that we all have. And so the author of that book said, okay, well, if corporations are people, what kind of people are they? And he went through the checklist for psychopathy. and showed that, well, corporations are effectively psychopaths. That's the kind of people they are. Their psychopathy is rooted in the fact that they view everything instrumentally in terms of dollars and cents. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about your morals. They don't care about your principles. They don't care about your existence as a human being. They only care about the effect of anything on the bottom line. That is obviously a terrible kind of being to say is a person, to extend the rights of people to this sort of being. However, it also means, in many ways, they're remarkably easy to understand, because everything that you say to them, they will translate it into dollars and cents. What will the impact be on the bottom line? And their representatives might tear up, might tell you how sorry they are for the damage that has been done to you and your people. That individual may really believe it, but the corporation is protected from that individual's complex morality because it is a psychopath that understands things in dollars and cents. So just always hold on to that fact and think about how the actions of resistance are going to be translated into these dollars and cents. So the dollars and cents of the bottom line, that's the profit that a corporation is going to earn. It's the revenue they're going to bring in minus the costs of bringing in that revenue. That difference is profit. When you're talking about an asset like the Trans Mountain Pipeline, how is a price attached to it? How is it decided this is what we're going to sell this pipeline for? Well, what they do is they estimate what's the future profit that we think this asset will generate. But because you're talking about the future, you're talking about something that's uncertain. Well, we think that it will bring in this much revenue, and we think that these will be the costs, but we don't know for sure. And the source of that uncertainty are the risks. These risks can come from anywhere. Maybe there's going to be a natural disaster that disrupts the flow of oil through the pipeline for many months. Okay, we need to account for that risk. There might be the risk of a change in government regulation that increases the costs of operating because, say, you need to inspect the pipeline more often. We need to account for that risk. So there's a whole slew of risks that they need to account for. And this is a very well-paid industry of folks who do these sorts of risk assessments. Risks are assessed based on how probable do we think they are, and how big of an impact do we think they are. So maybe it's low probability, but high impact. If tomorrow we suddenly discovered some new source of energy and fossil fuels are absolutely not needed, well, the value of the pipeline is basically going to plummet to scrap. That's a risk. Now, it's not a very likely risk, but it would have a big impact. Or there are risks associated with spills. Spills are very likely. Pipelines are not constructed to never have spills. But the cost of business is that, well, it won't actually be that high. It's a pretty small impact. It's going to be a cost, but it's going to be a pretty small cost. So high probability, small cost. Art's genius was recognizing that Indigenous rights and jurisdiction are a risk factor that wasn't being accounted for. And what needed to be done was to talk to the people involved in evaluating these projects, in deciding, are we going to put our money behind these projects? Because they will be doing this kind of risk assessment. We're going to put our money into this project. Are we going to get it back? And if you can convince them, not even that we're going to make sure this project never happens, but simply that there is a risk of this project not happening, and if that risk comes to fruition, you won't get your money back, and they include that in their calculation, it can change their decision. They don't have to like the reason you say you're going to stop the pipeline. They don't have to believe that you almost certainly will stop the pipeline. But if their calculation says, nope, it's not worth it, we can put our money somewhere else, they will do that. When Canada purchased the Trans Mountain Pipeline, they initially said they were buying it, as Canada said, to de-risk it. Tellingly, they actually changed that language, but it was a real mask-off moment because they were admitting more or less that the Indigenous communities whose lands this passed through, whose lands this oil was being extracted from, whose lands the tankers were going to be traveling through, they posed a risk. They were loudly declaring, we don't want this, and we are going to do things to stop it. It didn't convince Kinder Morgan, we're going to shut down the project. But what I think it did was it changed the calculations of their lenders. So if you're lending money to a company to conduct a project like this, the amount of interest you charge is based on how risky your lending is. Are you likely to get repaid your loan? So a higher level of risk is going to translate into a higher level of interest being charged. And we saw that the interest that Kinder Morgan was having to pay was getting higher and higher and higher. And I think what it was, we don't know for sure, but I think what it was the banks assessing the risks associated with this project are getting worse. We need more compensation if we're going to bear those risks. That increased the costs to Kinder Morgan high enough where they were rethinking the project. It's not worth it to them anymore. The costs are growing too high. The expected profits are getting too small, and we can do other things with this money instead of continue to build this pipeline. Now, the Canadian government had other reasons for wanting the pipeline to be built, and that's why they bailed out Kinder Morgan. They never said specifically, we're doing this because of the changing risk assessment has increased the cost and the viability of this project, and so the private capital is withdrawing, but I believe that that's actually what happened. So you don't have to impose all the costs immediately through land and water defenses, which are risky, send people to prison, can get people killed. It's not my place to say how this resistance should take place, but what Art understood was that the effectiveness on the bottom line can be amplified by simply going to the people with the financial backing and saying, do you see that resistance that's occurring? That's not going away. That's going to increase the costs of this project. It's increasing your exposure to this risk. Include that in your calculations. So in his book, Unsettling Canada, he tells the story of going to visit the headquarters of Standard & Poor's, a credit rating agency, to tell them, you need to downgrade Canada's sovereign debt, the bonds that the Canadian government issues, because it has this huge unfunded liability because of all of the resources that it stole from the rightful owners. It owes them a massive amount of money and it doesn't have the means to pay that. That's a massive risk that should lead to a downgrading. The analyst's response was, I believe you. I believe that, yes, Indigenous people have the legitimate rights and title to these resources, that these were illegitimately taken, that yes, Canada does seem to have this liability. However, that's only as big a risk as the ability to enforce repayment of this liability. And I don't see the army that's going to achieve that. In the years since that meeting happened, I think they're starting to see the pockets of resistance that in their thinking are the army that's going to start to demand remuneration for what was stolen. It never would have been agreed to be sold, but having been stolen, it deserves to be compensated. And it will be compensated one way or another, I believe. And it can be done in a good way, or it can be done in a bad way. I'm hoping it will be done in the good way, whatever that looks like. But we can see an image of how it's being accounted for in the financial thinking of settler societies, which ultimately understand all of these processes via the calculative mechanism that I will again repeat, ultimately makes it relatively easy to understand.
Thank you, Troy. One of the things working with Troy, I was like really trying to understand this economy and start understanding, you know, what my father's organization was about, Indigenous Network on Economies and Trade. And that's where he did a lot of this, majority, bulk of his work was out of this organization. Because we do have Indigenous economies, and our Indigenous economies in the Salish Sea, it affects us in the interior because of the salmon, and the health of our salmon is the health of our economy for Indigenous people. And I would ask Troy, can't you just calculate how much this pipeline is costing us or how much we could make off of this section of the pipeline if we did some other type of business there? And he said something to me that was like, well, first you have to know the value of your territory. What is the economic value of your territory? And it made me think of the huckleberries and the elk and the deer and the moose and the salmon, and how we would start to quantify our own economic wealth of our lands, because that's what we're fighting for. And that Russ Daibo, one of our top Native policy analysts in Canada and one of my father's best friends, he keeps telling us that we need to form our own self-determination plans. If we're talking about land back, we can't just be talking about land back, we have to talk about our self-determination plans. What does it look like to manage the entirety of our territory? You know, the fisheries, the forestry, everything, because if our land gets back in our entirety of the territory, then we're gonna have to know how to manage it. And what does that look like for Indigenous people? Because we don't want to use the same provincial methods to manage the forest, or they'll be clear cut, or the provincial, federal ways that they look after the fish, because everything will be gone. We have to have our own ways of governing, and it's gonna take us organizing and strategizing and coming to with meetings like this with like-minded people who are doing the same work in their territories to gather our resources and our intelligence together to make it work for all of us, because we can't just do it in our little pockets in our territory. And one of our elders said that's how they were able to win, is because they fought the Secwepemc alone, and the Chilcotin alone, and the Hoopa alone, and the Klallam alone, and the Tsleil-Waututh alone. But they never fought us together as one big red tribe from Alaska to Argentina, because we're powerful that way, and that's the way we need to start to organize as one big mighty red nation. But in hopes that we can target some of this big money, I was asking Troy, how do we start calculating it in hard data? And we did cost Canada a lot of money on the shutdown Canada when Indigenous people collectively shut down major infrastructure, highways and railways and ports all across Canada, and so in support of the Wet'suwet'en in fighting the pipelines. And so we did cost them a lot of money. CN Rail went to the courts to file for injunctions and said they cost them this much money. And it was published on all the major news stations in Canada how much money was the natives cost. And with those calculations and the help of experts like Troy and different people, we could start to quantify the dollar amounts that we're costing the government of Canada, and that's going to scare them. And even this panel alone, you know, is going to scare a lot of people because they've been able to make a lot of money without putting us in these calculations. But I'm just pass this on because we all need to have more to say. And one of the things that we did with Tiny House Warriors and building the tiny houses on wheels to go occupy our lands is something that I want to do and offer to support to all of our different nations. Like Will said, they built a watch house there just right outside the marine terminal. It's still there. People could go visit it. It's beautiful. It's has their artwork on that long house. It's just beautiful. It's a place to gather. Tiny House Warriors, it's a place also to gather and bring people together to just be free and just to talk about our issues and how we're going to strategize together. But one of the things is we need to be able to help our relatives in the Alberta tar sands area to be able to have some type of place that resistance, like a nation house or something that could bring people up there to start volunteering their support and presence, because the Alberta tar sands is affecting the whole world. It's one of the largest carbon bombs in the whole entire world. They want to sacrifice a mine area the size of Texas, and that size might even be growing now of how much they want to mine, but it's one of the most dirtiest extraction processes on Earth, and everybody should be concerned. The Kalamazoo spill was a bitumen spill. If you Google that, you'll see that the community is still fighting that, or like they don't have drinking water. The impacts of that bitumen spill on that river is still there to this day. And I think that was, over 15 or so years or 10 years ago. So it is scary to look at the worst case scenario of what that looks like in the Salish Sea if a bitumen spill was to happen. Will George took me on a canoe journey through the tanker traffic route, and I was in shock just at the amount of vessels that are out on the water. We even had to go through, they have an international airstrip on the water even, and I didn't know that. And they had all the cargo ships where even us, our little canoe, couldn't even maneuver around all of that. The Coast Guard saying, you gotta paddle now and get across this area because the cargo ships come in, and if you don't go over now, you're gonna have to go over here and wait for an hour or something till these ships go by. So not even one native canoe could maneuver in their waters freely because the amount of traffic, the cargo, the oil tanker, the everything. I just passed this on to share more, and maybe Will could share about just that trip that he brought us on, because that was a real wake up of how it is out there. And if we couldn't even maneuver around the little area, a little canoe, how could that big, massive Afromax tanker, oil tanker maneuver around it? It's scary, and it's such a big risk to our way.
Yeah, very good. So, as was mentioned from Ant, there's a microphone up there if everybody has a question, as we keep passing it. I have a little bit to add. I mean, is it Troy? Is it? Troy? Good to meet you, man. Yeah, thank you for sharing and making it simple for someone like me explaining that. I was like, oh, fuck, right on. I kind of kicked in the gears again because, at home where we live is so busy, like me and my wife, so like, we're always kind of uplifting our people at times, and we forget. So I'm excited to be here and, listen to canoes that won't, just a small group of people, we can, continue challenging this. So Thanks for simplifying that, Troy. It made a lot of sense to me. I'm like, oh, good. You know, that greedy, then the sinister thinking they have around their dollars and cents. You know, we were rich. You know, we were rich with our clams. We were filthy rich with our family. You know, we could make one stone mull and we could trade it for a canoe. What it took, the luxury that we had, the free time we had to make that stone mull to trade for 7 of those canoes. We were rich, and it's not that long ago that dollar amount or the dollars was introduced to us. You know, I still don't really like money. I give more than I have, like a lot of us people do, you know. So it makes a lot of sense, that greed, and that's the way they think. And, you know, for us to be out there calculating that one little canoe that's going to be out there pretty soon, you know, stopping, and they still have to dredge underneath my bridge to get the class of tankers that are coming through a lot bigger, and nobody knows this. They have to dredge underneath that bridge that I hung off of. So there's a few more small target areas that, you know, a canoe with a small group of us people, but again, we are stronger together, really. So from the tar sands down to Argentina, did you say? It's a beautiful coastline. You look at how all of our teachings are very similar, where we come from, subtle differences, but it's the same teachings and being related to that salmon and sockeye. It's in our DNA. And then when she was speaking, when I took her on that paddling through our harbor, and it's a really busy harbor too. It's like how many hundreds of millions a day of cargo comes through and trained off. And, you know, there's opportunities to stop them before they come into the shore, once they get off of, you know, the rail system. So we can't hit them really hard in those aspects. But when I did paddle her through the cargo, like, we even had grandma on the vessel too, and going through these bridges, you know, the tides, and it's dangerous. You know, you get a time out, you have to have a good crew, and but it's a busy harbor. Like this airstrip she's talking about, we peeled out of the harbor, we had lunch, and I'm like, holy, this guy doesn't fucking care, man. We got to stop for him, and we had to maneuver, get the hell out of his way, because there's this fucking big float plane. He didn't care we were there. And then immediately after that, there was a sea bus shuttle service. He didn't care. You know, they can't really stop. You know, they can't see us on the radar either. That's how small we are. You know, they don't pick us up on the radar, so that's why there's a watchdog. There's the Coast Guard she spoke to. You know, going by, you got to look behind you. And before we knew it, there's a big fucking container behind us. So, yeah, we had to get out of its way. And so it is a really busy harbor. And, but again, a small group of people, and then that strong heart, that strong mind that we're talked about, that nasamat, one heart, one mind, that we're told from our old ones, is how we're going to do that. And, you know, the years of blockading, those were necessary. Taking to the streets, creating that awareness is necessary. But also not forgetting our ceremonial aspect of being on that water, calling our ancestors, laying those medicines down in the water. That's why they tried to kill us and slaughter us. They were scared of our spirituality, how strong we were. You know, when they came here, that's how strong we still are. So not much more I could say, but I'll pass along here. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to share a little story about, it's a real real story. It really happened. When I first started working as for my nation, I was the environmental coordinator. In 2005, in 2006, we had a big incident, so-called incident for them, but for us it was a real life scary impact. One day in 2007, on a hot summer day, we had winds coming from the south. We're 6 kilometers away from one of the so-called grandfathered Syncrude, the oil company. They're just 6 kilometers away from us. So we had a hot day, and the wind was blowing towards our community. And they have these great big stacks that they burn off excess chemicals, pollutants, whatever they use to steam the tar sands into bitumen. So these stacks are like probably higher than, for sure higher than that totem pole. You can see it for kilometers away. anyways, they have this time period where they call it a shutdown, where they clean these stacks and that outputs all these pollutants, and so they don't monitor every single chemical that comes out of those stacks. So one day they overexceeded they had an overexceedance of one of the chemicals called ammonia, and so ammonia wasn't on their radar for monitoring, and we feel like guinea pigs, like how much can we take? So that on that day, the wind was blowing right to our community, and in our school, our elementary school up to grade 6, I believe it was, and the doors or windows were open, and all the air started drifting into the school, and the school is right in the middle of the community, it's right in the center. And so pretty soon all the kids on the on the south end of the school were starting to get sick because all this air was coming in, and we had kids with their eyes burning and they were crying, and some of them were complaining that they had headaches, and some were even vomiting, and so and it happened quite quickly. So it sent, all these kids were complaining, and the teachers themselves were starting to get sick. And so the emergency services were brought in and called in. And I remember it was my first day off, and I didn't take my kids to school. I didn't let them go to school for some reason. But yeah, I got a call and said, "Hey, Gene, can you go over to the school and see what's happening out there? There's some bad air, and kids are getting sick. And can you contribute to helping in some way?" And so I just lived down the road from the school, so I was there in like 2 minutes. And when I got there, I was quite shocked to see that they had sent in the Environmental Monitoring Association from Fort McMurray and nearby St. Chris, because they all have their own monitoring. So they have this great big monitoring bus with all these monitoring things that are sticking out. It was something we haven't seen before. It looks, foreign to us. And these people wearing white, all covered from head to toe in hazmat suits, and you couldn't see them because they were behind a shield. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? And they brought a bus. They parked the bus in front of the school, and they were telling all the students that were sick to get on the bus, and they were trying to take their vitals and stuff, and trying to calm down the kids, and I don't think the Fort McMurray department was ready to handle something of this nature, the size of it, and the amount of kids that were affected and adults. And I'm here walking around with no mask, no nothing, and there's our community members running to the school trying to get their kids, but they say no, they have to be on a bus, because some of them were being given oxygen just to lessen the headaches they were experiencing, and this is totally really scary to be watching, little kids and up to teenagers and so forth. And it was scary. You didn't know what's going to happen to them. What are the long-term effects, and what are the implications, and who's going to be accountable for this once again, so some parents demanded they want their kids off that bus because they want to bring them in themselves, not wait for them to all go in. And it was kind of a little chaotic there, but I think from that event, it just triggered more monitoring, so-called monitoring, and maybe we should look at these what are these chemicals doing? And like, you all know that benzene is one like cancer causing, and there's all kinds of cancer causing chemicals that they use, and hence all the, the cancer in the north downstream from us. So yeah, these are scary times, and now you don't hear much about it. I mean, it's kind of like swept under the rug. Okay, we dealt with it. Now we're going to monitor the ammonia in, so many parts per billion, and this is about how much you can take. And they set a bar, and for all the bars way up here though, and they're allowing all these chemicals to go into our air, and like. Yeah, and they say they have a handle on it, or this is not going to affect your health that much more. Like, but when you have people coming from outside and coming into our community like Tori did, and coming for a visit, you're immune to that smell. But and it really affects you. But if I lived there for years now, and I I don't realize it. It's like it's kind of normalized for me because I'm so used to it now, and I feel like, geez, what am I breathing in there? So coming here and breathing clean air and the water right in front of me there, and this is the things we should be. It should be freely. It's a free gift from the Creator, and we need to protect that. And all these things that are happening to our people and our, it's just not right. And we follow Mother Earth, we follow the natural law, and all these atrocities on our people is just outrageous. And yeah, it's I don't know, there's so many English terms for it, but sabad da'az doazi, I mean, for me, it's just too much. And and meanwhile we have to grieve, we're in our grieving stages for our land, for our ancestors that went before us, and there's we just have to keep going, it seems. And I'm so grateful that I'm here today to share what's going on in our territory, and I'm grateful for being amongst all the powerful people and the medicines, and this is exactly what I needed to uplift my spirit, to keep me going, when I go home. And so, it's just Masi Joe.
Miigwech Sheen. I think one thing I really want to talk about is like the devastation I see, in Jean's territory. Kanahus invited me 1 year after the Mount Poly tailings mining disaster, gold mining, to bear witness to the outcome of that mining spill. And we were just talking about it, like what's the long-term impacts? It's been a long time since we've been there. Like what's the outcome? How has it affected Quesnel Lake? Like with that deep cold lake, that's just one side. And then I've been across the country and in Mi'kmaq territory. I think that's where I met Kanahus for the first time, was when a Defenders of the Land gathering out there, and then I had the opportunity to go bear witness to what the pulp and paper mill was doing to one community's water and their life source. And all across the country, there's so many Indigenous communities that have been impacted by mining, by extraction, by pollutants. And I think, it doesn't stop me. I still continue to have the hope, because like Jean came to my community this summer, and she came with her sister and her grandbabies, her great nieces and nephews, and those children played in the water all day. These little children who do not have an opportunity to go and swim in clean water ever. It's something I take for granted, that we can go to the beach after work, that we can go get in that water, and yeah, that really impacted me a lot. because those little kids don't get to swim, and then they had to leave, and I felt so bad for them, you know, because they're not going to go home to be able to swim in rivers. And Jean's showed me that's where we used to swim, you know. I've been to communities where they're like, that's where we went in the water. And I'm an island person, and I'm surrounded by water every day. And for now, it's blue and beautiful and pristine, but I mean, it's certainly not clean. You know, we don't have clean water. We have ships in the Great Lakes for tourism, and we have boaters that leave their cottages and dump their black water into our water. We still have this mindset across this country and across the world that you can dump your filth into the water and it's gonna not, you know, and then it's gone, but it's not. It's still there, and it's in our bodies now, and the pollutants from the tar sands are part of us. We have plastic in our bodies. We have plastic in our babies. We're passing it on to our children in our milk, you know? We're passing it on to our children. They're being built as plastic people now in our wombs, you know, and this is outcome from the tar sands. The pollution that reaches the world, it's the world that's impacted by the tar sands, and we can't ever forget that. We are becoming plastic people because of that space, that one spot in northern Alberta where Jean is. And if you ever get the opportunity, like you said, people need to come bear witness to this. You have to go and experience it, because what Jean lives every day took me 2 weeks to cough out of my lungs when I left her community. 2 weeks of coughing crap out of my lungs, and I'm a smoker. And yeah, it was devastating. And before I went in June again to go back to Jean's community, I did go see medicine men. I'm like, what do I need? And I can't find the medicine that I need to bring to Jean to help her health, you know. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to bring her snake root for her breath, for her lungs, so it can help clean her. And I couldn't find it, you know. So those are the impacts, not being able to find those medicines that we need, because they don't grow around anymore because they're poisoned and polluted. So I just want to share that and you know, I think it's important we get to Jean's community and make that space and have more people come to understand the impacts of what it is, because you can feel it, taste it, and you're going to feel it and taste it for weeks afterwards when you leave, you know. And there's people that live there and downstream for there that are impacted by this every day. All right, Miguel.
We'll shut down this official portion. Everyone can come ask and talk. Everyone here is highly relatable and open to have discussions, right? So anyone have any questions for anybody? I know I don't know, where we're from, it's not disrespectful to serve food while everything's going on. So my apologies, everyone felt kind of awkward about that. Where we're from, we just keep eating while we're going along. So we had some clams ready. So we have some more coming. We have, right now we're just gonna do a break, eat some. We have more clams coming. Conahus has something to say here in a second. I'm just gonna let everyone know. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, okay. You want me to sit up? Sorry. Okay, go ahead and ask a question, and then we'll.
Nail on the head. It is all about the money. That was one of the biggest things I think that helped us in our project. It cost too much to upgrade the dams, so they had to take them down. So yeah, it is all about the money at the end of the day. So the more money you can make them lose, the better off we are. Like, yeah, I just want to make that comment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I didn't know I was going to be up on this panel like this, but I was asked to talk a little bit about the fishermen, the way that this all affects our people down here, how it has affected our people down here. We had some Macaw relatives who were going to make it. They're going to make it tomorrow. They had a window open for fishing. That's kind of like our reliance, our existence is based on fishing. And so If there's a window open based on the way the weather patterns are right now, you have to take advantage of that. So they took advantage of that because it's not the same anymore for us. If you're really on the water, if you're really out there, you kind of understand the way that all of this impacts people who rely on our relatives in the water. And so we understand, and because we have a different relationship, we have a relationship with these things that is realistically, historically, traditionally, culturally, is all about, I guess, there are relatives is the best way to put it. I was gonna say like symbiosis, synergy, all these different words that are trying, but it sounds ridiculous when I talk about it. When I start talking about these things, utilizing these terms that kind of are defined by an enemy, and that's the way I see it now. But for us, we have seen for generations the impending, like the coming, the continuation of the ongoing onslaught and war against our waters, war against our lands, the effects it had and has had on our relatives, the whether it's the orcas who we understand that we descend from, just as the wolves, whether it's the salmon that aren't coming in our waters as plentiful as they used to, whether it's our ability to fish on our waters without people trying to stop us from accessing these things that used to be a part of our daily lives. Just on the basic level, I was talking a little bit earlier about my uncles being shot at for clam digging. This isn't like 1900s. This is recently. This isn't something that wasn't happening. That was happening way back in the day. These are like real wars that are waged against our people, and it's because of the fact that there exists a space where capitalism, economics is a situation where they see these things that we understand as our relatives as resources. They see them as something that they can utilize to be able to create profit, gain, whatever it may be. They see the world in a different way, and that's our reality. Our reality is that we're at odds. So us trying to fit into that obviously would never work. And so for us, it's important. You talked about that dam project. I'm the Sklam, the Lower Elwha Clallam people. We had one of the largest dam removal projects in our territory because it was in place there, and they did it directly for the purpose of stopping our people from being able to sustain ourselves, feed ourselves, and maintain the relationship with salmon. And so they didn't have ladders, and there was requirements. Not that makes anything better if there is a ladder in the first place, but they put it for the purpose of destroying our lifeways. Now, why do I say that? Why is that relevant to talking about pipelines? Why is it relevant to talking about the continued destruction and degradation and removal of lifeblood of our mother? Is because it's kind of the ideology that exists. Their ideology is very much at odds with our ideology. And so we have to start thinking from that perspective, because our fishermen, our people who rely on not just fish, who rely on ways of life that have sustained us for generations, for millennia, because we were the last ones brought here. We're the youngest of the relatives that exist here. Our space is to dictate and tell the story of those things. Our job isn't to control those things. But in terms of how it affects us, you talked about the highway of our ancestors, the spiritual highway. When you go out into your spiritual highway and all you see is massive traffic, then how spiritual can it really be at that point? Like realistically, when you go out to canoe and all you see is destruction around you, all you see is a lifeway that continues to destroy your people. And then when you experience the fact that your children can't exist in a space anymore where they're capable or able to be who they're born to be, where they have to figure out a way to fit into something, where they have to figure out a way to even have clean, breathable air, where someone has to exist in a space where you have to change who you are in order to be able to sustain yourself, then that becomes a problem. So we've seen the war. The war is coming. The war has been waged. People see it first. People look to places, right? People look to overseas, Palestine. That is a real war. That is something that we see in front of us. We're in a different wave. We don't see necessarily our children being bombed, but it happened. We do see our children overdosing on fentanyl daily. We do see our children, the fallout. We're in the fallout of a nuclear bomb. We're in the stages where our people are dying from the after effects of that. You just don't see it. So it's not that important to everybody because it isn't something they can look to. We call it free Tibet syndrome, right? we don't like to have to really do the work, so we like to look overseas and see what we can do about it over here because we don't want to put our boots on the ground and get to putting in work. Some people have to put in work. Some people get to come to these kind of events and sit down and talk about it. Other people have to go home and sit there and see that and experience the degradation. I'm not in the tar sands, so that's not necessarily my homeland, but I could imagine what it would be like. I know what it was like when the dam was put up and when our people couldn't sustain themselves, when they dumped lye into our rivers to be able to stop us from maintaining our relationship with the salmon. So I may not know that, but my experience puts myself in a position to understand and one, have empathy and also willingness to support. So also as our people, I don't just like to talk about fishermen in terms of like, because all of our people are gatherers of fish in some way. All of our people are gatherers of seafood. All of our people are connected. People don't necessarily fully understand how important the salmon are to sustaining our environment, everything around us, right? And so things do come back to salmon always, the conversation does, but if we look at it realistically, not like just let's try and imagine or let's try and theoretically look at what the situation is. The situation is drastic right now, right? It's not something that we can sit back and pretend it doesn't happen. It's not happening. We can't pretend that when someone goes out onto our waters that we have to get approval from whatever federal system because of the fact that they want to control the fishing trade to send overseas. They want to control the fishing trade to the same way they want to control the oil trade. We've reached peak oil 10 plus years ago. It takes more oil to take oil out than it did before. And so that doesn't even make sense. Logically, there's no sense there. It's an all-consuming beast, what our people understood. We understood that there's some people who just who don't understand and cannot comprehend. They just want to take, destroy. It's played out in all of our stories a number of different ways. We've seen it happen. We've seen it before. We've experienced it before, except before we approached the war differently. We were willing to do different things because we had a different understanding of our situation. So that's the reality. And so for me, I think talking from a perspective of how this, and that's the reason that we even conversated and communicated on the way that the pipelines would and will affect. It's the reason that I went to Standing Rock, because of the fact that I knew that at some point I would have to ask for assistance, and I can't ask for assistance if I'm not willing to help, if I'm not willing to assist. It's the reason I went. I didn't go just to go hang out and, dance around a fire or whatever and sing some songs. I went out there to see. My wife taught me that the only thing that you can do when you go into a community is to make yourself useful. Otherwise, there's no purpose of going. So what kind of use do you have? How can you be utilized? And what you do is you ask, what can I do to assist you? Now, maybe I can't go up somewhere, and maybe I can't offer my support, but maybe I can give some support in another way to whoever it may be. People do need, maybe I can tell some more people, come up and build something for these people. Come up and help whenever you can, whatever opportunity you have. And so that's the thing. So for me, we're in the situation now where we need assistance. We're gonna start seeing massive traffic when it hits Cherry Point and it starts coming out by Lummi, and it starts coming out. I have relatives who have to work oil jobs that hate themselves because they have to work those oil jobs for refineries because they can't afford to do anything else. They have to sustain their family. I have other relatives on my wife's side that have to work at these man camps because they have no other job, and they feel horrible because their heart is about resistance. They feel as if they have nothing else. And so when they go to support and they see all of this and they feel horrible because they feel like they're taking the side of the enemy. So we have to find ways to find them places within what we call the resistance. How do we find that? How do we find the economic opportunities to be able to say, okay, we can allow our children to grow up. We can allow anybody to teach their children that this is wrong, that gathering medicines, gathering whatever it may be is the right way to live. How do we make that affordable for our people? How do we make that our people can exist in a space? That, to me, that's what we need to start considering. So when it comes to like fishing, seafood is like, well, anybody needs some food on the front line, let us know and we'll get it to you. You don't gotta pay. Like we're fighting. Like this is the end. We're end stage right now. We're really at the brink of extinction. And I mean that because for us, we don't exist without like the spirit of who we are. We're a shell of ourselves. It doesn't matter. That's reality. That's perspective. That's the way I was taught. So it's irrelevant. So at what point do we put ourselves in a position to really become who we're supposed to be? And what that means is that for us, for Nisqueyan people, our war people died in the process of war. They died off. And we had people who learned that, but they didn't consider, like I said, they were like the female wolf who protects her cubs. They learned that from them. They didn't leave. They just did it because the war was there. The war is in front of them. They didn't strategize in that moment. Now we have the ability to strategize. They did what was necessary in the moment. Because right now, we're in a situation that a generation or two from now, if it continues in the same way it's been, is that what's the point of calling ourselves Indigenous? What's the point of calling myself Nisqueyan? Nisqueyan means strong person, strong people, right? Are we strong anymore? So, looking at the world around us, understanding how these pipelines affect us, I think anyone can see it. The drastic change in weather. When you're fishing, when you see people from Nia Bay, from Macaw people who are like, oh, we can't come because we have a window to fish because we haven't been able to fish for months. So we haven't had the opportunity to gather all the halibut, to gather whatever it is. You understand when you're sitting in that community, you understand exactly what that means. When you understand, when you look at the way, you feel the way the water is, they call our waters some of the last cold water refuges for salmon, because the waters even on the ocean, even up in Alaska, are rising too drastically. And so that's the situation. Her sister asked us to be able to send up some jars of salmon, and she said, if you don't have cases, can you just send me 1 or 2 jars? So think about what that means to people who understand and rely on salmon, because there was a massive slide up there, and they're not allowing people to get access to the salmon the way they used to. And it isn't just to feed ourselves. There's a relationship that exists with salmon. So what we're saying is that when these oil pipelines start dumping whatever it is, they start sending all these things out through our territories, it's destroying our land. It's destroying our mother. It's destroying our grandmothers. Not for, like everyone says, respect your elders. What is the water if not our elder? What is the earth if not our elder? The oldest. So rhetoric is empty right now, right? So that's all. Oh, Reuben George. I didn't see you. She just let me know. I was about to say, yeah. So, you want him to come up right now?
Right on. Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., the Black Panther Party, Cubs. Revolutionary respect to the whole panel, just for even making topics such as the Tarzan's Benjamin, the fentanyl, which we can definitely relate to, that has impact in our communities, applicable. Just for the record, we definitely in solidarity with the state of emergency for Salish Sea. 2 questions. And you mentioned, I think the free Tibet, the Tibet syndrome or something, if you can touch on that. And also, Troy, something, because I know it's a setback, a struggle, because a lot of times within our communities, so a lot of times we respond with like emotionalism, and that Chairman Fred seems always say, revolution is a scientific art that must be perfected. But that analogy that you had gave earlier about the corporations like psychopaths, if you can get touch on that also, right on.
I got the mic, so I'll do the free Tibet syndrome first, and then if you're not in the middle, if you're not in the middle of a war zone, or you have a tendency to look as far away as you can to try and lend your support. But if you let's say you're sitting next door, you're from Chicago, right? War zone, Chirac, they call it that. People die every day, but people stay in whatever neighborhoods far away, and they'll have, again, not trying to just talk directly about the Palestine situation, because it is serious. I'm not trying to pretend. However, you get people who lend their support to that, and they will not even look next door, 2 blocks down, 7 miles down. And so the reality is, if I'm in my community and I see, a high percentage of fentanyl addiction, people overdose every day, whatever it may be, people die, gang banging, trying to emulate whatever it is. If I see my people dying from horrific, whatever kind of situation it is, whatever, horrific, people getting kidnapped from homes, people being murdered, molested, missing murdered Indigenous women, missing and murdered Indigenous people, people being targeted, our population being so low and still being targeted, and people really talk about it a little bit, but I've never seen no show out like I've seen for people on any kind of whatever it may be that comes up, you know, and so because people don't want to do the work. And that's what happens is that, you know, and I told the story yesterday, and hopefully it doesn't offend anybody, but dogs will gather sometimes, right? Dogs, you know, like it could be pit bulls, whatever it is, and they start, they yap and everything. But when a wolf walks in the room, they shut up because they don't want to have to, they're like, they don't want to test it. And so when you're really like, I want to get, when it's time for you to get down and really assist, no one really, the reality is it's shown. I'm not saying that to like theorize that. I'm just saying it's proven that people don't come to help. People are being locked up at astronomical rates in the most horrific, if you've been there, you know how horrific the spot is, right? So you see all of these things. If you see fentanyl overdoses on a daily basis, like that's the fallout from Hiroshima, right? Like that's the fallout. That's what you see, people dying from whatever it may be. So people just either don't want to recognize it or are very afraid to actually have to see it to know that they have to do work. They don't want to have to do the work. And what I mean is it's easier to do the work and hold up a sign over here and talk about what's going on way across the sea than it is to say, holy shit, there's shit happening right in front of my face and I can actually do something about this. There's some homeless natives on East Van who are dying or whatever, but I'm not willing to give up my home or $10 to say whatever, even though I'm going to recognize this is the land that is stolen from these people, right? So we're in it. So for me, like, so we kind of talked about that. So it's really like, okay, like what's going on over here, over across because I ain't got to do shit about it, really. I could just talk about it. But like I said, like realistically, the easiest way to put it for someone is wherever your home base is, if you're really in the trenches and you know how bad it is, it's like, well, where the fuck are these people when we need them? They're really coming out for this shit? They really showing up in like numbers too. Not like, I mean hundreds of thousands of people. I don't see 10 people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is a real ass conversation here. And look at the numbers here, right? People, because they knew and they know the conversations that's gonna come here puts them in a position. There's wolves talking here. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's the difference. So you don't want to just yap and yip, you know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. So that's free Tibet syndrome.
That's a tough act to follow. You probably should have been a drop the mic moment. I can't promise to offer something as arousing, but this observation of the corporation is essentially a psychopath. I think we can counterpose that with, you know, what's maybe the shared thing among all humans. There's probably many of them, but one I gravitate towards is a sense of fairness. And you know, when you're negotiating with someone, we're gonna engage in some form of trade. Most of us aren't looking to take absolutely everything and give nothing in return. That's a terrible feeling for most people because it violates our sense of fairness. We don't really want to take complete advantage. We maybe want to win the trade. We maybe want a sense of like, I came out of that a little bit better than them. That's a normal thing, but we don't want to fully immiserate other people. When you think about the corporation, however, they will squeeze absolutely every single bit of benefit that they can get while pushing the costs onto whoever that's not them. And this is one of the issues that gets me most upset with my fellow economists. You know, economists have a bad reputation for well-earned reason. But one of the core principles of economics is that the beneficiary of any sort of action should bear the cost. If you're going to benefit from producing something, then you should also cover the cost of producing that thing. When someone else bears the cost, that's called an externality. And really what Will and Jean and Tori and Canahus and Ant have all described are processes of systematic externalization, that costs are made to systematically be borne by certain communities and not others. We saw that as nakedly as possible with the Standing Rock opposition to the Dakota Access Pipeline, which initially was supposed to pass through a majority white community that said, no, we don't accept the risks associated with this pipeline. We won't have it. So once again, those risks got externalized onto nearby Indigenous communities. And it just happens again and again and again. And I think it's the shadowy counterpart to wealth accumulation, which concentrates in the hands of a powerful few, while the shit associated with that wealth, the costs that were borne, accumulate with other. The corporation is a key factor in that, because they're the entity that can truly operate with zero remorse to those who are unfairly bearing all of these costs.
So for right now, we're going to close up because we have another panel coming up a little bit later. We're going to have, we got some food right now. There's some halibut ceviche over there. There's some various things that are like snacks. We have a lot more clams to go through. A little bit later, we'll be having some black cod, some halibut. We have some beans for anybody who doesn't want who doesn't want any kind of animal products in their food. Just some side beans for anybody as well. And we're just gonna kind of keep bringing in food throughout the day. That's kind of how we're gonna be doing it. That's kind of how we're gonna do it tomorrow too. I'll be making some like a lot of halibut. But right now it's like we're breaking down for anybody who wants to discuss. It's open. I don't imagine everyone's gonna want to still sit up here. So I'm sure the conversation will be a little bit different. Just as you have any questions, feel free to ask away at any point in time. And I think we'll be a little bit behind for the next panel, but not as much. And yeah, just eat, conversate, communicate. I think in our official schedule, we call this networking time. So, but yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I'm gonna be running. I keep sorry, I'm not presentable for the video. I'm like grabbing clams and throwing them in and stuff like that. So like, but yeah, if anyone want to get up and have a conversation, I think everyone's good. If anyone got any questions right now while people are up here, feel free. All right, in the big pot back there is some halibut ceviche. It smacks. We have some more clams coming in here in a minute, and beans coming in a minute.
All right, so we're gonna have some beans here in a minute.
I don't know how to turn this off.
All right. Turn this one off. Yeah, so you are listening to earthcycles.net and ienearth.org, and we've got the mic back. Kill that. And should probably grab the other mic as well. We are at the Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center here in Seattle, Washington. Oh, and you know, if you're watching on the video, I'm going to flip this thing over just so you can take a look at the size of these posts that are, I don't know if we can get the perspective. Let me fade back out as far as I can go. But they are got a good 3 feet or more in diameter. Whoops, you kind of lost it there in the dark there. It's so bright up. But just phenomenal. And you know, we're going to go up here and see if we can see the beams. I don't know that it may be a little dark. There we go. That post is, more than 3 feet in diameter. So that's really phenomenal. Just what it would take, and you can see all the. Well, maybe you can't see. Let's see if we can zoom in anymore. The chisel marks on those beams, but just incredible workmanship to actually, and that's part of revitalization of traditional indigenous ways is to look at the comprehensive lifestyle, whether it's food security, architecture, all those various things. At any rate, I think I'm going to play some music and we'll see exactly how long it is before these guys come back. We do want to thank you for listening. For more information, you can go to ienearth.org. Also, check out the Tiny House Warriors. And earthcycles.net. And we will have more information as we go along. We will be here again tomorrow, supposedly starting around 11 o'clock. They want to take it out to 10 p.m., but I don't know if I can stay conscious that long. So we'll see how that plays out. What time is it now? It's 15:43, so it's almost 1600, 4 o'clock. So we'll see how it goes from there. But we do want to thank everyone for listening, and the food here is just outrageous. They have a halibut ceviche, which is just like, wow. In fact, I would say that it's the best ceviche that I've had since I was in Guatemala in the 70s. The balance there's one thing to make something from a recipe, but there's another thing to understand the spirit of food, with how much lemon and how do you accent and activate the different taste components, and do you have peppers in it, and do they, add to it, or do they become predominant? But at any rate, point being, the ceviche is outrageous. Have you tried the ceviche? No? You want to sit down and talk to us for a second?
Sure.
Yeah, far out. All right, let me flip this over here.
Fix my.
Oh yes, you gotta be totally your beautiful self.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, try my best.
Yeah.
So this is live right now?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
No, we're all dead.
Oh.
Yeah,
on our way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm feeling probably a little more than you in terms of that whole dynamic.
That whole affair.
Well, there's a really great booklet for those folks that are, you get it up in years or you have a health issue. There's a book called I'm Dead.
Dead?
I'm dead.
Okay.
Now what?
Now what? Yeah.
Okay, so
that's the question.
Right. Well, what it is, it's a booklet that gives all your information about your websites, your passwords, all the things that maybe your parents, where you have, where you hid the gold.
Oh.
It's a nice little booklet. Maybe your final wishes.
Yeah, for sure.
And so that, I don't know. You probably don't have kids?
No.
And
hopefully not. Just kidding. We'll see. We'll see about that.
Well, if you don't know, that would be a surprise.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm going to put this. I'm going to set up a new file, a new audio file, so I can record this. And
I'll make this quick. I gotta get back to tattooing, but.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
No worries.
who am I speaking with?
Break. This is Citlamina.
How do I spell that?
C-I-T.
Wait a second. C-I-T.
L-A.
L-A.
M-I.
M-I.
N-A.
N-A.
And then Mejia. Last name.
Okay. How do I spell that?
M-E.
M-E.
J.
J.
I-A.
I-A. Okay. And so what cultural orientation is that?
So my
Wait a second, I
name
gotta
or
hit
me?
record.
The whole.
Yeah, why don't
package?
you say your name first?
My name is Nahuatl. So from Mexico, that's the major language that was spoken pre-colonization and in the central region there. Yeah.
And your name is specifically?
Yeah, so Citlali is star. That first part, Citla. And then Mina is sky, so star in the sky.
Star
Citlali.
Sky, far out.
Yeah.
My daughter's name is Alira,
Okay.
which refers to Alpha Lyra, which is the next North Star.
Yeah.
Thuban used to be the North Star, and
Yeah.
Polaris is now.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah.
Alpha Lyra will be the next one. So it's, but what I love about the Central American cosmology is that their minds were expanded out to comprehend those 26,000 year cycles.
Yeah.
And to have that fractal consciousness of, what's going on right now.
Yeah.
And how we relate to. And so that brings me to the work that you're doing, that sort of fractal kind of embodiment of the outrageous out there, and then, whoops, I got a buzz in something. Let's see.
Whoa.
We'll take that out and see what that is. So, maybe you could explain your work.
My work. So I'm an apprentice, a tattoo practitioner in fancy terms. I'm a tattoo maker. I put ink in skin. Me, and along with my family, my dad is the first generation in our family to tattoo, and then now me, my brother, and hopefully my new niece. She's 2 years old, so we'll see where she goes. She's already drawing on us and making her way into that. So we'll see if we get a third generation out of her. But yeah, we've been tattooing, and we're from Los Angeles. We've been there. I'm third generation on my dad's side in Los Angeles, and then second on my mom's side. My mom from Yucatan, that peninsula in Mexico, and then my dad from Chihuahua, the Copper Canyon up north.
Oh, the Copper Canyon.
Yeah, Raramuri, and then Mayan descent on my mom's side.
I remember doing some interviews about folks in the Copper Canyon when it was the local community was being impacted by the military and the drug cartels at the same time. That was probably 20 some odd years ago.
Yeah. It's an interesting. I haven't visited since I was a little one. It must be. My dad had a lot of going back and forth with his grandparents. His great grandpa, I believe, his mom's grandpa, was the first one to come out of the canyon in our family. And he was still, they're known for being runners and whatnot, so he still went on foot everywhere, as much as he could. They would bring my dad down on a donkey, on a burro, into the canyon to meet up with his great grandpa. But yeah, so we're tattooers, and that's our main art form, our main life goal. That's what we base everything around. It's family and tattoo, and those two are indistinguishable for us.
So I'm not into, or I'm not part of the whole tattoo thing, so I don't know much about it. So maybe you could explain. My daughter is into it.
Okay.
And she has, some tattoo things. But what do you find the motivation for folks that get involved in wanting to have a tattoo? And then I noticed that, like with a lot of indigenous people, they do it, like the facial tattoos or the really, profound kind of, messaging.
Yeah. So that very visual message that you're getting, we've had for previous generations, but the tradition has been broken through colonization, interrupted a bit, and now our main goal is to help different communities, because we're displaced right now, we're displaced at home. We're just here to help communities bring those designs back, reintroduce them into the bloodstream, And a lot of what we've talked about is that getting tattoos like that, recognizable designs from your culture, doesn't matter where you're from. You can be from anywhere. Where you're from, you'll be able, in the next life when you pass on, or wherever you go after, you'll be recognizable to your people. They'll be able to check you out and be like, I know where you're from, you know? So you're lining yourself up like that, and yeah, just reintroducing that into the DNA. Those lost designs or new ones that you're creating with people and that are relevant to the times and whatnot, funny stuff, anything, you know?
So do you find that there's a predominance of, say, the warrior spirit, or people get tattooed for, loss? I know some people that, they have a traumatic loss and or they've accomplished something really great.
Yeah.
How would you say the motivation for folks to get tattooed, or just cultural revitalization?
Yeah, tattooing, I'm going to put this real quickly because I got to get smoking and then get back to work. But yeah, the tattoo is one of that beautiful art where, especially in nowadays where everything is built around comfort and being, I want a comfy pillow to lay on. I'm getting that memory foam mattress, that lazy boy in my living room, all of those comforts. That's one of the few things you can do to put yourself in that place of being uncomfortable in pursuit of something beautiful, whether that's introducing designs to your body or just giving yourself something. If you don't like how you look normally, make it beautiful, in different ways. But yeah, so it's that's a big motivating factor. And I grew up with it, so I've always been interested.
Right.
I've been around tattooed people since my dad's been tattooing since he was 15, and he's 50 now. So whatever that adds up to, it's been long before me.
Okay, so once again, we're going to introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Citlamina Mejia, daughter of Antonio Mejia and Henny Rosado Mejia.
And do you have a website or a business name or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram under my first and last name, just Citlamina Mejia. And then my dad's SMG_Antonio Mejia on there. And if you can find us on Instagram, my
so a
brother
lot of people
also.
use Instagram, huh? A lot of people use Instagram.
It's pretty popular. Popular. Other than that, we're smoke signals by word of mouth.
All right.
Find yourself smoking a cigarette at night, you might see us.
All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And you are listening to Earth Cycles at earthcycles.net, i.e. earth.org. It's dinner time or brunch, 4 o'clock more or less, and we are at the Salish Sea Assembly. Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center. We're here with some of the most outrageous food you can imagine. With that said, we're going to phase for a second. We're going to play a little bit of music, and we'll be back. Yeah, how's it go? If you be front, we'll be back. And once again, I'm going to play... Let's see here if I can... Oh, you know what? I might find another song to play. Let's see if I can find it. Oop. It may take me a second to... Let's see here. I want to go... Let's see what else is... Okay, here we go. This is a Lyra Rose, Open Like a Lotus. Oh, hopefully...
We come undone, one by one, as the moon crosses the sun. Sharpen your focus, open like a lotus. Notice everything around you, and all you cannot see. What can you set free? What is yours to claim? What can you set free? I've carried your pain, I've carried your sorrow, but tomorrow I will bury them bones. I've carried your pain, I've carried your sorrow, but tomorrow I will bury them bones. I've carried your I'm in the mood to plant seeds where I used to bleed. Keep on walking towards my destiny, letting go of all false identities. I'ma level up to infinity. I'm in the mood to plant seeds where I used to bleed. Keep on walking towards my destiny, letting go of all false identities. I'ma level up to infinity. Watch me grow, 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 watch me What is yours to claim? What can you set free? What is yours to claim? What can you set free?
Yeah. Okay, that was Alira. Alira Rose, my daughter. Hey, I'm going to play another one. This is Tap the Flow, Water for Everyone. And let's see if I can, I'll try to get it on the video screen if you're up there on YouTube.
Por favor.
Windows capture. Let's see if that
Lavaste mi alma y corazón.
1 second. And let's say okay. Whoops.
Donde estrella conecta con la piedra, donde aire se abraza mi piel. Yo soy viva en el cuerpo de agua. por ti y por nosotros, amor.
Hold up, check the perspective. Every human a star, like dots, time to connect it. Powered by the energy, water, hydroelectric. Liquid got a memory, still water's reflected. Decoded like a motor through the photo, get the message. Water dropping slow-mo, see it, what a blessing. Left with the picture from the center of a nexus. There's a singularity of thoughts, everyone's affected. I was born baptized, walk a mile in other shoes. Not talking past lives, right now it's the time to choose. Movement of the music to the water got me feeling loose. Groove so deep, we can tap into the earth's juice. Sipping on this water, just another day with Mother Nature's daughter. Order bring me to this instance, learning from the path of least resistance. When I'm caught up in the day-to-day, I'm looking to horizon. Remember, go the distance.
Water flowed again where the weather been dry. An ocean of devotion and last rain down upon the earth. This is a birth of a new world. Hey boy, hey girl. Get your feet in the dirt and your toes in the sand. All that once a curse was lifted from the land. Birds flew from the cages, sages emerged from the mountains, fountains overflowed again where the water was none. Come, come, children, gather all around. To the sound of the drip drop of water falling from the sky. Water falling from the sky. Water falling from the sky. Let the rain fall. Come on, let the rain fall. Wash yourself clean. Wash yourself.
Okay, we're going to phase out of that. That was a lyrical program. It's a Tap the Flow program that was put together in 2015, just prior to...
Water running in, feeling my being. Flow like the river, flash like the stream. Babbling brook, wash under the tree. I rehydration, water the sea. You water the sea. Water the sea.
Water the sea. And now we're going to go find this particular software program, and we're going to hit new, because we do want to record all these fancy things. And who am I speaking with? Why don't we get, and I'm just going to type your name in. That's
Nicole, Nicole, Rojas, Rojas.
Rojas, okay. And then we hit okay with that. Then we hit record. So you folks at home get to hear us in our play-by-play description of how we do all this. And hopefully you might be inspired to jump in and do this. Okay, so let's hit undo that. Okay, come on. I want to... Okay, I got to kill this one, I guess. And mixing board, nope. Canon... Okay, here we go. We're trying to figure out how that works. See who I'm looking at. And we can settle in here with everything we got going on. We'll say, okay. Whoops, why do you need to stay there? Come on. Okay, configure device. Okay. Now why is... Okay, maybe I gotta kill this. Mixing board, laptop camera. I don't want that. I want you. There we are. We'll just let it go. Okay, so... Nicole Rojas.
Correct.
And where are you from? Where do you call home or your land base?
Well, it is Tomba territory, but also known as East LA, East Los Angeles, California.
Tomba?
Tomba land, yeah, from the Tomba.
Tomba?
Yeah, it's Tongva. The Tongva people.
How
T.
Okay.
O. N.
Tongva.
G. V. A. Tongva.
Tongva.
Yes.
All right. I'm not familiar. I think that's the first time I've heard that. Is that, there's a lot of, oh gosh, the folks around the Arizona border, the like Tonatiuh folks,
Right.
and so how is your lineage related to that, or have you always been in the LA basin?
I'm what they would say third generation to Los Angeles. My grandparent originally came from Sonora, Mexico, from the Yaqui Reservation in Cocori, Rio Yaqui, and came to Los Angeles. So that's how. So where I come from, the Yaqui people.
And one of the things that I have some friends down there, and they shared with me some of their 60-day corn.
Oh, did they?
And
Right.
and so I had some corn seeds, and it's phenomenal to think, because a lot of coming from East Coast folks, people grow corn, it's 180 days or something, but because of the lack of water, and it just really opens up your mind to how traditional indigenous people had a relationship with their food, sovereignty, food,
Right.
and the plants respected and they worked together. It was kind of interesting. 60-day corn. So
Yeah, because of the way the earth is different in the desert. So, and where they have to seek out their water and their fertile grounds and
Right,
stuff like
right.
that. Yeah, for sure.
So what do you do in LA?
So I am a social worker in LA. I've been a social worker for about 25 years now, and I've worked with a lot of our youth in probation, gang affiliated, and I've also worked with lifers coming out of prison to help them reintegrate into life, and I've worked with a lot of our domestic violence in the inner cities of Los Angeles.
And where do you find, when you say those things, every one of them kind of almost makes my heart ache a little bit. And so where do you find the strength to move in those circles of such, I don't know.
I think because I myself was born in the same community and raised with those same trials and tribulations, it doesn't feel there's not a major gap between the understanding of that. I think it is very much needed that people who reside in the community, who understand it culturally, should be there to also help guide the healing process if possible.
Well, and when you talk about the healing process, I think that the most important thing would be to get rid of capitalism as a really important step. It's sort of like how many birds have to pay rent, or or the worms are being taxed, or the impacts of life.
Well, there's no doubt a construct to keep us, imprisoned, not only physically and mentally, but spiritually. So one of the things that I do in working with the population that I work with, the people that I work with, is I take them out to the mountains and I take them camping. And we go out there and we teach them to disconnect from everything that they know from the inner cities and connect with, the elements and ground them. The first nights, our youth are howling at the moon and just allowing themselves to be kids, forgetting about the tagging, the gangbanging, having to look hard, having to look tough. So, I'm grateful that we have that opportunity to get our young people to be able to experience that. I wish we created more programs like that, but a lot of people aren't willing to make that sacrifice, or there is not enough financial funding to provide that kind of resource to our young people, because it's effective work and they're not trying to be effective.
No, well, that is really a powerful statement. It's effective work, so they want to avoid it. Punitive seems to be the model of the dominant culture. They have hell and brimstone and all of that craziness.
Right.
And then you have the prison project.
Prison complex system, yeah.
Right, and prison for profit.
Yeah. Or pipeline. I mean, most people
prison pipeline.
Yeah, prison a pipeline. So what they do, what happens is the vast majority who are caught up in Los Angeles or big cities, the school districts are horrible at education, right? And most of our youth, even including myself, would graduate with the 8th grade reading level, and they're just really scooting us along, not really challenging us or giving us what we need to be successful and competent, right? So it then creates this pipeline of prison. So these kids, think about this, we repeat. In elementary, we have English, math, science, right? And then we go to junior high, English, math, science, history. Then we go to high school, English, math, science, history. Then we go to college, and it's English, math, science, history, right? And it keeps being repetitive. There's nothing engaging that really sparks the mind for...
Well, right. I like you say, I think it's determined so that there's weeding out the mindlessness of the kind of people that they want.
Right. So then on top of that, in our Los Angeles, specifically, I can talk from that point, our projects, what we call housing projects, look exactly like the prisons. So you go and they're like, the buildings look the same from the outside,
Right. I know exactly what you mean. Living in San Francisco by the projects and then in Hunters Point.
Okay, so so these kids think, well, I'm still kind of home, right? So like, what's the difference? But now I get a free meal,
right?
And I'm not getting in trouble, and I'm with all my friends here. So they almost make it a little comfortable for them without even them understanding the complexity of the damage spiritually that they're doing to themselves, right?
Well, and the other component of that, when I think of damage, I think of fresh air, and actually feet on the ground, and I don't mean just on the cement. I mean actually on the ground.
Right.
And grounding. I think when you mentioned that as taking folks out into the woods or the forest or the hillsides or to the ocean. Or gardening. Mm-hmm. I've seen in Mendocino County they have gardens for people that are incarcerated because they're actually looking at trying to get people some self-respect and trying to reorganize.
So that usually doesn't come until like after, right? Like when they're older and they realize they have the capability to move outside their box. But when people are young, they really because they're trying to stay away and stay alive, there may be 20 gang territories they have to pass through to get to the ocean, so they may never get there. And they'll never see the ocean and put their feet in the sand.
Because there may be 20 different gang territories between where they are. One of the things that surprised me when I was living in San Francisco is I met some elders that had never been, we were living on 24th Street, 24th and 25th and Mission, on Folsom Street. But some of the elders had never been past 16th.
Right.
That everything back in the 70s, it was so tight. And then when the government started to bring in angel dust, and the drug thing just went psychotic.
And it's happening again, right, with the fentanyl and everything else. And then, sex trafficking seems to have a real big light on it. Not that it always existed, but now it's almost like it's okay because of the stuff they see on social media and what they, all this understanding. We have a few areas in Los Angeles where girls can practically walk naked, in the street, and that's what they do, and we're not talking one or two, we're talking, 30, 40 women out there and doing this and not understanding and the concept. And people may judge them and think, oh, how could they or what, but again, the spiritual effects of living in the inner city. I think there was a study done by USC stating that anyone who lived in South Central and near South Central, Los Angeles, would have the same PTSD as someone coming out of war. So, I mean, just for that understanding alone, to understand how significant that is on the spirit. And then so right now what I'm doing is, although I work as a social worker, one of my biggest things is always activism on this, on when I'm not, I'm always active, right? But on my own value systems, on my own philosophy, right? And so I created, along with others in our community, Northern Southern Winds Cultural Foundation.
Is there what's the URL for that?
I'm on Instagram.
It's funny. I don't know anybody on Instagram until I come here, and it seems like that's the
platform,
social media platform for the Indigenous folks here.
Yeah. So if they go on Instagram and look up Indigenous Journey Counseling, they'll find our account, and it's Indigenous Journey Counseling / Northern Southern Winds Cultural Foundation. The Cultural Foundation's been around for at least 30 years, but we were accustomed to putting on like cultural events, powwows, Day of the Dead events, things of that kind. But I stepped away from that because I really wanted to focus more on spiritual connection for our people. So in the process, in the last few years, the idea and concept that I have that I'm going to create the first Indigenous cultural spiritual center in Los Angeles for Native Indigenous people to come and practice their ceremonies. Because sometimes our young people don't have access to go, 6-hour drive to ceremony somewhere else, 8-hour drive up north to Mendocino County, all these different ceremonies that are available. They don't have resources. We need to bring the ceremony in the city, and we're gonna need our people to pull together to help make this happen.
So I have this is what I'm working on.
Okay.
Because time is controlled by the church and the state.
Right.
And that we should, if we want to change, we really need to change time. So people say, it's beyond me that it's 2024, and I hear people say the sun rises.
Mm-hmm.
The sun has never risen in all of existence, and it'll never set.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is the most stationary thing in your life, and it's the earth that is spinning.
Mm-hmm.
And the dominant culture keeps everybody confused by that. And because so the idea, how do we get away from that concept and so what we did is we developed a degree clock. Okay, so you take a 24-hour clock, you change it to 360 degrees, you set it on a south-face wall. The hour hand always points exactly to where the sun is.
Okay.
And it tells you how many degrees the Earth has rotated since noon.
Okay.
So time, it's the eternal moment. This is now, everywhere at the same time. The sun is the most stationary thing in your life, and the Earth is rotating. So we reorient ourselves into this stationary sun. And once that happens, your 5 bodies become clarified to your conscious mind. What are your 5 bodies? Your awareness being. Each body is individualized, differentiated, but integrated. Differentiated, but integrated. Awareness being, light consciousness, slowing down into thought, into emotion, into electromagnetic sensation, into physicality. And so as you connect with stationary sun, then all of those bodies become integrated into your awareness being, and all my relations becomes a reality of nowness. At any rate, I was just thinking of, for folks that are stuck, it's a really easy way to get disengaged instantly from dominant culture nonsense.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of concept, but what a lot of times I believe that holds our people down is an emotional baggage that we carry, right? So I've also became a practitioner of our healing medicines, like so my Yaqui people have a tradition with the toad, with the sapo toad, and this is a MO5 DMT, which is I think people know it as a god eye medicine or something like that. But it's bufo, sapo, and so when people take the medicine, I'm there to I administer to help them understand.
You're a guide.
And I want to help that journey so that they can release what binds them to not be part of the whole universe, and say that how beautiful of a being they are to exist and to coexist within all our elements. So like people sometimes they take medicine without understanding, and some people take medicine without counseling, and those are all things important in order to be an alchemist, to understand all those concepts. It's not just about coming in, because a lot of people do ceremony and they'll say it's a beautiful experience, but not understand that all the other integral things that are happening or should be happening around them, right?
Right, to integrate.
So and that's hard because most people don't understand what integration is, and it's a process. It doesn't just happen automatically. It's a process. So when before somebody does medicine with me, I sit with them and I ask them what are their intentions, what are they releasing, what are they letting go of.
And well, being a man, is that I've always, as you enter into a relationship, you find that my emotions are kind of eclipsed by my physicality, and so I don't quite understand what my emotions are. Although I feel them, I don't have an intellectual interpretation of what's going on, which is kind of interesting. As you mature, you get a little bit more of a sense of that, but it's always... I'm going to share with you, yesterday was a pretty profound day with the election issues, and how blessed we were to be doing something really positive.
Right.
And I got back to the hotel place and I took a walk, and I'm just kind of feeling all of that stuff, and I was introduced to this little plant.
Oh, okay.
It's an amanita
Yes.
mushroom that was just sitting, I was just walked over to this fence and looked down, and I saw this amanita, and it has a different kind of psychoactive component to it. It's not like psilocybin,
Right.
but it's more like it takes you to a dream kind of space, and it was interesting just to step into the spirit of the plant without having to destroy it.
Right.
Just to recognize that, okay, we can let go and go into dream time and try to find some clarity in where we're going.
I think a lot of times what happens is that people take for granted what we do on a normal day basis. As simple as waking up and breathing, right? And I think that's where when we realize that each step of each moment is our presence, and how beautiful that is, and how we should interact with one another as human beings, then we will start to rise to another consciousness. And what people don't understand, it doesn't take much to be kind. But people are so caught up in their minds and not allowing themselves to process what's around them or to appreciate what's around them. And a lot of it is due to money, capitalism, right? And the system. But sometimes you have to break free of that. And you have to understand that, like, there's a saying in Spanish, like, cuando mueres es con un puño de tierra. When you die, it's just a grain of land with your dirt, right? Because you don't take your money with you, you don't take your riches with you, and so people are so much caught up on how much material value they can gather in their lifetime, but not realizing the beauty of it is being able to exist and appreciate what you see and who you interacted with, and how even good and bad lessons are important, right? And I think that's where people frown on, like they keep like hindering on all the mistakes that were made and how they could have corrected, and when they're not understanding that's part of their journey, that's part of the process. Part of life is making mistakes and learning from them. There's no such thing as a perfect life. There's no such thing as not making a mistake. You have to understand that's part of your journey. And once you look at it and you appreciate it and you sit with it and you learn from it, it's a beautiful experience. But we tend to not.
And that brings us back to exactly where we started, is that this society is punitive.
Mm-hmm.
And so that every time you do, have a mistake, instead of embracing what you've learned,
Mm-hmm.
you're punished for your inadequacies.
Yeah.
And so that becomes a really fundamental thing that needs to be, really reevaluated, is that, when you were talking about the beauty of life in Samkhya philosophy, yoga kind of thing, Sat Chidananda, knowledge of existence, is absolute bliss. And and I think that's one of the things that attracted me to native cosmology, is recognizing that life is exquisitely beautiful and a magical kind of event.
Well, if you go to any part of the world, and you visit their most indigenous people, because there's indigenous people on every single continent, to that place, to that location, look at how simple they live and look at how happy they are. It's that, and it.
There you go, folks. How simple they live and how happy they are.
Mm-hmm.
And so that brings us back into what's the goal. I mean, why are you here? Why are we here if it's not just to be simply happy?
It's funny because I think we take that away from ourselves, chasing the material value of it all. And I'm very happy to be here today. I'm very happy to stand in solidarity, not only with the community up here in so-called Seattle, but to stand here in solidarity with my sister Kanahus, to understand that we are really trying to save the beauty in which was created, like the whales, like the fish that are in the ocean, and the deer and the elk and the wolves and all of these animals that really make up a beautiful life of ours, right? And we don't, I think, take enough time to realize how amazing they are. We almost see that these things are in our way versus a part of us.
Right. Well, and it's interesting, like you say, that is how frustrated you can get, or I could get, because I need to get this done and that done, rather than enjoying the process.
And I'm human, so sometimes I get caught up in my own processes as well. But I think that's not the problem. It's nothing. Life is made up of moments, right? And there's moments. Everybody's like, oh, I just want to be happy. Well, you have happiness. You have a few moments of anger, a moments of loneliness, a few moments of depression, a few moments of anger. But that's all part of the process. That's still, can you imagine the body craves peace, but even in understanding the interaction between a negative encounter, there's a teaching in that. And taking the most positive from that, right? But we're just we get caught up in the emotion of that.
To have a complete palate, so you have an understanding. Don't believe everything you think.
Right.
Is a really difficult place to go to. I wanted to mention something. Clandykin. Let's see, we have something going on here. Hold on, we're gonna see what we got here.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's just okay. So Clandykin is a rock and roll or band or any rate, for 20 some odd years, every Thanksgiving they go to Black Mesa.
Okay.
With the Dene, and they bring shovels and rakes and axes and all kinds of things to the folks living out there. And so and when I was out there, got in the 90s, some early 90s, the Beauty Way was one of the things that they always talked about, is that, the Beauty Way, that's to embrace the indigenous traditional values, was to walk in the Beauty Way. And I always thought that was...
Yeah, I mean, and walking in beauty doesn't mean perfection. And I mean, I'm not here to offend anybody, but the concept of Christian belief is perfection. No such thing. We're human beings. That's not even possible. I think what we leave out is that there is no such thing in the beauty in who you become as a human being, and learn to understand that life is about living purposefully. Live with purpose. And in that, you will find your own perfection. You know what I mean? So that's...
Once again, we're speaking with...
Nicole Rojas.
And is there any other magical wisdom words that we can get from you?
I just say, our medicine of everything that has happened since the moment we've grown up, like good or bad, is part of our journey. Our journey in life is no different than our handprint. Our handprints, they said there are no two alike. They look similar, but there are no two handprints that are alike. That's the same thing of our own life and our own journey. You could have had a family of 10 people living in one house, but they all had different experiences in that house, and it shaped them very differently. So what I tell people is enjoy the process. It's hard to understand it at the moment, so I ask our elders and our older people to be patient with our children, to be patient with themselves, and enjoy the process of life. Enjoy their journey. That's their medicine, because when you can look at your life's journey and say, it's been a good life. For a child who grew up in East LA, who didn't understand that they were Mexican, because it's a predominantly Mexican neighborhood, and to have experiences in my life that were super significant. Like for me, at the age of 3, my grandmother was shot and killed in front of me. That affected me so much. I lost the closest nurturing mother figure in my life at 3 years old, in such a violent way, right? And so all of those things that superseded after that, I could have done anything with that and turned bad. I could have went to jail. I could have become the people that I help. But for whatever reason, because I was open to the universe at a young age, maybe it was my grandmother's spirit still watching over me, it guided me to a whole different other way. And because I allowed for that and I let it speak true to my spirit, and I've enjoyed the journey all along the way. I can say this young girl from East LA was able to go to Canada and be amongst the native people up there and be at the Rocky Mountains, go all the way to the Yucatan, meet native spiritual people out there, to be able to travel the world and have that possibility. That, even at 51 years old now, that's blessings to that. As hard as my young childhood was, I've had an amazing life already. So enjoy your life, enjoy your journey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you've been listening to earthcycles.net, ienearth.org. We are a state of emergency for the Salish Sea, a mobilization here in, where are we? Seattle. I can never remember.
Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center.
Right. And it's always interesting that I've been here. I knew I was coming here, but I can't. This place doesn't seem like Seattle doesn't resonate with me as where I am.
Right. No, at all.
So every
right?
time I think about where I am,
right.
I have to okay, where am I?
We feel like we're on an island right now. It's so beautiful right here. Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Later. Okay, we're going to let that go and hit the pause button there. now we're going to come up with some music. If I can find the... Oh, right, I was doing a... This was a tap the flow thing. We're going to try that again. And we'll see if we can play the whole thing.
Agüita, por favor, lávase mi alma y corazón. Agüita, donde estrella conecta con la piedra, donde aire se abraza mi piel. Yo soy viva en el cuerpo de agua. Por ti y por nosotros, amor.
Hold up, check the perspective. Every human a star, like that's time to connect it. Powered by the energy, water, hydroelectric. Liquid got a memory, still water's reflected. Decoded like a motor through the photo, get the message. Water dropping slow-mo, see it, what a blessing. Left with the picture from the center of a nexus. There's a singularity of thoughts, everyone's affected.
Agüita, por favor.
I was born baptized, walk a mile in other shoes. Not talking past lives, right now it's the time to choose. Movement of the music to the water got me feeling loose. Groove so deep, we can tap into the earth's juice. Sipping on this water, just another day with Mother Nature's daughter. Order, bring me to this instance. Learning from the path of least resistance. Been caught up in the day-to-day and looking to the horizon. Remember, go the distance.
And suddenly, dark clouds parted from the sky. Water flowed again where the weather been dry. An ocean of devotion, and last rain down upon the earth. This is the birth of a new world. Hey boy, hey girl, get your feet in the dirt and your toes in the sand. All the once a curse was lifted from the land. Birds flew from the cages, sages emerged from the mountains, fountains overflowed again where the water was none. Come, children, gather all around and listen to the sound of the drip drop of water falling from the sky. Water falling from the sky. Water falling from the sky. Let the rain fall. Come on, let the rain fall. Wash yourself clean. Wash yourself clean.
Water unclean, feeling my being. Flow like the river, flash like the stream. Babbling brook, wash under the tree. I rehydration, water the sea. You water the sea.
Water the seeds, the trees, so we can breathe. It's a base need, everyone deserves it, so we say peace. Water the seeds, the trees, so we can breathe. It's a base need, everyone deserves it, so we say peace.
Make up your mind. Water for everyone.
Yeah, mama, give me what we need. Wet water, purified, lubricate the dream. Cutting through the mountain, fountain evergreen. Moving through the crack, bring it back. True indeed, feel the roots, speak the truth to the king. Life liberation, high on hydration. Most nights ride on a high vibration. Pollution cleansed, toxins cleaned. Crystal clear vision on a lake that's pristine.
Rainfall. Come on, let the rain fall. Wash yourself clean. Wash yourself clean. Rainfall. Help the moon cleanse the roots. Help the moon cleanse the roots.
All right. So that was Water for Everyone, Tap the Flow, program that was put together, well, this was 6 years ago, so I'm not quite sure. But I believe that, the whole water is life. So now I'm looking for, we are here at the state of emergency for the Salish Sea, and people are checking in with each other and chit-chatting and eating some outrageously incredible seafood. So, yeah, pretty magical. And let's see what I got going on here. Let's go. Okay.
Sometimes we fall off, it doesn't matter. Sleep through mental chatter. Your mind is amazed that with eyes you can shatter. Illusion, confusion are part of the platter. Take what you need and then let the rest scatter. I move with the music, I move to the sound. I live to get up, but I came to get down. Life is a class you will never escape until your last breath, but then you just graduate.
Slide up the mics. And so now we can actually, I can hear you, and we can talk a little bit about, while I try to, I want to record. So what we're going to do first is we're going to set up a file. And we go new, and then we go audio. And then what's your name? Dante. You got to speak into the microphone.
Dante.
Dante. Oh, far out. Okay. Dante. All right. And we're going to see. We hit OK. And then we're going to hit record. And so now you can see, like when you speak, why don't you tell us a story and then speak into the microphone, and you can see your voice there.
Okay.
So introduce yourself first. There you go.
Like say what?
What's your name? Where you're from? What your interests are? Why you're here? We could start what's your name? Your full name?
Dante Terrence Quilt.
Dante.
Terrence Quilt.
Terrence Quilt. Okay, and then where are you from?
I'm from Iowa.
Iowa?
Mhm.
Iowa?
Iowa.
Iowa. And where is that geographically located from where we are right now?
Port Angeles.
Oh, okay. Iowa. Okay. So that's like the traditional name for the area. So I noticed that you're part of the family that plays traditional music.
Mhm.
And what do you call Well, how do you? I don't know anything about that whole culture. Maybe you could explain it, what it is to be part of that.
Well, the paddle prayer one is when I was like super little. We were at this surf training, and we were at the beach, and then we were like singing songs and stuff. And then Guy Kapoman, he wanted to give the song to 5 people, and he chose me for some reason.
Huh.
And then that's been my favorite song.
That's really exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, to actually. And so, what's the name of the song that you were gifted with?
Paddle prayer.
Power of Prayer?
No, paddle prayer.
Paddle Prayer. Okay, so far out, Paddle Prayer. And so, have you worked with the canoes and done that?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you've been out. Have you been out in the water here in Salish country, or just down there? You just work out down in Nawa?
So in Elba we went to Jamestown, and we paddled to Jamestown, and then we paddled to Port Gamble.
How many people are in a boat when you go and to paddle?
It depends on the size of the canoe.
And what's the most that you've ever been on?
5-6 times.
No, but I mean the amount of people. How many people is?
About 13 or 15.
Oh, really? So that's a really big canoe to have 13 to 15 people on it. And so do you bring your own food and stuff when you go out like that?
Yeah. Yeah. And bring snacks and stuff.
Yeah.
Then we'll take a break once in a while.
Well, when you just... And how... I mean, that's a lot. Does it move around a whole lot?
Yeah.
And
if it's like big, huge waves, we have to like paddle hard and stuff.
And do you have, what do they call those, outrigger kind of things on your canoes? Or are they, do you know what I mean? Because I've seen some canoes where they had these like 2 poles that come out and then another little floating piece on the side. But you don't use those.
No.
Or do you ever make any of your own canoes, your friends?
No.
No?
We're getting in the canoe pretty soon, though.
Yeah? You're going to build it yourself? Make it yourself?
No, we found a guy.
Oh, because it's a really special kind of science?
Yeah. We need a lot of wood.
Uh-huh. Oh, is it going to be like out of one log, or is it going to be, like a bunch of little pieces?
It can be like strips, or you can just carve it.
Uh-huh.
Where the guy that's making our canoe is doing it in strips.
Okay. Interesting. So he has to glue it all together, so to speak. All the strips. I was in the Squally land, and they had the paddles, and it was interesting to me that the paddles could be used for a whole bunch of different things, like almost like a walking staff and a weapon, as well as a paddle, and you could do a lot of different things with it.
Yeah.
So do you practice with that kind of like orientation? I guess that's what some of the songs are all about, huh?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. We can dance with them, we can paddle with them, we can...
Yeah.
Kinds of things.
Yeah. So, Do you have a whole group of folks down there, like friends and family that, besides your family, that you go down and you play music with?
So we have family all over, like Montana, Suquamish, here,
Oh, far out. So you travel around anywhere you go, you're at home.
Canada,
Canada,
Oregon.
That's pretty neat. So you've been in a bunch of different places.
Yeah,
All right. So how old are you now?
I'm 11.
11. So what would you say to some young people out there that how much fun you're having being 11 years old as a native?
I don't know. I kind of just go with it.
Is there anything that really excites you about some of the things that you've seen while you've traveled?
Yeah, we do like some fun stuff, play some games,
Yeah, any particular games that you like? Do you have like ball games? Do you do lacrosse? Kind of lacrosse. It's a game with a stick with a little basket on the end of it. I was in North Carolina, and the Cherokee folks down there are really into playing lacrosse.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gonna sing us a song?
Not right now, probably later.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to share with the people?
Well, probably just a fishing story.
Okay.
A few fishing stories.
Okay. I'd love to hear a fishing story.
Well, I had a bike accident, and I broke my collarbone, and it was when, like, 1 or 2 years ago, when the Elwha River opened, because it hadn't opened in a long time because of the dams and stuff. And we were fishing on it. My mom said I couldn't fish. I was like, okay. My mom had to go all the way back to the car, which is like, I don't know, probably 150 feet away. And I grabbed the pole and I started fishing.
Oh, when your mom wasn't there?
And then 30 minutes later, my mom was coming back. And then I ran. I tripped over a rock and I fell in the rocks. It wasn't that bad, so I just started running again. And then I sat in the chair and then put the pole down.
Was there a fish on the end of it?
No.
No. All right. So how did you break your collarbone?
Bike accident.
In a bicycle. I think you said that. Right. So you still ride your bike?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you have? What kind of bike do you have?
I was riding one of my cousin's bikes.
Was it a little taller than you?
No.
Oh, it was good. Okay. So how did you crash it?
I was going down the hill. There's this rock, and then the boat.
And then you went head over heels over the handlebars.
No, I just fell off the bike and landed on my shoulder. That's how I broke my collarbone. My collarbone just went like.
Yow. Ouch.
It was kind of broken, but barely.
Yeah, it still hurt regardless.
Then I had to
Are
wait.
you gonna come talk with us too?
And then I had to wait like an hour for my mom to get back from shopping.
Oh.
I was just on the couch chilling.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to leave with the folks out there?
There's another fishing story.
Okay.
So I was out in Coral Sea fishing, and like we go all out. We could snag, we could dip net. What the sporties can't, they just use reel and rod.
The who?
The sporties.
Oh, the sporties. Okay.
Yeah, and we were like fishing this one time. This freaking big huge fish just starts passing by, and just chilling, cruising. Me and my dad and my other cousins were trying to get it, but I kept on rolling, and then I caught it, and then
How did you catch it?
freaking
With a pole? With a hook?
yeah, pull, and then I got it up on bank, and then
Yeah.
I took the hook off. Next you know, I see a whole about 20, 30 fish coming up, and I was like, oh shoot! Got back up there. Thinking the bank was full of fish. I'm just like,
The fish were coming up to see the fish that you caught?
no,
They were just coming up to the bank?
no, they're just like coming up river.
Oh, they were coming up the river.
Like I seen all of them in the rapids just start coming up. I was like, oh shoot! So I just kicked that one up, the one that was on bank, and then like a little bit up more so it won't flop away.
Uh-huh.
Then my Uncle Isaiah, he put it back over there. And then I kept on getting more and more, and my Uncle Isaiah just kept on freaking going back and forth.
So how many fish did you get?
About like 20, 30.
How big
And
were
then-
they?
I caught one as big as my leg.
Oh my goodness. Pretty heavy to carry up while it's all wiggling around.
Yeah. Well, if I catch it on the tail,
Uh-huh.
if I catch the fish on my tail, will go, my pole will go like up and down, up and down. And then I would pull it on bank and try to go back in the water, so I just kick it back up. It was hard to keep track of them because my Uncle Isaiah was just running around trying to put the fish back in the bin.
Uh-huh. So they wouldn't get back in the water. So then you have to, so you keep them alive for a while before you gut them?
No, we just put it in the bin and let them die.
Oh, so you don't like kill them,
We just bonk them in the head, put it in the bin.
huh? And then you gut them when you get home?
No, we got it before we leave.
Oh, okay.
And then once everybody left, you know Sasquatch, right?
Uh-huh.
Once everybody left, there was like no one there. It was like a freaking ghost town or something. And we were packing up. Next thing you know, we just heard like a wah. Not very angry. Just like it sounded young.
Uh-huh.
Like we heard Sasquatch.
Uh-huh.
Or something. and it was as it kind of sounded like young.
Uh-huh.
It was like just a kid, like it's saying. Okay. And then it kind of sounded like. It kind of sounded like hey Dad, over here. I forget. And then when we're going down to scare all the fish up, like there's this like log jam that were like a little bit fresh trees and stuff, and because the storms, you know, and we went over there. tree was freaking in the hole where all the fish were chilling. A tree was like ripped off, and then it was like all the way downriver. We seen it, so we just started like trying to scare the fish up to where we can start getting them.
Okay, so the fish were going down the river with the tree.
No, the fish was like still there. It's just the branch, the tree that was like ripped off. It was all the way down the river, and we just started scaring them up to all the other people, and like my cousin, he threw it through a big huge flat rock. Next you know, it starts skipping all the way up river.
Yeah.
I was like, I think he missed a little.
All right. So once again, we're speaking with your name?
Dante.
Dante. And you're from?
Alwa.
Alwa. And is there anything else you want to leave with folks?
I think there's another fishing story, but I can't.
Okay, we got one more fishing story. Okay.
Like, hold on, I have to search for it.
You gotta search for it. Okay. Open up the memory banks. All right. Well, we'll come back to it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you got it.
We were when I was like little. My dad, like, it was my 3rd year on the Quilcene River. I was about like 7 or freaking 6, and we were going up river, and then there was like this huge rapid. He's like, it was like up to my chest. And then my dad's like, "Don't worry, you can walk through that." And I was like, "Okay." And then I started walking through. And then I made it. And then that's when I remembered when I was like super little, like 3 or 2. I had this cracker on the Elbow River, and we were having this little picnic on the river. And when I was like 3 or 2, and I dropped my cracker in the river. Then I just did the most freaking, I don't know what I did. I just freaking started running out to the cracker. Freaking I was running through the water trying to get my cracker, and I was acting like it was like the last cracker in the world, and I was about to go in the deep end because I didn't know how to swim. My dad had to like run in the water, got me. Then once I was back on the bank, I was crying until my mom gave me another cracker.
Well, that could have been disastrous. I think that's one of the neat things about having people look after you, because sometimes we get so mesmerized by something that we kind of lose sense of our own safety. Yeah, so that's a good story. Yeah. All right, Dante, thank you so much for joining us here at the Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center at the Salish Sea Assembly. So, yeah, we'll check in a little bit later.
Okay. I'll tell you when I have something else.
Okay, come back to me when you got something else going on. Appreciate that. All right, well, that's kind of sweet. I'm going to say okay, and we're going to go back to our, let's see, if I hit that, does that start playing? Nope.
Every morning I look outside, feeling lucky just to be alive. Every morning I look outside, feeling lucky just to be alive. Every morning I look outside, feeling lucky just to be alive. Every morning I look outside, feeling lucky just to be alive. Every It's a gathering of tribes, it's a meeting of minds amidst the chaos. All the treasures we shall find, give it time. Give me a sign, give me a reason, and then I'll give you a rhyme. Give me a reason, I'll give you a rhyme. Give me a penny, I'll give you a dime. Tell me you're broken, I'll say you're fine. You've the power to redefine, redesign your bloodline. So many stories, there's so many lies, but we will remember. I'm a manifesting queen, building castles in my dreams, turning colors into light and my words into wings. When I walk with the divine, the universe is mine. When I give myself to love, I let my light shine. I'm a manifesting queen, building castles in my dreams, turning colors into light and my words into wings. When I walk with the divine, the universe is mine. When I give myself to love, I let my light shine. I don't need no fake friends, fake trends, with no beginnings and no ends. Looking through a fake lens, I'm the real deal, baby. I don't need to play pretend. I'm coming to you with my heart on my sleeve, soul in my eyes, and a song to sing. And I bring it, every which way. I'ma bring it, every single day. I came here with something to say. I didn't crawl through the broken pieces of my yesterday just to give it away to someone who gets paid by the ones that profit out the bombs they make. Countries they destroy and lives to take. Fake media and fake woke. Got you playing one side, but it's all a joke. Politicians just clowns in a dumb show. Turn off the news, baby, go slow. Relax,
gotta use the restroom, get some water, tea, coffee, some more food, we'll definitely be seeing you soon.
Beyond the mountains, over land and sea, pasture in the visions, I'll be waiting patiently. There's a place you have known, you have only seen in dreams. When you sit in stillness, there's a light that comes to be. Remember you were lying, not a sheep. You could keep on following the herd or take the lead. Baby, keep your head up, don't go back to sleep. Who got the keys, baby? Who got the keys? Remember you were lying, not a sheep. You could keep on following the herd or take the lead. Baby, keep your head up, don't go back to sleep. Don't go back to sleep. Don't go back to sleep. I know you've been dancing down the street. It's been a long road and it makes you wanna weep. Baby, keep your head up, stay on your feet. Gotta stay true, baby, gotta stay free. Gotta stay true, gotta stay free. There beyond the mountains, over land and sea, pasture in the visions, I'll be waiting patiently. There's a place you have known, you have only seen in dreams. When you sit in stillness, there's a light that comes to be.
On the internet, so I'll show you here in a second. Let me get some music playing. Right here we have a whole list of different things that they can play this.
Listen to the skies, listen to the sound. Something on the land, something going down. Down pressers speeding by life. Fever's heart, burning rivers to cross. Walls of Babylon, material noise. Thinking they've touched the moon. Freedom takes a rocket blast. Just another day, like yesterday. Rocking my heart, rocking the reds. Woman like you, times like this. All that's real connects to you. Happy medicine, making me smile. Seeing you laugh, getting so near. Rocking our hearts, rocking the reds. Carrying on like he ain't been gone. Warmaker's back in town. His notion taking care of us. Not same as, not even close to our notion of taking care of us. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. no job and prices going up. Warmaker's back in town. Just another day like yesterday. Rocking my heart, rocking the reds. No chance we're gonna ever give up. Together we'll dance a personal dance. Sweet starts, surrendering only to each other. These days holding tonight, holding on tight. Rocking our hearts, rocking the reds. Hustling on down, hustling the street. Rag man, rag woman, paper bags full.
Trouble travels fast when you're specially designed for crash testing or wearing wool sunglasses in the afternoon. Come on and tell us what you're trying to prove. 'Cause it's a battle when you dabble in war. You store it up, unleash it, then you piece it together. Weather the storm drain, running rampant, you stamp it and send it to somebody who's pretending to care. Just cash in your blanks for little toy tanks. Learn how to use them, then abuse them, and choose them over conversations. Relationships are overrated. I hate it, everyone said the sun. And so I will cook all your books. You took a look and then mistook, and you could watch it instead from the comfort of your burning beds. Or you could sleep through the static. But who needs sleep when we've got love? Who needs keys when we've got clubs? Who needs pleas when we've got guns? Who needs peace when we've gone above? But beyond where we should have gone. We went beyond where we should have gone. Stuck between channels, my thoughts all quit. I thought about them too much, allowed them to touch the feelings of rain down on the plains, all dried and cracked, waiting for things that never came. Shocking, awful thing to make somebody think that they have to choose, pushing for peace, supporting the troops, and either you're weak or you use brute force feed. The truth is we say not as we do. We say anytime, anywhere, just show your teeth and strike the fear of God. Wears camouflage, cries at night and drives a dodge. Pick up the beat, stop hogging the feast. That's the way to treat an enemy. Well, mighty appetite, we just eat 'em up and keep on driving. Freedom can be freezing, take a picture from the pretty side. Mind your manners, wave your banners, what a wonderful world that this angle can see. But who needs to see what we've done? Who needs pleas when we've got guns? Who needs keys when we've got clubs?
Hopefully everyone enjoyed their little break meal. We got a larger meal coming up, some black cod coming up in a little bit. I want Kana, who's to introduce our next group of panelists after. Where's my nephew at? Yeah, Ua? Yeah. Give me a few minutes to find our singers to open back up real quick, and then, let me see where they went. Yeah.
So now you should be able to hear me talking, and you are listening to. That's kind of interesting, huh?
Is Ua doing work right now? You get work done? Y'all want to sing us to open the floor up real quick? Okay.
No. Okay, we still have a couple minutes before we get started. And we'll go back to our song. Well, we're just trying to get coordinated. The idea is dead air. You don't want to have dead air, so we always want to have something playing when...
Who needs peace when we've gone above, but beyond where we should have gone? Beyond where we should have gone. We went beyond where we should have gone. Beyond where we should have gone.
About half of the 20 samples that were collected of the high fructose corn syrup we had.
Okay, could I ask the panelists, speakers to all sit up on the stage, please? I'll begin introduction. I know all of the speakers up here personally, through the work that I've been doing in resistance to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Ant is going to be moderating this panel. This is a state of emergency for the Salish Sea, and all of the speakers here have been involved with resistance in their own way against big oil and this industry that's affecting our Indigenous rights to our lands and to our waters. We have Reuben George, a longtime fighter and advocate and speaker, a leader of his community, the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and our grandfathers also did work with each other. Chief Dan George and George Manuel. So that's how we've been linked through generations that have continued to work together, and his connection with us at Nisconlith and Secwepemc territory. And Matt Remley, he's been involved in fighting big oil and was really successful in a campaign that really got my attention during the Dakota Access Pipeline and pressuring the city of Seattle to pull money from Wells Fargo, who is a main investor into the Dakota Access Pipeline. And Paul Wagner, he's just, even personally, I want to say thank you to him because he came and helped us build our last of our tiny houses that we're building, a traditional mobile feast house with Ant here, who's going to be the #1 chef at this feast house, so we're going to be able to travel around to different communities. But I also like to just give up the mic to our speakers to also even give a more in-depth introduction of some of their amazing work that they do. They're leaders in the community, and we need to also lift up a lot of the people that are doing the work. And so sometimes people don't know that a lot of this, who's behind a lot of this work that's being done. But here's some people that are actually doing work that I respect, and let them give an introduction of some more of their work and what they do.
Haiska, thank you, Kanahus. Just want to give gratitude to the Dukduapsh and Suquamish. Raise my hands. Gratitude for the love that they've carried for these lands since the beginning of time, for those promises that they've held. And it's really good to be here. It's an honor to be here today to share a feeling, to share a little bit of word that has been given to me by my elders, and some of them now are ancestors as well, just to share about the things that we're doing, the importance of the work, and the importance of us coming together at this time to recognize where we are at. And I want to thank Kanahus, Tiny House Warriors, Haiska CM, raise my hands to you for bringing us together here so that we can do the work in a better way, that we can be stronger together. I'll go ahead and introduce myself in our language. OCM, Nashtilacha CM, Genuite Quenchquilla Quensatia, Tangit CM, Nashtilacha Chiokten, Sanasnat, Chileat, San Hussein Chileatula, OCM, Iasan Techel Swahela CM Nashtilacha. I am Chiokten from Husanich Nation. Our nation is on the southern tip of what they call Vancouver Island. I have good feelings in my heart in this night here, and good to see each and everybody here. So I'm founder of Protectors of the Salish Sea. I am on the board of White Swan Environmental as well. Our White Swan Environmental in Lummi, we've been working to return our longhouses and bring our youth out to our sacred islands, the places where we have been eradicated from, in what they call the San Juan Islands, and what they call the Gulf Islands. Those places are the birthplaces of our people, and we need to protect our rights, our inherent rights to return to those places, to live there, to fish there once again, and to gather the camas there once again, to gather the oysters, and to culminate these foods that we've culminated since the beginning of time out on these islands. So our goal with White Swan Environmental has been to bring these youth to these places and do these ceremonies, and to have these salmon bakes right on the beach. Once again, we did a Kwthla'al bake, the camas bake, right in the very pits on what they call John's Island, Kwthla'amung Island in the San Juan Islands there. We did a camas bake for the first time in 100 years. It's been 100 years since we'd been there and been able to make these sacred foods and do a traditional 36-hour camas bake. And so to return to these places, to assert our right to these lands, is something that's very important. It allows us to continue these sacred practices and to consume the spirit of these beings, to allow them to be part of who we are. That's something that our people have done since the beginning of time, to take these beings and pray with them and to bring them into our body. So there's not just sustenance, but it's the spirit of these beings that we are bringing into our spirit, so that we are now part of these sacred beings. With this, we become a protector of these sacred beings. With this, we remember who we are, that we are people who have lived unseparated with all of these sacred beings since the beginning of time. We can remember those things when we bring these beings into our being spiritually and physically. So to return to those places and do that work has been an extremely beautiful journey. And I raise my hands to Troy Olson, Shirley Williams, White Swan Environmental, for leading this work for our youth, for our people. There's so many important things to work on for our Salish Sea. Our salmon is one of the key species here. It is the key species of our people. And for me to look at these ways that we've lived, to take a look at the ecosystems we once lived inside of, to intimately know the place where we live here in our Salish Sea. I believe everybody should know that. Everybody should intimately understand this place as it was 160 years ago. And we should be able to open our eyes and look at this world through Indigenous eyes. We should be able to open our hearts and feel this world through Indigenous heart, no matter who we are. And that way we can see all of the things that were here one heartbeat ago, and we can understand why we've stood up for them. If we see the world through those eyes and with that Indigenous heart, we'll begin to understand why our people gave our lives to war, to stop a movement, to stop a certain action on our lands. I believe our people fought with this love in their hearts. I believe our people did not fight out of hate, out of a skin color. Our people fought out of love. Love for a certain way to live. In my nation, our nation of Husanich, my elder Jacincton, in language class, he told a story about our people. And when the Douglas Party had showed up, they showed up and they started wholesale destroying the ancient forest of our people. And he said that we worked to reason with them. We worked to let them know why it was unacceptable what they were doing. But they did not listen and they did not stop. At that point, we counseled the elders and the matriarchs and the chieftain people, said, yes, we can give our lives to protect this ancient forest. And Jacincton, my elder, he said, do you know why we would give our lives to protect an ancient forest? He said, we understood that if they were to destroy that, they would destroy our ability to live as Creator intends us to live as human beings. As human beings. And I feel that each and every one of us should understand those feelings and those ways. We should understand why we fought. And I believe we should understand the colonial forces intimately, understand how they got where they got to a place where they would destroy what keeps us alive, and how we held on to a sacred promise and taught that to every child, so that even that child would know their human responsibility. That child would then know their place amongst all other beings around them. I believe each and every one of us should understand these things, because our children have for millennia here. So our protectors of the Salish Sea are not just frontline warriors, but people who share these words from our old people. And the most beautiful times I've ever had in my life were sitting with these elders and listening to their words, listening to the way that they would speak, the way that they carried themselves, and those words that they shared. And we're at a deficit today because many of these elders are not with us anymore. We've stepped into a new generation. My mom was born in the Chukaitlung, in the intellectual, spiritual house of our people, a long house with earth floors and open fires, cedar plank walls, surrounded by elders, surrounded by wisdom keepers who would stand up and share the verse and the word that had been shared since the beginning of time for our people. And so today we do what we can. We do what we can to take in those teachings and to share them once again. So the things that we've worked on for Salish Sea, occupying the Olympia State Capitol. My cousin over here, Chalalakam, she and I worked together for years after Standing Rock to build a movement that would allow people to step up alongside us and allow us to share a voice, a message to these forces that continue to do harm to our lands, that do not and have not listened to our voice. And it's only up till now that we have had a voice, because it's only up till now that we've been seen as human beings. And yet our people hold the roadmap to paradise. Our people have that memory within us. So I believe that these things that we do here in these gatherings are extremely important. We occupied the Olympia State Capitol with Indigenous structures. We brought those to Standing Rock. We built 48 structures that look like teepees, but they're made out of 2x4s, plywood, plastic tarp, and metal brackets. We built 48 of those with wood stove heaters to protect the elders during these blizzards. The Standing Rock Sioux youth dubbed them as tarpies. And in a term of endearment, they dubbed them as tarpies. And when they hosed people down, they were saying that those structures, I had to leave at that time. I had things, I'd been there for 2 months, and so I had to leave at that time and come back here. But after that, they had turned those hoses on people in freezing cold weather. And people came up to me later and said, "You don't know how many lives you saved because those structures were so warm," and the wood stoves we designed. So we built 93 of those to date to stop pipelines, deforestation, any Indigenous-led movement that needs a structure for an occupation. We'll do our best to supply those people with one of these structures so that we can win this fight for survival, for our Mother Earth, for our people to live in a certain way. And one of the recent projects that we're working on is building canoes for the youth. We have a plan and have been gathering funds to build strip canoes for youth, and preferably those youth would build their own canoes. So if there are any youth out here that want to lead their own canoe family and be the keeper of an ancestor, because these canoes are our ancestors, let me know, and we'll work on that together. So yeah, that's our latest project. We do have some t-shirts over here. My partner Jennifer, she's over here, she has some of those shirts, and we're collecting the funds from the sale of these shirts to build these canoes. So far we've collected a lot of cedar and pine planks to build these canoes for the youth, and our prayer is that we will be able to gift them out in ceremony at the Canoe Journey. That's the most recent project we worked on, but I'll pass the mic on to our next CEM here, Matt Remley. Hi, Ska. Thank you much for listening.
Madakipi. Chante washte nape chusab. Alako ya wakiam wanatana machiab. Wachichu ya Matt Remley machiab. Tukashila wakantanka ampetukile. Oya kupicha wopila onkenichiab. Metaku yepi chante washte nape chusab. Ina Donna Harrison ichiab. Ate Charles Remley Chiab, Unchi Dorothy Nadine Way, and Dorothy Remley Wichakiam, now Lala Colonel Harrison and Herbert Remley Wichakiam, Tukashila Duwamish Makoche Gile, Duwamish Oyateki, Wopilatanka, na Wawichakiayo, Tukashila. Chanku luta ogna ma oni pi chimpi chao onki apo. Na makaksi tomania onki taku yepi ki na wichaku wo lakota na wo oki na wichozani ki wichaku. Na tukashira lena wichasha wia na wakaya shaki wa wichakiayo o wichakiayo. Tukasha lena lenaus kolapi chante ma washtea ichi kolapi ki chante washte yoha kanahos wopila tanka tukashila Good evening, everybody. My English name is Matt Remley. Lakota name is Wakian Wanatan. I'm from Standing Rock, Papa Lakota. And very grateful to be here. And you know who my parents are, my grandparents. And giving thanks for these two right here who've known for quite some time. They have good hearts. And I always enjoy being around them and their presence, whether it's out there taking over banks. I remember down there at the Capitol, being in the streets. This guy and I worked together in the schools with the youth up in Tulalip. So it always makes me feel good to be up here with him and admired by the work, admired at the work that they do. Also asking thanks for the Duwamish peoples and their land, that they be watched over, that to help us as all of us try our best to walk along that Chankuluta, that red road, give us strength along that. And wherever our relatives may be all across these lands, you watch over them, bring them health, peace, and a good way of life. And thanking the organizers here, thanking the cooks. I saw another Pam walk through it right here. It's good to see you. And for the work that they do to bring everybody here today to talk about these issues. So co-founded an organization called Muziska Talks during the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline, and with the sole intention to target the financial industry, the banks and the insurance companies for the role that they're playing, not only in the Dakota Access Pipeline, Keystone XL Pipeline, they're fracking, you know, wherever desecration of Unchimaka is taking place, because, you know, they're the real ones behind that kind of curtain, the ones that are making these projects feasible in the first place. You know, these energy transfer partners who built that Dakota Access Pipeline, they had to get multiple banks from around the world to give them loans to build it, had to get insurance companies to underwrite it. So our sole goal is to go after them, target them, and hurt their bottom line, because these corporations, these banks, these politicians, that's really all they care about. You can try your best to appeal to their sense of morality, their sense of justice, their sense of what's right, but that's not enough for them. We started that targeting the financial institutions that weekend in, you might have been out there, bro, too, in September, when our historic preservation officer, Tim Mintz, had been previously denied to go on our own lands to document on a map exactly where grave sites, cultural sites, and sacred sites were located, where they were trying to build that pipeline. And when he was finally allowed access in there on our own lands, he did that. He documented it and gave that map to the judge who was presiding over our tribe's legal fight against that company. And it was 2 days after that, literally 2 days after that, that judge had to give that map to the company, is when they brought in their private security, armed security, and started bulldozing, brought out their attack dogs, and went over those exact places that Tim had just gave them on the map. So we realized they don't care about any of those things. They don't even care about their own laws, because that pipeline didn't have a permit, and they still don't have a permit to be operating. So that's why we shifted focus to the financial institutions and launched a very targeted campaign. A couple of folks here are very involved with that too. And we wanted to punish Wells Fargo for giving them money. And we got the city of Seattle after a long campaign to divest some $7 billion per year on a 7-year contract that they had with the city. So $21 billion overall that they had wrapped up with this company, which was a heck of a lot more money than that they had given a loan to Energy Transfer Partners. And the message was simple, you know, if you're gonna finance projects like this, we're gonna target you and your bottom line's gonna hurt. That launched into a lot of kind of global networking with folks literally around the world who reached out wanting to run similar campaigns. And we launched what's called the Stop the Money Pipeline Coalition, which is a very vast network of peoples from around the world who are fighting, whether it's mining, coal, pipelines. And we just actually wrapped up what we call the Summer of Heat. It was literally every single day going after, we had organizers in New York, in the financial district, shutting down the financial sector day after day after day, because every time they shut down, it cost them money. And that campaign was specifically focused on Citibank. And another thing we did here locally is while we sometimes can't have a lot of impact on the federal level, some of your local actions can really, you can get a lot of things accomplished. And about 5, 6, 7 years ago, a bunch of us took over the city's mayor's office and city council to demand them do something, that the city need to do something about the climate crisis. You know, Seattle proclaims itself very liberal, very whatever, but we said it's time to kind of put action to your words. And while we can't get a Green New Deal passed on the federal level, we absolutely can on the local level. And we brought together a coalition of tribes, labor unions, and other folks, and we passed that for the city of Seattle, which has set this city on a path to be fossil fuel free by 2040. But then we said, you know, we realized that costs money. All these things cost money, and we don't want our communities, poor communities, low-income communities, to burden the cost of financing it. It's these polluters and corporations that have done this, so they need to be the ones to pay for it. So we originally dubbed it the Amazon tax, and folks might have remembered that campaign. And Bezos was awful. He was literally shut down job sites, demanding or saying he was going to take his work out of the city if in all his wealth with them if it passed. But we passed it anyways. It's now called a jumpstart tax, and it's a multi-million dollars that go directly into financing, whether that's helping low-income homeowners or others to convert off of fossil fuels into renewable energy, to get job training in for you know, to our communities to be able to go install either solar panels or those things, projects that link with local tribes to daylight, say, areas that have been paved over to revive salmon streams and stuff like that. So anyways, just wanted to share a couple of those things, and thank you again for hosting us.
Hey CM, Hoichka CM Siaya, Hoichka CM. My name is Skaloos. I'm from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and I still have a hard time talking about TMX, Trans Mountain Pipeline. It's still a bitter taste in my mouth because they finished the project, and they're shipping out oil. You know, it's pretty brutal that it takes 2 tons of earth to get 1 barrel of oil, and they're getting over, I think it's 7 million barrels a day. So the excavators, 1 bucket's about big as this whole room, and they have 8 on a rotisserie, and they just keep moving forward and scooping up earth, and they increased that by finishing this pipeline, and we did everything. We did a 1,200-page assessment, a spill analysis, a clean analysis. We did multiple economic studies, all based on our Tsleil-Waututh Nation law, our law. We took all that information. We won in the Federal Court of Appeal, which is just below Supreme Court. We won again, and we thought we were winning because they said, he said, you know what, you're right. Your economic analysis to Tsleil-Waututh, what you did is right and Canada's wrong. And we're like, oh, are we winning? And they said, you're right. It's going to kill all the orca whales. You're right. But we're going to build it anyway. That's what they said. That's what the court said. And then more happened. My mom, they got arrested like 3 times. Whole bunch of people, young people. Like one young girl, she's like 20. She started university when she was 15 and good grades, never broke the law, not a speeding ticket, never even drank or anything, and dressed up in a dinosaur suit and climbed the fence of the Kinder Morgan and played badminton, and automatic 30 days in jail. I worked downtown east side with the people, the homeless, and some of my clients had over 30 charges against them, never ever seen a day in jail. But there's 2 laws. There's the law of the pipeline and fossil fuels, and there's a law for everybody else. Will went to jail. My mom didn't. They dropped the charges 3 times, but everyone did. And it's no matter what we did, they continued to build it. And I'm glad we're here, because this is what lifts me up. I've been reading some of these things. On this one right here, it talks about a lot of people that passed away that were instrumental in forming who we are and what our laws are on Indigenous people. Vine Deloria and Russell Means, a whole bunch of really good people on the other side of this one right here. And I'm glad Kenny Hoos and your friends down here are doing what we're doing, because when it's down and feeling crappy like this, we need to settle down and pray and reevaluate and pick ourselves up and start again. And that's what we do. Brush ourselves off, and could hang in my lip and say, better figure something out to do something again. That's what we do, because that's what they did from 1913 right here on this land. And it was worse back then. My grandpa was born in 1899, and he went to residential school in 1904 and couldn't speak English. And he was 5 years old, and they cut off his finger right here because he couldn't speak English. And they said, don't speak that language. And he became really famous and nominated for Academy Award, won Golden Globes. His name is Chief Dan George, but he's a humanitarian. He never stopped fighting. When he's filming Little Big Man, they pulled up to the village and everybody was dead. And Dustin Hoffman said, why, Grandpa, why did they do this? And they killed the whole village, and he was because they're crazy. And he said, why, Grandpa, why did they do this? And my grandpa started to cry. And he said, what's wrong? Cut. Director came over, what's wrong, Chief? And he goes, I see this and I remember this. Because coming down from 20,000 people, me and Will, we're 20,000 people out of, that's one tribe out of 80 tribes in Coast Salish Territory on this side of Washington and British Columbia. We went down from 20,000 to 13 people. It was such a recent thing. My mom was 62 out of that 13. I'm 188. So even though we're almost extinct, we're still here. And we're still doing something. Like all these people right here, all those people got up and did something. And when things got hard, they figured something out. And we're going to do a ceremony with Lummi in March. And they said, no, we better do it right away. They said, there's lots of hurt feelings down here with Trump being elected. That's a horrible thing. And when I think of that, I'm Canadian, but when I look down here and I think of it, I'm like, geez, you know, the best thing the Republicans did is get the biggest, loudest buffoon in there and distract everybody from all the horrible things they did. I looked at the coast of California when he got elected. All those 24 mining rigs, oil rigs, were closed down for a long time. He started them all up again. People didn't look at that because they're dealing with Roe versus Wade, where they said, let's put the people against each other. Let's build a wall. Let's put people against each other. And that's what happened. But it's not going to benefit any of the people that voted for him. The biggest demographic voting for Trump in the Southwest is old white men. And the biggest recipient of people on welfare is old white men down in the Southwest. It doesn't do anything for them, but it's doing it for the rich. And that's the same thing as in Canada. The fossil fuel industry, Trudeau got in there and My mom voted for him. And I said, I don't know, I'm not going to vote for him. I don't trust him. And sure enough, he went back on all his lies and built that pipeline and did a whole bunch of horrible things. But I think what they find out is when they get in there is they don't run nothing. Like Obama sold more artillery in his last year than George Bush did in 8 years. It's like, who are we going to vote for, bad or worse? That's what it is. But you know what? All those people did something. And I think of Kenny Hoos and her grandpa and our grandpa on her Squamish side, Paul. They went over and stopped the White Bill that would have abolished all of our Indigenous rights. They had no money, nothing to do. They had a car with bald tires, and it was the winter, and they still drove all the way there and made it on a prayer. And that's how it's always been for our people. We've been down, but we pick ourselves up. We've been down, and everything doesn't look good, but we continue to pick ourselves up. And that's because of our prayer. That's because we pray and we stick to our culture. And, you know, when you come to ceremony, what I hope happens, and, you know, you have a right to leave any ceremony when you feel disrespected. Because what we want you to feel when you come to ceremony is enlightenment. Feel better when you leave. But when we look at those things that, you know, I prayed all over the world, and I was happy to do that. Prayed in weird places in middle of the outback in Australia and middle of the jungle in Brazil, all over the place. They use fire, earth, water, and sky in every single ceremony they do. And the idea is you take any two of those elements, fire and sage or sweetgrass, and you put it together, smoke comes out of it. That's a spirit with intention. But what it's teaching us is to have a connection to those things, fire, earth, water, and sky. To have a connection to it. And then when you receive enlightenment, in those ceremonies, we look at those things that gave us enlightenment. That's fire, earth, water, and sky. And that's why we're up here talking about what we're going to protect is what we love, because we have a reciprocal relationship to the land and to the water and to each other, the people. That's why we fight. And that's how ceremony works. That's how it works. You know, you feel bummed out, pick yourself up, pop up, get up, do what you got to do. Because it's been like that for our people. My son says that. He goes, you know what, Dad, I'm not going to be the generation that stops fighting. I said, good. Let's do it. Let's go do something and figure it out. And that's what prayer brings too, with that enlightenment. We figure things out. All the things that you just talked about, you did through prayer, you figured it out. All the things you just talked about, you did through prayer, you figured out, like Kenny was following the vision of the dreams of our ancestors that they did for time out of mind to protect what we love. Damn it, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. You know, I spoke to Parliament. I went on a tour speaking to people in Scotland, and just before I went a month ago, I spoke to Parliament, and Jagmeet Singh was the leader of the opposition, and he talked to a CEO of the oil company, and he said, answer me one question, yes or no. Does your fossil fuel company contribute to global warming? Yes or no? He goes, I don't know. That's what he said. And then Jagmeet goes, Ruben, how does that make you feel? I said, I'm baffled. He goes, why? Because it's so dysfunctional. He has no inclination of any enlightenment in his life besides money. That's his law. That's what he follows. Makes up these laws and manipulates the laws that's supposed to make our world a better place and protect the people. I said, it's baffling to me that it's so dysfunctional that he doesn't do anything for his future generations. I said, I pity him. And I pity his kids and his grandkids because he can't make a choice for them. But abiding by my teachings, because he's a human being and I protect land, water, and human rights, because he can't make that decision, I'll do it for him. I'll help his kids for him. You're too dysfunctional. You know, even though we say things like that and they ask for this panel and come and talk on the economics of the pipeline, you know, it's going to take 20 years to pay off $7 billion, the original price. $34 billion. Never, ever going to recoup. Now they're trying to sell it to First Nations. And I talk to them and I say, you know what, don't take it. It's economic smallpox. They're giving you sickness. You're never going to make money out of it, and they're tricking you. It's economic smallpox. But, you know, They still are going to do what they're going to do. And we got to do what we're going to do. We do in every way that we can, and support each other and make things good with each other, and come over and have a meal with each other like this. This is like really uplifting. This is really beautiful. Have some good food that feeds our spirit. You know, one thing I've been thinking of lately, and I made something up, I don't know if you like it or not, but I call it our spiritual ecosystem. Look at a tree. A tree reaches up and catches the energy of the sun. And he takes the energy and takes the water and creates sugar. And that's what the tree eats. And it starts to grow. But it relies on everything. And the byproduct of that process is our oxygen, because it's taking carbon and then it turns it into oxygen we could breathe. But that tree there, it has all those elements that we need. The energy of the sun, we need that. We need the carbon that it turns into oxygen. We need that. We need the earth. We need that. And we need the water. We need that. And that's what we do in our ceremonies. That's example, but what we do in our ceremonies and what we start to learn is a reciprocal relationship, a spirit to those things. And that's what I teach in my ceremonies. A reciprocal relationship of spirit. Love it like a human being. And then we you know, I love my bros. That's part of my ecosystem. My spiritual ecosystem. I love these guys. I love Canny Hoos and their family for 3 generations. Not only we're part of our spiritual ecosystem, but our grandparents are. Our grandparents, because that's who we pray to. That's who we talk to. When we light a smudge, that's a spirit. But that spirit has a past, present, and a future. That spirit already existed, just like ours already existed. And that's what we rely on to communicate to create our laws about what we should do and how we should do it. That's our law. Those things are our law. Our law. And that's what we protect. It's our spiritual ecosystem of everything that we're connected to. Everything in the water we're connected to. You know, from a really young age, I used to go out when the tide was out and we'd pick up Dungeness crab. We'd pick up, you know, clams and oysters and, you know, it's Tsleil-Waututh. I'm glad they did that. You know, they hand-tied eelgrass to the rocks all along the shore, and it started to grow and populate. And the first time, herring came back. First time ever that I heard of it in my lifetime, a gray whale came and ate the herring. You know, the salmon count went down to 6,000 10 years ago. And one day last year is 1.3 million salmon in the river at once because our people have been rehabilitating it. Elk was reintroduced in our territory. Grizzly bears came back. Wolves started completing that ecosystem. You know, all these things that we do because, and not just one small little nation, that we're doing this to make sure, and our elders said that they can continue to grow with that reciprocal relationship of spirit to those things that we love. And that water, Tsleil-Waututh, means people of the water. We're people of the water right around Vancouver. That's who we are. That's our first mother. We love her already. And that's why we do these things, to protect her. We came into money and they're making some smart decisions like that to make sure that our kids will experience what I experienced. You know, the second busiest port in North America is the port in Vancouver. $700 million of goods going through there every day. We just did a study. There's 700 different chemicals in that water there, and we're still cleaning to the degree that first time in 45 years we did a clam harvest. We could do those things, and it comes with vision and idea and prayer. I really believe in prayer. I really believe in prayer because this tonight is a good prayer to me, to come see your faces and to come have your camaraderie, to come have some really good food. Look at the black cods there, so I better stop talking. You know, it's beautiful, you know? It's beautiful, and I really am thankful for being invited, and I needed this uplift, and I know I'm going to go home feeling better because all your love and all your ideas and thoughts that we could come together collectively, fucking do something. Make sure, like, honor all these people and do something and be innovative and figure it out and do whatever we have to do to figure it out because our ancestors did it. our ancestors did it, and we could do it too. You know, my American friends up in Canada, they're real sad Trump got in. I talked to my lawyer friend, she works down here, and I said, how are you doing? She goes, I feel sad. 20 years of creating environmental policies going to be done probably pretty quick in a couple days. I said, well, let's get up. Get up. Get up and do something, because they did it and we could do it. Hajkasiam, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Anne was gonna close with some remarks, but I know we have more food coming. Does anyone have anything to say or questions? Oh, well, thank you for coming. What I see with all of you organizers and leaders just here amongst you three is it gives me hope that we have a fighting chance. And it's not going to take just one of us alone, it's going to take all of us collectively, minds to come together. So I feel like what could come from this is more think tanks, just to come together, even if it's on Zoom amongst our distances, to come together to say, okay, how are we going to battle with all of our expertise in this field? Because I know that you're leaders in our community, and a lot of people look up to what you all have to say in the movement. And so, you know, it's going to take a collective intelligence, I believe, to be able to fight big oil. And like Ruben said, like, we just get up and we keep on fighting. And a lot of our fights are so overwhelming, like Trans Mountain Pipeline, all of this money and everything, you know, Dakota Access Pipeline. A lot of the industry that we face off is so powerful with that wealth of money that they've built off of our stolen land and resources. But I feel that this is the verge right now. Like, I heard someone kept on saying tipping point. Yeah, it's the tipping point of us too. You know, we have no choice but to stand up and fight back at this point.
I forgot two things. Pay attention to Pipestone, Minnesota. Faith Spotted Eagle. If she's not your friend, maybe friend her. There's going to be something there. When it happens, I said I'm coming over. That's where, you know, I've been adopted into two Lakota families. They both made me their Sundance chief, so I love and respect those people, and I love that area because that's where we get our pipes from. And then the other thing is, Cedar's close, my son's close to having a victory, I think, stopping glyphosate, which is Roundup, and they're spraying it all over British Columbia, and that's a big reason why we're having. And one day I just Googled it, looked it up, and one day, at that day, there's 435 fires in British Columbia, and they already put out 350. There's over 1,000 fires in BC this year, and they're all brutal. And the glyphosate has a lot to do with it, but I think he's going to win. And I think we need a victory. So I think if anyone wants to join that, if we could, that'd be awesome. Just those two things.
I just want Ruben to say a little bit about his children, because they've been doing amazing work too, and being really strong voices and advocates for young people in the movement. And I met his daughter over in New Zealand by surprise because she was screening a film. So his children are doing a lot in the movement in their own expertise, but could you just introduce us right now to your children, even though they're not here? We could follow them on social media.
Yeah, actually, as one of the first times they spoke was here, about 10 years ago, maybe more, 12. And their mom got up to speak. You were here, Paul. And she said, I'm not going to say anything because my kids are going to speak. And they got to speak, and they're so mad, but Cedar is fighting glyphosate, and he wants to stop it's killing everything in the streams, the fish, and they're spraying. All levels of government are supporting him, and which the good guys and the bad guys, but they're all bad. and he's going to win. And Bakaya, she does environmental work too, but she just made a movie. She said, "Dad, I'm going to take you off from university." I said, "No, you're not." And she said, "I already got a grant to make a movie," and she made a movie, a 15-minute short. She wrote it, directed, produced it, and acted it. And I said, "You have no background in it. Why are you doing that?" And then she did it, but turns out it's pretty good and it won awards. And it's a 15-minute short. She traveled the world, like New Zealand and different places globally to show that film. And then also she just is editing a 4-part series for National Geographic on orca whales. And she's happy to do that. So, and she's back in school. But they're both, one thing I taught them is don't ever let anyone tell you you can't. You can't. Don't let anyone tell you you can't. You could do it. Don't ever let them tell you you can't do it because of the way you look or the color of your skin or anything like that. Just, you could do it. And I told them that their whole life, and that's a message to the young people. Don't ever let anyone tell you you can't. You could do whatever you want. Whatever you want. And we'll support you. Wojtka.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments? We're planning on having this again next year, and we're talking about some dates, so we want to just put that out there to what dates you're all available to have something like this annually. And so, yeah, some of the main speakers throw some dates out. People are saying the middle of August, but I know that's ceremony time for some people too, so yeah, mid-September, okay, and then that's fishing down here season, so so we're trying to figure it out, but now he says October. Okay, so I think we're gonna just break now for our next meal shortly. I'm not sure, but unless anyone has anything else to say, add to it? No? Okay.
Okay, well, with that done, we've got a setup for a video, I think. So we're gonna go back to some music, and then we'll be back with some more content. So do stay tuned. But I got to jump and do a couple other things. So. Let's see, what do we have here that we can...
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try.
This is Radio Eco Shock with Alex Smith.
Post-growth and degrowth, Tim Jackson and Lawrence Kieser.
Good lives do not have to cost the earth.
The stock markets, banks, every business and every person wants to grow more and buy. Will we wait for the great collapse or plan our way back down the mountain?
From the UK, Professor Tim Jackson talks about his new book, Post-Growth, Life After Capitalism. Lawrence Kieser from Zurich takes it further, degrowth plan decline coupled with increasing well-being.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you!
The pandemic, jobs crash, weird politics, these are strange times. If we're all twisting into a new society, maybe, could it be better? Right up to the minute comes out a new book from respected economist Dr. Tim Jackson. It is called Post-Growth, Life After Capitalism. Tim Jackson is Professor of Sustainable Development and Director of the Center for Understanding of Sustainable Prosperity. After serving as economist advising the UK government on sustainability, Tim's book Prosperity Without Growth made a bit of a splash and made a few people cranky. Oh, and Tim's other hobby is writing plays for the BBC. Tim Jackson, welcome to Radio Eco Shock.
Alex, it's a huge pleasure to be with you.
Well, the book is not what I expected. There are no formulas and balance sheets in here. You're an economist, for God's sake. I wanted your solution for the future. Instead, we find a box of lives and what life means. But maybe that is what economy really should be about.
Well, I think that was part of the point that I was making. I mean, if you want those solutions, they're kind of hidden there in post-growth. They're much more explicit, actually, in Prosperity Without Growth, the book that you mentioned, which was written for a policy audience. It was written, as you said, for the UK government. And indeed, it did ruffle a few feathers because it dared to think about questioning economic growth. One of the strange things about that book was actually not how poorly received it was by the government that it was written for, but how well received it was by a much wider audience, who didn't really want formulae, didn't even sometimes want charts and figures, didn't need to understand economics as a set of equations, but could understand economics as a set of stories. And that's really what I tried to do in Post-Growth, was to tell some of those stories and to relate them to human beings and to provide what I think is this enormous resource, a resource of the thinking of generations of wise women and men who could actually help us at this point in time to shape an economy that's fit for purpose and give us some sense of our journey out of the crisis of the last year.
Yes, it's time to call the ghosts of our elders. We're in trouble.
I guess you could put it that way. And sometimes the very real presence of our contemporary younger generation, who I also call on from time to time in Post-Growth.
In 2010, you delivered a TED Talk. I don't know if you're aware of it, but you got over 200,000 views on YouTube on that, and it's still building.
I think actually on the TED site itself, it may even be more than that, because TED sort of embeds itself in various different ways. Yeah, it has had a lot of views, and it's quite strange that people still like it, talk about it, and refer to it. You know, in a way, that TED Talk, I was trying to do a very similar thing. I was trying to kind of make our dilemmas accessible to people and to relate it to stories about our lives, and to offer people an alternative, a sense that there is actually a way to build progress, social progress, in a sense that's meaningful for ordinary people everywhere.
Well, for me, your book came out like one of those fire alarms that has a glass door and a little hammer hanging on a chain beside it to break open in case of fire, because Now, after an economy that was wrenched out of shape and a heartbreaking pandemic for many people, and nothing done about the climate, the alarm is going off and it is time to wake up. And we repeatedly fail to respond. Do you think we're stuck in a kind of state of shock, almost like a medical shock, where people don't react after an accident?
I think it is a little bit like that. It's a little bit like a kind of post-traumatic stress disorder in a way. I mean, there was a series of different kind of stages of that. I think in a year ago or just over a year ago when the WHO, the World Health Organization, declared a global pandemic and governments kind of rushed to respond to that. We were thrust very quickly into a very strange world, one that we didn't recognize, one that our parents didn't recognize, one that had not been seen really, probably in at least 100 years, and one in which we had to respond, I think, from a position of weakness. And that weakness, to me, was something that I wanted to explore. Why were health systems so unprepared for a pandemic like that? Why were our lives organized in a way that made us particularly vulnerable? Why was it so hard, in fact, to protect the livelihoods of the very people who saved our lives, the nurses, the distribution workers, the carers, the cleaners, even at times, in a pandemic that spread itself through the surfaces that we touched. And these were the people whose livelihoods had become less and less secure under capitalism over several decades. And to me, that's the point, in a way, that I want to really bring through as a lesson from this dreadful and often tragic crisis, is that we must and should and indeed can do better in protecting the livelihoods of people who are absolutely central to society, people who in some sense capitalism just forgot.
There's a great story in your book about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's an early candidate for the presidency, and this is, of course, before his assassination. He goes to the University of Kansas and speaks to a group of young students, and what does he bring out but probably the most boring subject in the world for them, the gross domestic product? Why would he do something so out of place?
That really fascinated me, that story. Why on earth was he talking economics in the first speech of his presidential campaign? Why was he talking about an indicator, this kind of arcane indicator of economic progress in a speech that was supposed to thrust him into the highlight of a quite difficult presidential campaign, because he was standing against an incumbent Democrat president at that time? And the understanding that I had of this, and I traced it through, I followed up actually the person who wrote that speech, a man called Adam Belinsky, and asked him about the circumstances of that, because I was absolutely fascinated by it. Those words that he wrote about the GDP have become a sort of, a flagship speech in some ways for people like me who've been thinking about growth, thinking about the economy, and in particular thinking about the conflict between our economic expansion and the finite nature of our planet, because he articulated exactly that point in 1968, 53 years ago, in a presidential campaign. So I've been fascinated by that speech ever since a recording of it was unearthed from a basement in the university, I think 20 years ago or something. And what Adam Belinsky told me when I was asking him about it was that it spoke to absolutely core concerns that Kennedy had at that time, that he did have a love of the environment, a love of nature. He spent a lot of time in nature as a young man, that he had an absolute concern about social inequality and about the dreadful poverties of not just of material affluence, but actually of meaning and purpose and dignity in America. And he spent a lot of time in that campaign, going around the country, looking at those circumstances, identifying some of the causes of that poverty, and talking to the people who were not the rich and powerful, not the good and the great, not the famous, but actually the ordinary working people of America, and understanding the nature of the malaise that was affecting society at that point in time. 1968 was a tumultuous year. It was comparable in many ways to the year 2020.
And we're gonna
And
fade
Kennedy
down
was an
with,
extraordinary
the
presidential
post-growth
candidate.
and
As
degrowth,
you mentioned, it was an ill-fated campaign. He
We're
was
gonna hit
assassinated
stop
on,
there 'cause we
on
have,
the evening of the California.
Another interesting person to speak with while we're waiting.
Oh, I'm usually behind the camera, not in front of.
Here we go. All right, so maybe you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Steve Anderson. I'm an artist and activist from Seattle.
Oops, hold on. Let me see. Let me get make sure I got the screen working there.
Okay.
An artist and an activist from Seattle.
Yes.
And historically, you've been involved in projects going a ways back. How did?
Yeah, so during the WTO, I was an artist at the Fremont Fine Arts Foundry, and I was in my studio, and I kept hearing this thing called the WTO, and I'm like, what is that? Like, what's going on? And I noticed that the news had a problem doing its basic job, like who, what, why, where, when, and how, and they wouldn't talk about what the hell that event actually was. What was the meeting? What was it about? Why were they there? And all the communication was that it's the terrorists or it's the anarchists or the disruption. And so that's what they focused all their attention on. And so I had to go downtown to see what it was all about. And that's how I got engaged with
What year
activism.
was that?
I don't know. What year is the WTO? 2000?
Yeah, well, 1999, I think. There was, we talk,
when we shut it down in Seattle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was oblivious.
the battle in Seattle.
Yeah, that was it. I was completely oblivious, but I'd already started to catch wind that the media wasn't very honest, and so that just sort of sent me on a trajectory. And then during the lead up to the Iraq war invasion, I got engaged with a group of friends that wanted to do something. And as a bunch of artists, we throw good parties. So we decided to do a fundraiser for Seattle Indie Media called Weapons of Mass Distraction Project. And while we had put that event, multimedia arts event together with arts and, spoken word, hip hop, we had actors do a play and a skit. And,
culture jamming was a big part of indie media.
Yeah, we did a few billboard alterations, and and then so we'd done this event and we'd filmed it, and I needed somebody to edit it, and I met Randy Rowland, who's a Veterans for Peace activist since the WTO, and Randy soon became my hero, and I found myself volunteering for 5 years in his extra bedroom, doing indie media and pepper spray productions.
So is that content still up and available?
Yeah, I think that every one of our video clips, we did a lot of work for local activists that would bring us footage, and then we would edit them down to small bits and pieces, and then we assembled like a video magazine for a long time called The Leader, and I think all of those early tapes are still in Scarecrow Video. I think they're still open.
Scarecrow Video?
Yeah, down in the Ave, our Roosevelt, Ravenna.
I have no idea.
It's in the U District. So, and then I believe there's
Is
a
that
few of our
online?
things on YouTube. No, that's a actual,
Physical.
still a rental place that you can go get videos. They've got this massive library, and they're somehow able to squeak by. So.
That's pretty interesting. So how do you see the current situation in reference to the mobilization that was happening back then?
The mobilization that was happening
with the WTO. It was really apparent, between when Clinton, NAFTA, all of that stuff sort of was coming about, that the General Agreement of Tariff and Trade was really detrimental, using a 1944 kind of modality in a newer world to extract resources from, other peoples.
Yeah, well, I sort of see it as kind of the beginnings of the mask off and the situation that sort of forced my family. I'm from rural Minnesota, and my family are pretty I would have called them liberal lefty, and now they're shifting more and more to the right. And a lot of what the WTO was about was sending those jobs in factories that they used to be able to stay close to home and live with their relatives. And when those jobs all went away, suddenly despair grows. And so that was a real strong factor in heading the rural white male population to the ire towards the Democrats, because they were the ones that implemented that. So a lot of
so we're living the sort of the repercussions of, and so it's like what is the chlorofluorocarbons that, you know, once they stopped, it was like 15 years for the result to actually even begin. And so a lot of, you know, political decisions are like that, in that it may take a generation or more before the impacts are totally understood, and by then the media has sort of diverted everyone's attention to another tragic situation, or start a war, or some kind of, what was the mass distraction?
That was the other thing that Clinton did in the deregulation of the media, because back then there were 60 corporations competing for people's attention, and you could actually argue that there was competition for the public's eye or their listening. And at that point, I mean, it's really difficult. Right now it's concentrated to 6 corporations.
Yep,
and
so
60 means that there was 60 CEOs and 60 majority shareholders. It's a lot harder to get a group of people like that in a room in agreement with each other. But 6 times this one CEO and one majority shareholder or 2, that's a very small amount of people that have the hand that feeds the would-be investigator that would be investigating their crime. And they own it.
Well, and they would say that they own you, as people have become the commodity that's actually being sold.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what is your sense of the work that needs to happen now to sort of revitalize the resistance to sort of, you know, I really like Buckminster Fuller's statement about, if you, rather than confronting the issues head on, implement a strategy that makes them irrelevant.
It's kind of like remodeling could be a lot more expensive than rebuilding, right? It takes a lot more energy. You have to dig out the rot. You might have to lift it off the foundation. Sometimes it's better to just build from scratch. Certainly faster, and you can make a better design more efficiently. So, and I think that's where the foundation of capitalism is designed for the narcissistic personality. And I think that that's what we're seeing, basically. What is capitalism feeds what's in it for me. And so what you see is a population, a lot of people want to call the liberals the left, but their self-interest is they're capitalists. They're not the left. Left has always been something that represented the group, right? Every leftist organization was the community, communism, society, socialism, and the unity of the working class unions. The word means solidarity. It doesn't mean self-interest. So
once again, we're speaking with
Steve Anderson.
Do you have a website or any
no,
work that you're doing
I'm sort of in between. I don't really have a crew anymore. The rising rents kind of driven most of my community out of the city, and so suddenly I find myself surrounded by friends who are liberal, and I love these guys, but boy, it's a real difficult, it's a challenge to get through the myth America.
The myth America. I love it. And right now we're going to go to Tracy Chapman, New Beginning.
Well, I didn't expect it.
can break the cycle. We can break the chain. We can start all over in a new beginning. We can learn, we can teach, we can share the myths, the dreams, the prayers, the notion we can do better. Change our lives and paths, create a new world.
All right, folks. Well, I hear that we can't use that song because of copyright infringement. So we're going to drop off and we're going to go back to playing start all over, so that I know that we don't start all over copyright stuff. And if you're wondering why we've been focusing on some of her stuff, is that it's getting really difficult these days to do things like that. You can't share them. So here we go. This is Over Land and Sea. This is Alira Rose. You can find more information at Bandcamp. Let's see if we can get it to come up. Oh, I played it so many. Let's see, is it going to play? It may not. Let's see what happens here. Let's see, purchase info. Well, it doesn't like me doing that. I was just grabbing her stuff off of Bandcamp, but everything has gotten proprietarily weird. Let's see if we can get, this is Over Land and Sea. Let's see if I have played that one as much. Over Land and Sea. Okay, so we're going to go back. So this is the new issue. Let me go to, this is Alira as well. Featuring John Trudell. This is Alira Rose, Lion.
Well, I'd like to say I'm pleased to be here, and I'm really glad that you're here. And I don't know exactly where we're going tonight, so if I say anything that you don't agree with, that's just what it is. We just don't agree. But I'll start with some poems, and then we'll see.
Here I am, choking on my words again. This pain is such an old familiar puzzle friend. I try to comprehend, put the pieces back together, but I fall short. But I've been here before and always get it sorted. Been walking through horrid, morbid, boarded doors, feeling the shortage, but I know I'm always supported. Don't get it distorted. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go.
How we see what we see affects the quality of our reality. We are children of earth and sky. DNA, descendant, now ancestor. Human being, physical spirit. Bone, flesh, blood as spirit. Metal, mineral, water as spirit. We are in time and space, but we're from beyond time and space. The past is part of the present. The future is part of the present. Life and being are interwoven. We are the DNA of Earth, Moon, planets, stars. We are related to the universal. Creator created creation. Spirit and intelligence with clarity. Being and human as power. We are a part of the generations of evolution. We are a part of the memories. These memories carry knowledge. These memories carry our identity. Beneath race, gender, class, age, beneath citizen, business, state, religion, we are human beings. And these memories are trying to remind us, human beings, it is time to rise up. Remember who we are.
reaching for horizons that aren't there. They quarreled again today. Turning her back, she feels more like
you better throw them away. You wanna turn your back on your soulless days. Once you were tethered, and now you are free. Once you were tethered, and now you are free. That was the river. This is the sea. And now if you're feeling weary, if you've been alone too long, or maybe you've been suffering from too many plans that have gone wrong, and you're trying to remember how fine your life used to be. Running around banging your drum like it's 1973. Well, that was the river. This is the sea. Now you say you got trouble, you say you got pain, you say you got nothing left to believe in, nothing to hold on to, nothing to trust, nothing to change. You're being scarring your conscience, raking to your memory, scarring your conscience, raking to your memory. But that was the river. This is the sea, yeah. As you try to decide, you've got a war in your head, and it's tearing you up inside. You're trying to make sense of something that you just don't see. Trying to make sense now, and you know that you once held the key. But that was the river. This is the sea. Yeah, 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 got still enough time. and you don't need no ticket, and you don't pay no fee. Now you don't need no ticket, you don't pay no fee, because that was the river, and this is the sea. That was a river, this is the sea. That was the river, this is the sea. That was the river, and this is the sea. See it. Behold the sea.
All right. Well, we are waiting for the tech folks to put together a video for everyone. And once we get that, that's sometimes it's nice to have all this stuff proofed out before. Now it's password protected. Looks like you got it. All right. It's a team effort. You're right. You got that. Well, if you didn't make it, you've missed one of the most incredible culinary delights. One thing about Indigenous resistance is the quality of life with the food scenario, and the folks up here have really gone out of their way to provide some just amazing, amazing food. Can you hit full screen? All right, so we are about to get started. We're just waiting for Kanohus to do an introduction, I guess, or someone. And hopefully we'll see if we got some audio. I just hooked the mic up to the player. I have no idea where anybody is. Okay, so I guess we're going to play some more music while we kind of wait for folks to show up.
force to be reckoned with. Mother Nature beckoning. Come on, baby, let it in, let it ring, let it ring, ring out, ring out, ring out, ring out. I'm a force to be reckoned with. Mother Nature beckoning. Come on, baby, let it in, let it sing, let it ring, ring out, ring out, ring out.
Well, I just keep thinking that it's going to start, they're going to start it as a moment, but I don't know if it will. Everything is
la bandera de mi Dios, rojo, oro y verde, la bandera de mi Dios, Rastafari es su nombre, Haile Selassie es su título, Rastafari es su nombre, Haile Selassie es su título, él es el rey. Rastafari es el rey, él es el rey, Jaja es el rey. Hello en Apocalipsis, en capítulo 5. Hello en Apocalipsis, en capítulo 5. El león de Judá, él ha triunfado y abrió el libro y soltó sus 7 sellos. Él es el rey now, Rastafari es el rey. Él es el rey, Jaja es el rey. Na 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 na. Él es el rey, na 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 na. Hello en Apocalipsis, yeah, en capítulo 5. El hello en Apocalipsis, yeah, en capítulo 5. El león de Judá, él ha triunfado